the very rare part of this entire building. When you enter from the gate number 1 of this hostel, you have to make your way about 400 meters to come to the mess. And Vishnu, this is the place where we reported from inside, late in the night. This is the place, the body of the plane that you can see, the flaps are also intact, and under this also the rear, there is a landing gear which also is intact. It reminds you of those 52 seconds last visuals. In fact, when the plane was trying to fly, trying to in fact gain elevation, and which it could not. So this is one of the major chunks as far as this debris of the plane is concerned. If you go beyond this, where the Prime Minister would be walking in, Vishnu, if you remember those 3 buildings where the engine had fallen, one of the buildings was the engine. The Prime Minister would be entering from that building. He would be in fact then be able to see the charred 3 buildings one after another, where the engine and other part, the tail, the tires from the landing gear, and all of that is strewn beyond this black building, the charred building that you see. From the place where the impact, the first impact took place at the mess, right to the last building, which is burnt and completely charred. It is about 450 meters and a span of about 6 buildings, 3 in front, 3 behind that. The ones in front are the ones which have borne the maximum devastation. There are when we had come, all this building, the one where that you see the wreckage behind me, is just a 2-floor building. It's the ground floor, and on the first floor is the kitchen and the mess. Beyond this, all buildings are ground plus 5. So even the rooms which were on the 5th floor, the 6th floor, you can see broken walls and parts of the aircraft hanging from there. The entire ground beneath these buildings is absolutely black, absolutely charred, because of course for many hours water was being sprayed here. It's completely muddy and slush that you would see all across. So the Prime Minister would be entering from gate number 1 of this medical facility, the hostel. He would then be seeing the first 3 buildings, and then he's expected to walk all the way around and come to this place, because this is the mess where the students were having their lunch, where the plane crashed. And of course he would be able to see what you are seeing at this moment. This entire thing has been cordoned off. There is nobody who's allowed here. And there have been multiple teams from the air crash investigation, from the DGCA, from the Civil Aviation Ministry, also from the airport authority. Those who were yesterday in the night were taking a look, was trying to understand what had happened. So while the Prime Minister, would be coming here, and he would be taking us, some time with the people, those who are in fact the officials, those who are traveling with him, it will take some time. It will be, he's expected to spend at least 15 to 20 minutes here, because it's a very large campus. The whole campus is spread over almost a kilometer, and the entire area of impact is, about 500 meters from this very place that you see going right at the front of this building. We had to in fact take a detour to try and reach this place so that we can at least show some visuals to our viewers here as India wakes up to this morning of this big air tragedy, one of the biggest that the country has seen. And of course, the people on board, 241 all dead, 5 on the ground. There have been almost 50 people, those who are injured and are in the hospitals at this moment.
All right. Well, just for the benefit of our viewers, as we try and get many more details of what is taking place now, we do have an important update which has come in from on the investigation. The Ministry of Civil Aviation's Bureau of Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau has initiated the formal investigation. This is a legal process now. This is as per ICAO, the International Civil Aviation Organization's norms. ICAO is a United Nations agency. ICAO's manual on conducting air crash investigation says, the Accident Investigation Authority shall have independence in the conduct of the investigation and have unrestricted authority over its conduct. The investigation shall normally include the gathering, recording and analysis of all relevant information on that accident or in that incident, the protection of certain accident and incident investigation records, and where feasible, the scene of the accident shall be visited, the wreckage examined, and statements taken from witnesses. The Minister of Civil Aviation has said that the government has decided to set up a high-level committee comprising of experts from multiple disciplines to get into this matter. Now, this is actually an important statement which is coming in, because there are international investigators who are also coming in. For example, since there are British nationals who've been killed in this accident, more than 50 of them, the British investigating agency is also a part or going to assist the DGCA, but the DGCA and the Indian accident authorities, the Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau, AAIB, they will be in the lead in the entire investigation. The NTSB, which is the American National Transport Safety Board, they are also going to be part. Boeing is offered assistance as well. They're all going to come together, but it's the DGCA's AAIB which is going to be at the lead, Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau. Aishwarya joins us now for more on this. Aishwarya, what are you hearing?
Well, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is at the spot, is what I can report. Currently, he is at the crash site, and let me show you these quick visuals from the crash site over here in Ahmedabad. This is the hostel where the undergraduate doctors were dining yesterday when the incident happened, and soon after that, the bodies were rushed to the nearest civil hospital. But currently, it is Prime Minister Narendra Modi accompanied with Civil Aviation Minister Mohan Naidu and also the senior officials from the Gujarat government, including Gujarat Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel. All are here at the crash site, and we have been told soon after Prime Minister will leave from the crash site, he would be heading towards the civil hospital, where he will be meeting the kin and of the family members of the deceased ones, those people who are injured at the hostel, the doctors, and certainly one of the lone survivor. Prime Minister will be speaking to him as well. Followed by that, Prime Minister would be heading to the circuit house, where he would be conducting all of those meetings and would be giving actions as to how the investigation should go on. But as it was mentioned earlier as well, that we have seen early up in the morning, the forensic teams have arrived at the crash site. They would be recovering several of the data and also the evidences from here. And apart from it, it was the NDRF senior officials who also reached. Officially, the rescue work is over. Although the Air India had officially announced that 241 out of 242 had been died, unfortunate incident, but it is those people who are injured, who are the doctors, as far as the hostel, the undergraduate hostel is concerned, they are being treated at this point in time as well. The Prime Minister, I've been told, has just left the crash site. As we can see, the convoy now moving of the Prime Minister from the crash site, and he would be heading now to the civil hospital, where he would be meeting the family members of those who are deceased, and from here on now the investigation part will begin. Of course, a bigger question is when will the black box would be recovered. The NDRF DG just stated that whenever it will be officially communicated.
Right. Aishwarya, we're going to come back to that. Just again, for the benefit of our viewers, the Prime Minister has arrived at that crash site. We should be hearing from the Prime Minister, I presume, in a little while from now. The government has, the Home Minister has been there, the Civil Aviation Minister, the Prime Minister now. There have been several reactions from across the world, the British Prime Minister, the Australian Prime Minister, the US President Donald Trump as well. In as much as we report the concerns on the crash itself and the loss of lives and the horrific circumstances of whatever it is that has been taking place near the airport in Ahmedabad. This crash took place yesterday of this Ahmedabad to London Gatwick flight of Air India. The fact of the matter is that the international civil aviation community would want to know what exactly went wrong. For that, they would need the black boxes to be recovered. At this juncture, we still don't know if that has taken place. The black boxes are absolutely critical because that's where data on this flight would be available. Was there a pilot error? Was there a mechanical error? Was it a combination of several factors? That's something which needs to be looked at and found out right away. As soon as that happens, then we will get to know about whether or not it's a larger issue which affects the Dreamliner fleet across the world, or in fact it's just this particular aircraft and a set of circumstances which resulted in this. When it comes to civil aviation, what I can point to and crashes, that very often it's not just one factor which goes wrong. In all air crash investigations which happen, there are multiple factors which result in a crash, whether it's training, mechanical activity, pilot error, or something else. You know, there are a series of events as opposed to usually a single event. So that's what investigators will be trying to unearth, the sequence of events. They will be looking through all of it. But the preliminary information is on the immediate cause. Why did the engines of that Boeing 787 Dreamliner, an aircraft which is, it's about 11 years and 5 months old, why is that aircraft, why was it unable to climb out after taking off from Ahmedabad's airport for a flight to London Gatwick shortly after 1:30 p.m. yesterday?
The question is also, Vishnu, that because of the multiple views being shared by the experts, some are suggesting also a possible fuel contamination, that contaminated fuel can starve both engines or impact the fuel flow systems and can be seen as one of the causes. There are also issues, one of the scenarios could be weight balance issues. An overweight aircraft may be unable to sustain climb in hot weather when air is thinner. And of course, the control system failure, and also a possible dual engine failure. But all these scenarios can be clubbed as well, is the view. And it's going to be a multi-nation probe, because there are internationals, British citizens, and also from Canada. We can see now the Prime Minister's cavalcade now actually reaching the civil hospital in Ahmedabad. That's where those who have been injured, these are largely, because the plane actually crash landed in the. Yes.
I just, Maria, there's some breaking news coming in, and as we wait for the motorcade of the Prime Minister, and we'll cut across to him, multiple Air India flights are being diverted as a result of airspace over Iran being closed. In case you've just tuned in now, Israel has attacked Iran, including their nuclear facility in Natanz. They've attacked Tehran as well. Iran has said that they will avenge themselves, but for Indian aviation, the London AI-130, London Heathrow Mumbai diverted to Vienna, AI-102, New York Delhi diverted to Sharjah, AI-116, New York Mumbai diverted to Jeddah, AI-2018, London Heathrow to Delhi diverted to Mumbai, AI-129, Mumbai London Heathrow returning to Mumbai, AI-119, Mumbai New York returning to Mumbai, AI-103, Delhi Washington returning to Delhi, AI-106, New York Delhi returning to Delhi, AI-188, Vancouver, Delhi, diverting to Jeddah, AI-101, Delhi, New York, diverting to Frankfurt, Milan, AI-126, Chicago, Delhi, diverting to Jeddah, AI-132, London, Heathrow, Bengaluru, diverted to Sharjah, AI-2016, London, Heathrow, Delhi, diverted to Vienna, AI-104, Washington, Delhi, diverted to Vienna, AI-190, Toronto, Delhi, diverted to Frankfurt, and AI-189, Delhi, Toronto, returning to Delhi. Air India says, we regret the inconvenience caused to our passengers because of this unforeseen disruption and are making every effort to minimize it, including providing accommodation for passengers, refunds on cancellation, or complimentary rescheduling is also being offered to guests who opt for it. Alternative arrangements are being made to fly passengers to their destinations. We'd like to reiterate that at Air India, the safety of our customers and crew remains top priority. Maria?
That's Gujarat's Home Minister Harsh Sanghvi. They're standing as the Prime Minister steps out of his car. And the other leader is C.R. Patil, who is, of course, the Jal Shakti Minister here in Prime Minister Modi's council. He's there. So is the Civil Aviation Minister, Ram Mohan Naidu, the Prime Minister there, entering the civil hospital. That's where the family members are waiting for the DNA samples to be taken, and also the matching of the DNA samples, which will take roughly around 72 hours. It's heartbreaking. The families are stunned. It's a devastation totally, as the families wait for the DNA samples to match and perhaps get mortal remains of their loved ones. The bodies in this entire tragedy have been completely charred because the plane actually crashed and turned into a fireball, Vishnu, because of almost 100,000 liters. fuel which was there.
So
in
90
this.
tons of fuel.
90 tons of fuel.
So there are some unconfirmed reports, I repeat, unconfirmed reports that the black box of the aircraft has been reported. We are waiting for some official confirmation on this. If indeed that is the case, then that's absolutely critical in taking all of this forward. Because it's that digital flight data recorder which has thousands of parameters, or at least more than 1,000 parameters of the flight, its engines, its systems, its flap setting, its instrumentation, its hydraulics, what have you, which are instantly available. And then there's the cockpit voice recorder as well, which is part of the black box unit, which is available. So if that has been recovered, and we're waiting for an official word on this, then that's absolutely critical, because again, we'd have to see what the condition of that black box is. There are more than one. There's two black boxes. They're not black in color, by the way, but they're called black boxes, and those are going to be taken into a lab, and they're going to be clinically examined to get immediate data. And that's what international aviation experts from around the world would want to get a sense of. This is what airlines around the world would want to get a sense of as well. Let's go across to our correspondents as well as we see these images. The Prime Minister is at the airport where those who've been injured and
Civil hospital.
At the civil hospital. I beg your pardon, at the civil hospital where those who have been injured have been taken. Maria?
Yes, and I'm going to go straight to Ankit. He's joining us from the crash site. Ankit, what we are being told now is that 200 samples of DNA have been taken. It will be a long, horrific wait for almost 72 hours for these families as they wait for whatever remains they could gather from those charred bodies which have been brought in at the civil hospital. But Ankit, you know, those are the images which are coming in. The Prime Minister there being briefed by C.R. Patil, Union Minister, and other leaders of the party who are accompanying him to the civil hospital as he meets the families, the next of kin, as they wait for the DNA samples to be matched and the mortal remains be handed over to them. Ankit.
Can I very quickly, Maria, if you allow me to, can I very quickly tell you, because I can see these visuals that we are playing at this moment on our screens. I was at the civil hospital, so let me tell you exactly where the Prime Minister is. Like I was telling you earlier, Prime Minister at this moment has entered the civil hospital of Ahmedabad, which is the Vijay Medical College and at the civil hospital. It's just about 1.2 kilometers from here, where the Prime Minister's car has stopped. That's gate number, his car has entered from gate number 3. And from gate number 3, the Prime Minister, if I can see these visuals, is going to the first floor where the survivor and the other injured are recuperating or are being, in fact, being treated at this moment. So while the Prime Minister, you can see the cavalcade entering, and that's the gate number 3. And from there, the Prime Minister will make it to his way to the emergency ward. The D ward that you see, the arrow that you are seeing, the pointing to the D ward, it has been converted into a special ward for the people, those who were taken from here. Remember, most of these people, the injured, not just the survivor who was on board that plane, but many those who were on the ground in all of these buildings, they have been kept here. Like I was saying, the Prime Minister, you would see the visuals of the Prime Minister going into this first floor of this hospital. That is where the people, those who are, and all of them have received, many of them has received severe burn injuries. I was talking to the doctors. Many of them would not be, in fact, either would be able to meet the Prime Minister or anybody else, because they are in the intensive care with more than 60, 70, 80% burns to their body. But the person who miraculously survived this crash, right next to, was sitting in the 11th row, right next to the emergency, in fact, one of the emergency doors, he is, conscious, is speaking, and is not badly injured. Thankfully, we've been told that
Interrupt you right now. We've got our colleague Abhishek inside the hospital. Let's just go straight across to Abhishek. Abhishek, go ahead. Has the Prime Minister entered? Is he seeing those who've been injured?
Yes, definitely, he has entered the civil hospital and he is meeting those who are injured. And most important to understand out here is definitely those who were in the flight are, their bodies have been kept in the mortuary. In fact, when the collision happened, at that time, the people at the mess in the nearby area who got injured because of the heat over there, they are getting treated out here, where with whom Prime Minister will be meeting, and especially the lone survivor of this entire accident, he's being under treatment, with whom Prime Minister will be meeting. This is happening here at a civil hospital, but from where we are reporting is the DNA collection sample, collecting a sample area where samples are being collected. Over 200 samples have been collected till now, and we see a lot of people now again coming to look out for their relatives, to look out for their loved ones, and they have been directed over here to at least give their blood samples. And what we have also come to know, the people after the collision that took place, the hostel where the casualty has happened of the young doctors, in fact those canteen people over there who were there making food for them, they are also missing. And that's the reason people have come over here, because those are the people, those are the bodies could have been easily identified, but they are also told to be missing, and relatives of those people have also come here to give their samples. So as we speak, the number of sample collection is definitely bound to increase, and at the same time it will take around 72 hours to the report to come, and then they will identify, and the mortal remains will be handed over to the respective relatives who are present out here, and requisite accommodation and other facilities are being provided for them to stay around for the next 72 hours. And that's what we are continuously telling to our viewers, and those who are coming over here, they should come here and they should be direct blood relative of the person who was on board, and that could make them easier to give the sample. And as early as you give your sample, sooner in next 72 hours, they will identify the mortal remains, and it will be handed over. And as far as those young doctors are concerned, what we are being told that several mortal remains last night only have already been handed over by identifying, so there is no need for the relatives to come here and do the blood sampling. So there are mechanisms being placed, but this is what we understand from the sources, because till now administration has not given any numbers or figures as per how many bodies are kept here. But what we are understanding from the sources is more than 250 bodies are there here, and those are of the people who are on board, and also those young doctors or the mess management over there, the workers who are responsible for running the canteen over there, and these are the people. That's the reason it is more than 250 as we speak, and definitely process is going on. DNA sampling is being done. People who can identify the body, they are being allowed to identify and take away, but at the same time the process continues, and as we speak, the number is bound to increase. Last we spoke to the people from here sitting at the help desk, they said that they're expecting more 40 to 50 relatives to come and give samples, as per the bodies which are kept in the mortuary. And at the same time, Prime Minister is also visiting injured, taking stock of the situation, what went wrong, how things could be better planned in future. Investigation has already been ordered. As we speak, in civil hospital where Prime Minister is present, meeting to the lone injured and also those who were affected in the surrounding area after the collision took place. Back to you.
All right, Abhishek, thank you so much for that details. Let's cut across to Parma now, who's joining us here in the studio with some big questions. Of course, there are a number of unanswered questions, and the big question certainly is what led to this crash. So let's try and piece together the number of questions we are looking at this moment.
Thank you so much, Maria and Vishnu. Well, as families and investigating teams wait for answers, we must also ask the tough questions, beginning with, why did the Boeing 787 fail to climb? Did the flight lift off too early? Was the aircraft in the takeoff configuration? Basically, why did a wide-body jet designed for long-haul international flights fail to climb after takeoff? Did the aircraft lift off too early? Was it in proper takeoff configuration? Also, did the pilots get the cockpit warnings? The pilots, as we know, have sent out a Mayday distress call, but did they receive enough warning to act? Or were they flying blind in those final moments? Which also leads us to the other big question that everyone's asking: was it a technical malfunction or was it pilot related? Many are questioning whether it was a malfunction as far as the technicals were concerned, whether it was a pilot-related error. The probe, of course, is underway. This brings us to the next crucial line of inquiry. Was there a failure in the engine or in the aircraft's flight control system? Also, how long will the crash probe take? And will it look into not just this crash, but also the full history of repeated glitches as far as the Dreamliner series is concerned? And now that so many serious incidents involving the Boeing 787 have come to light, is it time to ask, should the Dreamliner be grounded at least until a full probe is complete? Many unanswered questions at this point. Is there any precedent for a full-scale safety audit across Indian fleets after such an incident? Should we be expecting a national review of emergency protocols and pilot training? And when civilian infrastructure like hostels is built close to active airports, should the DGCA or local planners be held accountable? For India, for every passenger who steps on board, this isn't just about one crash, it's about trust, about safety, about accountability.
All right, Parameshwar, thank you very much for joining us. Just a little bit more detail which is coming in as we see these images of the Prime Minister at the hospital. This is likely to become, or it will become, India's most expensive aviation claim with a potential demand of 2,400 crore rupees. This is what we're reporting on NDTV Profit. The potential liabilities for rest between $211 million and $280 million. On the upper end, this would translate to 2,400 crores. An airline's fleet insurance policy typically covers risks such as the hull of the aircraft, which has been lost in this case, spare parts, liabilities to passengers and third parties. And in this particular instance, this accident is expected to trigger claims under both the hull and liability sections due to the loss of the aircraft and the fatalities. It will trigger multiple aspects of a typical aviation hull all-risk policy is what, insurance experts and those who understand the entire issue of liabilities in the aviation sector have told us. So that's something to keep in mind. Also, once again, I think it's critical that we go ahead and remind our viewers that quite separate and completely unrelated to what we are seeing in Ahmedabad, the aftermath of that horrific crash of an Air India 787 Dreamliner, in which 141 passengers were killed, many others on the ground lost their lives as well. There are multiple diversions, I think about at least 10 flights of Air India.
For a different reason altogether.
Completely different. There is a war which is taking place now between Israel and Iran. Israel has attacked Tehran. Israel has attacked Iran's Natanz nuclear facility. The Israeli air attacks are ongoing. As a result of that, Air India flights to the west and to other areas which fly through Iranian airspace have been very badly impacted. And as a result of that, there have been multiple diversions of flights which were in the air. So this is another headache, not just for the airline, but for thousands of passengers. All right, more images of the Prime Minister. He is going back, returning right now. Yeah, that's the Prime Minister there after having met the survivors, gauging, the extent of, getting an idea of the condition of those with injuries.
And Vishnu, when you say that it's going to be perhaps a huge, number of compensation, the Tata Group has of course announced a compensation of 1 crore to the families of each person who lost their life in the tragic Air India plane crash in Ahmedabad on Thursday. When we look at the significant, of course, this is a very, very significant incident which could result in losses amounting to several hundred crores. So when we look at the insurance market, and India is estimated to be around 900 crores. When we say aviation insurance rates, Vishnu, 1 crore which has been announced here at the moment, what will it actually mean?
Sorry, 1 crore which has been announced?
No,
so the Tatas have announced 1 crore for every family, next of kin of those who've lost their lives. So that's number one. Number two, over and above that, what I described right now are separate insurance claims which would kick in. In terms of liabilities, everything is covered. Air India is entirely insured as a major legacy air carrier. So there would be additional amounts which are likely to go to family members. I think the state governments at some level may also be involved. I'm not certain of what the final figure actually would be. But in terms of, this triggering the upper end of insurance claims for the airline, which includes not just the loss of the aircraft, but also damage on the ground, that's something that would come into play. Let's go back to Ankit Tyagi, who's been looking at this story very, very closely indeed. Ankit, go ahead.
Well, Vishnu, as you were speaking, and I can see the visuals that we are playing, the Prime Minister about to come out of the civil hospital. Now, what we are also being told that the Prime Minister would be going to the Circuit House, for, in fact, a review meeting where the Chief Minister of the state, along with other senior officials from the Ministry of Civil Aviation, would also be present. I'm not pretty sure by when is the Prime Minister expected here at the crash site, but he's definitely going to the Circuit House. One new information that we are also getting is that there have been complaints. So the number of possibly the dead could also go up because there were a few people in the mess, those who were working at the time, the mess staff, their whereabouts are yet to be traced. Whether they are among the injured or they have unfortunately passed away is something that is being ascertained as we speak. They were right in this building where the aircraft, in fact, came and crashed after it was not able to gain enough thrust, was not able to ascend while it was on its, after the takeoff. Vishnu, you would understand this better because we have been seeing so many aircrafts now coming in and taking the elevation that is required. Imagine the plane and the loss of power or whatever the reason was, the landing gear which was hanging first, brushed across this tree. And then you will see a chimney, a pole that you would see right behind that. That pole was broken. It was quite, it's longer than what it was. It was broken. The plane crashed on that and then straight away went to the mess that you are seeing at this moment. Of course, with the debris of the plane, the remains of that plane, the big portion of it with the landing gear also hanging right under this place. This is where the mess was and this is where the doctors were having their lunch at that point of time. When I went inside last night, I counted about 10 rows of big, massive benches and tables put together. There were about 17 thalis which were kept ready with food and still in the same condition at the time of impact. Beyond this, you see two buildings which were charred, of course, because of an absolute explosion that took place at the point of impact. And then this entire place turned into an inferno. And with that, building number one that you're seeing absolutely charred, there is building number two where the engine is, and then of course the building number 3. There are two buildings, behind them which are also being impacted at this moment. Like we were talking about the DNA sampling earlier as well. What we were told in the morning here. Last night, the NDRF said that this entire area has been cleared of bodies. Yes.
Yeah, Ankit, just a quick question. Yes. Are investigators on the ground? Do you see a lot of people, investigators going through that wreckage, working near the engine, which, you described and showed us last night? Are you seeing that already taking place?
Well, it was happening last night. So last night also, and we showed some visuals as well, there were teams, we were told that about 40 people team, which has come from Delhi. It comprises from people from the DGCA and also from the air crash investigation. They were there. And while we were, reporting from here, they first went inside this building and they were scattered into 5-6 different teams, Vishnu. I also saw some very specialized, people there. Those who were with certain equipments were trying to go through the remains. There were 3, people. I'm not sure which branch they were from. They were near the engine. So they were 5 to 6 teams. These people were divided and they were going across every place. Even if you see right now, I would be able to show you some fire and rescue operators, those who are on top of that building. If you can see right now, they are from the fire and rescue teams from around, and they are on top of this building right where the wreckage of this plane is being seen at this moment. I'm not exactly sure. In fact, I tried to speak to one of the people, those who were part of those teams, and they told us off camera that there has been a 6-member team which is only looking for the black box. It was at 1 o'clock in the night when I spoke to them, so I'm sure, like you were mentioning earlier, the possibility of that being found. It's already being about 14 to 15 hours since the time that crash took place. But it's interesting that even at this point of time, there are people from the rescue and relief teams, those who are on top of the building. And it also comes at a time when we are hearing that the number of people, Vishnu, like you were saying, I can, on the other building as well, I can see people going through the debris. Whether they are anywhere related to the crash, assessment teams or the air crash investigation teams, we don't know that. But there are, since morning, this is the first time I'm seeing people, those who have come right near this debris at this moment. Remember also, this area has completely been cordoned off. So where we were last night, we are not allowed to go right into the periphery. Even where, Aishwarya, Manogya, our other colleagues are, they are about 100 meters from the very entrance of this entire compound. So nobody is able to come inside. And we only have been able to, in fact, after a lot of effort, been able to come to this vantage point where you can still see some wreckage as far as this aircraft is concerned. And like I've been saying, for the first time since morning, I can see some people at this moment going through the wreckage side once again, Vishnu.
All right.
Let's bring in Manogya now, who's also joining us from the crash site. Manogya, the Prime Minister on his way out, it appears he has left the civil hospital and now he will be heading for a meeting to make a complete assessment. We do not know whether black box has been recovered or not, because that will give the real picture of what really happened, and more so the last few seconds of the audio which has been recorded in that audio recorder.
The audio and the data. I would
and
suggest
the data. The data, which is very important right now.
Manogya, go ahead.
Well, absolutely, you're right, Maria. When you talk about the duration of that call, that would be nothing less than 52 seconds. But those 52 seconds will reveal everything about exactly what happened during the last minute before the crash. This is also one of the most important authentic evidences to understand on what exactly happened during the crash. But when I'm talking to you here, the Prime Minister is all set to... There are several other officials also, one after the other, who've been arriving from Air India. We just spoke to NDRF officials who said that they cannot reveal whether this has been received or not, but there are DGC officials, there are Air India officials, there are several other officials here on ground who have been monitoring the situation. But we also given to understand the Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be heading towards the Circuit House, where he will be holding series of meetings with all the stakeholders, ranging from the Aviation Ministry to the Home Ministry to the rescue operations to the updates. How soon will it and how much time will it consume to hand over the bodies back to the families, and also the entire process. We also have to understand that this is the same state where he served for more than 5 decades. This is the state where he was born. He has the foundation of his entire political career in this, in the heart of the land. He knows absolutely every nook and corner of the city and most of the places, almost every place in Gujarat, for the kind of political journey that he's had over the decades. But also given to understand that it's beyond the political journey. Today he's come as the Prime Minister of the country in midst of one of the biggest air tragedies that the country and the world is witnessing. It is one of the most expensive tragedies also of the world, given the fact that perhaps this is for the first time since the induction of Dreamliner that such a major crash has taken place in Air India. Also giving you an idea, absolutely one of the first in India. These are visuals that will leave you worried, that will raise questions on what exactly happened. Do we need to revisit the aviation guidelines in India? What is it that exactly has to be done on ground? ground to improve the facilities and the security of every passenger that boards it. Remember, it is also a moment to recall and understand the emotions that every person attached to this tragedy must have been going through. They must have come at the airport to say the last goodbye, but they didn't know that they will never be able to meet those kins, relatives, loved ones again ever in life. And what would come back would be charred bodies. And with those charred bodies, there will be a wait of hours to understand whether the DNA matches or not. Even for Vijay Rupani, his sister has given samples of DNA, and once the body of Vijay Rupani matches the DNA, they will be able to hand over the body back to the family. His entire family has arrived in India from London. Remember, he was flying yesterday to London to meet his wife and spend some days there together and then come back to India. But these are now just stories that we are sharing, sad stories we are sharing. So primarily, if you talk about the Prime Minister of the country, he's also served as one of the longest serving chief ministers of BJP in Gujarat, also given to understand that today he would be meeting the family of deceased former Chief Minister Vijay Rupani. Tragic state of affairs here. However, the rescue operations have been at war footing. To give you an idea that almost all body autopsies have been done. The doctors have claimed and clarified that autopsy is completely done. So identification of the body is the next process that has to be followed. Prime Minister Narendra Modi visited the hospital a few minutes ago. Now he's heading towards the circuit house where the series of meetings are expected to happen today. Remember, he's been monitoring the situation since yesterday. There are NDRF officials, there are aviation experts, there are officials from Air India who've been monitoring the situation. Yesterday, when I travelled from Delhi to Ahmedabad, this was one of the most difficult times when you have to understand the emotions that were there with even the passengers on board on what they were
just
thinking.
interrupting you now for a
Everyone
moment.
in the
We'd like
country
you
and
and
the world is
Ankit to be back with us. We do need to take a short break every few hours. And so we will come back in just a little while. All right, we're going to keep tracking this story very, very closely and also reflect in a little while from now details of what's been happening in West Asia. But before that, the Prime Minister at the crash site. Maria.
Yes, these are the visuals coming in. We can see Home Minister of Gujarat briefing him and other officials. Also, the Civil Aviation Minister there present when the Prime Minister is at the crash site. He visited the crash site earlier today. And I will be going to Ankit because that's where he is. He is near a building close to the crash site where Ankit is. And Ankit, we can see almost 3 to 4 buildings completely charred. In the area of impact is huge, and that is the reason why even the recovery of those the bodies and the mortal remains becomes extremely tough. Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu there with the Prime Minister and also Bhupendra Patel, who is the Chief Minister of Gujarat. Ankit, we are looking at the Prime Minister who is at the site of the crash. There are 4 buildings, as you were pointing out. These are hostels for the doctors' hostels, and they are completely charred and destroyed.
All right, we don't have Ankit just yet, but we've lost the audio with Ankit. We'll bring that up in just a moment from now. Prime Minister Narendra Modi at the site of the crash, getting an idea of the extent of the debris, where the aircraft actually crashed on top of a building, or at least partly on top of the building. That is the tail section of the aircraft. It is in that tail section that the black box is, one of the black boxes is believed to exist. Now, whether or not that black box has been found, we are not sure. Let's go back to Ankit Tyagi. Ankit, go ahead.
मैं पहले सुमित जो आप तस्वीरें दिखा रहे थे, क्योंकि कल मैंने काफ़ी समय वहाँ पर गुजारा है और रवीश जहाँ पर हैं बिल्कुल वहीं पर हूँ। जो आप टेल देख पा रहे हैं वहाँ पर कुछ लोग भी आपको दिखाई पड़ेंगे। मैं पहले जो तस्वीरें आप प्रधानमंत्री दिखा रहे हैं मैं आपको बता देता हूँ कि क्या आप इस वक्त देख रहे हैं। ये जो आप बिल्डिंग देख रहे हैं जो प्रधानमंत्री के, ये हॉस्टल की वो बिल्डिंग्स हैं जहाँ पर 6 मंजिला बिल्डिंग्स, जहाँ पर ये पूरा जो जली हैं बिल्डिंग्स। मैं आपको ये भी बता सकता हूँ कि जहाँ पर प्रधानमंत्री इस वक्त खड़े हुए हैं, ये बिल्डिंग नंबर ये इस मेस के बिल्कुल 100 मीटर आगे है। ये शुरुआत की 2 बिल्डिंग्स हैं। इस मेस से अगर आप जाएंगे तो जहां पर प्रधानमंत्री इस वक्त जा रहे हैं, ये शुरुआत की 2 बिल्डिंग्स हैं जो पूरी तरह से जली हैं। और इसके बाद की जो बिल्डिंग है वहां पर आपको दिखाई पड़ेगा प्रधानमंत्री, वहां पर भी आपको दिखाई पड़ेंगे जहां पर इंजन पड़ा हुआ है, वो बीच की बिल्डिंग है। इस मेस से अगर आप जाएंगे तो इस मेस से कुल मिलाकर 3 बिल्डिंग है। ये बिल्कुल वही स्पॉट है जहां पर हम कल शाम को थे। ये जो आप देख रहे हैं यहाँ पर सिविल एविएशन मिनिस्टर भी हैं और साथ में गुजरात के होम मिनिस्टर भी हैं और मुख्यमंत्री भी हैं। वहां पर प्रधानमंत्री ने इंजन का हिस्सा देखा। ये जहां पर जो तस्वीरें इस वक्त चल रही हैं वो तस्वीरें वहीं की हैं जहां के जो तस्वीरें हम आपको इस वक्त दिखा रहे थे, जहां पर रवीश भी आपको दिखा रहे थे। ये वो टेल का एरिया है, जो फ्लैप का एरिया है, जिसके पास 2 जो लैंडिंग गियर है, लैंडिंग गियर भी जो अभी तक वहां पर लगा हुआ है। ये जो छत के ऊपर आप तस्वीरें देख रहे हैं, अभी सुबह से पहली बार हम देख रहे हैं यहाँ पर कई सारे रेस्क्यू के लोग जो हैं वो वहां पर मौजूद हैं। प्रधानमंत्री ने कुल मिला के ये पूरा 450 मीटर का एरिया होगा जहां
All right, so the Prime Minister at the crash site will continue to track this very, very closely. We'll take a short break at this stage, come back with the very latest.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into
It's a day after the crash. The Prime Minister is at the crash site. Of course, there is a multi-agency probe which has started. United States, United Kingdom are part of this multi-nation probe which is going on. He's taking a first-hand view of the crash site. You can see those, the tail part of the aircraft, Vishnu. That's the Boeing that we are looking at, a Dreamliner which has never crashed. And this is the worst air tragedy that India has seen in 3 decades.
Yeah, I mean, it is. It's one of the most horrific plane crashes in recent times anywhere in the world, in fact. The last major Air India crash was when, in 1985, the Kanishka crash, which took place. That was, of course, a bombing. There have been crashes involving Air India Express, but this is the first time that we are seeing an Air India crash since, I think, the late 70s. We're also joined now by my colleague Manogya, who's at the site. Manogya, we've got video now of the Prime Minister examining the site of the impact. Can you share details of this with us?
Well, the Prime Minister visited the site just a few minutes ago. This is the same site where the accident took place. I can show you the buildings here and the kind of confusion. There are different vehicles being called in. The ambulance is now being taken inside. I also give you an idea of the buildings that are charred here. It will give you an idea exactly where the accident happened. There are gensets here that have been placed to ensure that the electricity supply for the rescue operations continues unhindered. And besides that, the senior officials continuously pouring in one after the other in numbers. Since since yesterday, there are from across the country as well as from Aviation Ministry, from DGCA, from NDRF, and now the teams of SDRF that is the State Defence Relief Force, now joins us here in the rescue operations, and especially because of the security parameters that have been extremely high. We have to understand that it's not just about the accident, but also the evidences involved in it. The black box that has to be identified, recovered, and then studied on what exactly happened on ground. Besides that, the security cordoning. There are a lot of families who've been arriving here. They don't want to speak on camera, but as we spoke to them, especially those doctors who've been living here and studying here, some of them with or without their families, they were trying to come here again and again to get their documents, whatever are left behind, especially because of these buildings being vacated completely. Almost no one is being allowed inside since yesterday. And that is also to understand that because of the security and safety of most of the students who've been living here. This is the same mess here on my left that you see just a little ahead. It will give you an idea on what exactly happened. The color and the discoloration of this building speaks volumes about what exactly happened. On one side, it is white, which is on the right-hand side, and the left, which is completely charred because of the air turbine fuel burning in maximum numbers. And whatever happened was in front of the eyes of millions of people. Now that the investigations are continuing, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is holding meetings in the Circuit House, speaking to officials, senior government officials, as well as from the ministry, including the Chief Minister, Bhupen Patel, the Home Minister of the state, Harsh Sanghvi, joins him. Besides that, C.R. Patil, who's been heading almost a lot of state of affairs and has been actively involved in politics, besides being the union minister in his cabinet too. We are being given to understand that it's also about the rescue operations that have been completed yesterday, but the entire investigation will be continuing for next few days. The fact that it is one of the most expensive crashes of the history also, where a Dreamliner, which was inducted around 2011, since then one of the biggest crashes of a Dreamliner. What went wrong, what was the exact reason will be investigated, but besides that, almost more than 200 lives affected directly and several hundreds affected indirectly. This would be a big case study to understand what needs to be corrected in the aviation industry of the country. And besides that, also given to understand that a lot of families who've been here, who've been staying here, they have been asked to vacate these buildings. They are not staying here anymore. The buildings are damaged. What is the quantum of damage is being ascertained. Whether they will be allowed to come back, collect their documents, collect their important belongings and take them back wherever they have been shifted. There were doctors who spoke to us that when this incident happened, he was there serving the people in the hospital. Now imagine the mental condition, even though he said that since he's in a government job, he's studying here, he didn't want to speak on camera, but the emotion roller coaster goes very high and very deep. These are tough and challenging times, testing times for a lot of people on what exactly they're going through, not just emotionally, but also the entire family setup that gets affected, disturbed, and almost cannot be changed. It can be treated like completely not changing a reaction that can never be irrevocable change in their lives, which they have nothing to do, but they've lost almost everything that they had. Now, there are a lot of people who are visiting here. Some of them eyewitnesses we spoke to yesterday said they haven't seen anything such tragic besides the earthquake that struck almost 2 decades ago. So Gujarat has been witnessing much more, but this, of course, is for the world to see on how tragic it is, how difficult it is. And now with the Prime Minister who served, remember, this is also the land that gave him the foundation of his entire political career. He knows almost every nook and corner of the lanes and bylanes of Ahmedabad. That's the place where he spent half of his life. But this time, as he comes back to the same location as the Prime Minister of the country, as he meets almost everyone possible, he will also be meeting the family of Vijay Rupani, who is the former Chief Minister, deceased Chief Minister, whose family has returned from London to ensure to be with him in the last rituals. Now, imagine the condition of the family who was waiting for him in London to arrive and then spend some time together. Instead, now they have come to Ahmedabad and they will be collecting his mortal remains and then will be taking them home once the identification with the DNA is done. It is a cumbersome process. It will take certain time because it is a scientific process. Certain things have to be followed. These are difficult times. Every person wants to meet the last bit of by just seeing and catching a glimpse of the last remains of the family and the family members of the loved ones that they've lost. There are a lot of people. I'll try to speak to one of them. He's here. He looks like an eyewitness here. Let me try to speak to him, Vishnu, and give you an idea on what exactly happened. I'll try to speak to him. What exactly happened?
आप जो थे आपके दोस्त भी थे कोई?
मेरे दोस्त के 15 जन थे टोटल, 15-20 जन का ग्रुप था। आधों का तो मैंने देखा नहीं कि कितने आए थे, पर जितने मैंने देखे 10-8 थे, वो सबको मैंने देखा है कि उनका भी इंटरव्यू कल हो चुका है।
दो आपके खास दोस्त, जैसा कि आपने बताया कि कुछ आपके जानने वाले भी आपके क्लोज दोस्त थे जिनको निकाला आपने।
हाँ, उसका एक का नाम है राहुल पटनी।
These are people who have lived these tragedies.
ऐसे राहुल नाम के 3-4 लड़के
and they're just describing on the difficulties and the emotional roller coaster that they're going through. A lot of people have lost their loved ones. His father was there to assist almost everyone who was around. Let's try to speak to him.
सिलेंडर्स होते तो और ज़्यादा ब्लास्ट हो सकता था, और मेरे लड़के लोग ने सबने अपनी जान की परवाह की, अंदर आँख में घुस के भी सिलेंडर्स उन लोग ने निकाले कैंटीन में से।
कितने लोग थे, कितने लोग निकाल रहे थे?
करीब वो 8 जन ने सिलेंडर्स निकाले और बाकी सब लाशें दीवार हटाने में, और फायर वाले आए तो दीवार हटाने में मदद किए। एयर इंडिया वाले आए तो वो लोग वीडियोस उतार रहे थे। मैंने मना किया कि वीडियोस अभी मत उतारो, पहले जिन लोग जिंदा है उनको बचाओ पहले।
जूनियर डॉक्टर्स मौजूद थे यहाँ पर?
स्टूडेंट्स सारे थे, स्टूडेंट्स थे। एक छोटी बच्ची, फैमिलीज भी थी यहाँ पे रहते हैं अंदर, फैमिलीज भी है। मेरे फ्रेंड भी रहता है अंदर, मैं जिसके साथ 10th क्लियर कर रहा है वो, उसकी फैमिली रहती है साथ में। फैमिलीज भी थी, पर उस फैमिलीज में से एक बच्ची की, छोटी बच्ची 4 या 5 साल की बच्ची भी खाना खाने बैठी थी यहाँ पे।
देखिए बिल्कुल
बहुत टफ टाइम्स होगा। क्या देखा था आपने, कितना मुश्किल था उस समय काम करना?
देखिए, मैं इसमें ना, मैं इमेजिंग करने जा रहा हूँ तो मेरे आंखों में से आंसू आ रहे हैं अभी, कि मैं कुछ कह नहीं सकता कि ऐसा सीन हुआ था यहाँ पे। मेरा घर यहाँ से पीछे ही है, करीब 100 मीटर की दूरी पे मेरा घर है। मेरे घर के जो बड़े बड़े पेड़ थे वहाँ पे टायर्स एरोप्लेन के अड़े थे, टायर्स एरोप्लेन्स के टच करके निकले हुए हैं मेरे घर के ट्रीज पे, झाड़ों पे मेरे घर के। और वहाँ पे ऐसी हादसा बनी कि मेरे दादा घर पे थे, मेरा छोटा भाई घर पे था, और मैं एलसी लेके, वो जो पीछे का साइड का एंटर गेट है ना, मेरे भाई की एलसी लेके मैं जमा कराने जा रहा था स्कूल में।
घर वालों की भी क्या स्थिति है?
मेरे घर वालों को तो लगा कि गया कि आज नहीं मिल रहा। मम्मी रो रही थी 2-3 बार तो मम्मी गिर गई, दादी अंदर आ गए, आँख चल रही थी वहाँ पे कैंटीन में, दादी आ गए। हम ऊपर 2nd फ्लोर पे थे, मेरा और मेरा ग्रुप लेके, जहाँ पे आँख थी, और आँख ज़्यादा बढ़ने लगी। हमने सबसे पहले तो सिलेंडर्स निकाले और दरवाज़ा क्लोज़ किया जहाँ पे आँख थी, और सारे मिरर्स जो थे वो तोड़ने लगे हम लोग, क्योंकि धुआं ज़्यादा हो रहा था और सांस लेने की तकलीफ हुए। ज़्यादा 38 से ज़्यादा किसी भी की हुए ना, वो आँखें वहाँ बेहोश हो जाए। ऐसे
नाम है आपका? क्या घर नंबर था जिस बिल्डिंग पर गिरा?
मेरा घर नंबर 19 है, 19 ब्लॉक नंबर है, और रूम नंबर 440 है। यहाँ के काउंसलर का मैं लड़का हूँ। और ऐसा है कि दादा को लगा कि भूकंप आया, इसके लिए सब घर से बाहर निकल गए, दादा को ऐसा लगा। और मैं निकला हुआ हूँ घर से, जैसे ही पहुंचा, अगर मैं 5 मिनट भी, मम्मी के पास पेट्रोल के पैसे गाड़ी के 2 व्हीलर थे मेरे पास, वो लेने ना खड़ा होता तो मैं इस हादसे में साथ था।
घर वाले सब बच गए हैं? कैसे सुरक्षित निकाला गया?
घर वाले सबके सब सुरक्षित है, और मेरे जो दोस्त लोग अंदर स्टूडेंट थे सबको मैं जानता हूँ, वो बेचारे 3-4 जन नहीं रहे।
जब तस्वीर देखी थी, जब धुआं निकल रहा था, तो क्या हालत हुई?
धुआं निकल रहा था, हमको तो लगा कि कुछ सिलेंडर ब्लास्ट हुआ है, शॉर्ट सर्किट का ब्लास्ट हुआ है, ऐसा लगा। किसी को ये नहीं मालूम, या किसी को ऐसा लगा कि पाकिस्तान वालों ने मिसाइल छोड़ी है, ऐसा लगा। पर आगे जाके देखा तो कुछ लोग ने बोला भी सही कि एरोप्लेन ब्लास्ट हुआ है। और मैं बोलता हूँ कि पायलट के अंदर भगवान आ चुके हैं कि हम सब जहाँ रहते थे ब्लॉक्स में, उसने कंट्रोल करते करते ब्लॉक से अच्छा खाली जगह में उसने लैंडिंग क्रैश करवाया, उसको अंदर भगवान मैं मानता हूँ।
आपको लगता है अगर थोड़ा आगे पीछे होता तो बहुत ज़्यादा नुकसान होता?
हाँ, थोड़ा पीछे वो कर लेता, जहाँ पे पहले ही डगा प्लेन, सबसे पहले डाउन हुआ, वहाँ पे हम लोग जाते हैं।
क्या नाम है आपका?
मेरा नाम प्रिंस पटनी है।
पटनी है ये, और बता रहे हैं कि किस तरह से पायलट की मेहनत से, पायलट की जो उसने अपना अंतिम समय पर जो काम किया है, जिस तरह से काम दिखाया है, उसके बाद से आपको ये तस्वीरें जो हम बता रहे हैं, एंड व्हाट वी ट्राइंग टू गेट on ground to you and to our viewers is imagine the condition of a just a child in 20s who was fighting the battle yesterday, who saw the fire, who saw the devastation, and now is just trying to understand on how he survived it. And he feels and gives the entire credit to even the pilot that it was he who did ensure, the pilot did ensure on ground that it crash landed in a lesser crowded area. Back to studio.
Manoge, just on that one point, I would suggest that it was impossible for the pilot, 34 seconds after, in that situation, that plane went down. It stalled and it crashed. You know, and there are very frequently, and Maria, I've seen this in the past as well, whenever a crash happens, there are often statements or, you know, which suggest that the pilot did this and the pilot did that. In a situation like that, the pilot had no control. If there was no thrust in the engines, that's been established, that plane just crashed. They would have been fighting for power. In 30 seconds, nothing got done. It's tragic that this went down like that. But the images that we see on our screen now, right-hand side, we can see the Prime Minister, the Civil Aviation Minister, others. The Prime Minister was briefed. A part of the aircraft still lies on top of that building. That's part of this medical college. A part of the hostel was struck. There are casualties on the ground as well. We're waiting to get the full number of people who've lost their lives on the ground. But 141 of the 142 individuals on board AI-171, which was a Boeing... Sorry, 241 out of 242 people on board the Air India Dreamliner AI-171 on a flight from Ahmedabad to London Gatwick Airport yesterday, killed in this horrific crash at about 1:38, 1:39 p.m. yesterday. Within 30 seconds of taking off, it went down. Let's just go across to NDTV's Aishwarya Jain, who's at that civil hospital which the Prime Minister visited. Aishwarya, go ahead.
Well, what we've been told very shortly is that there will be a press conference here, most likely by the Health Minister of Gujarat. And there you can see the arrangements have been made. Very shortly there would be some official from the Health Ministry, or either the Health Minister will arrive and will brief about the current situation as far as the undergraduate, doctors.
Just hold on 1 second. There's some wreckage being removed from the site. Ankit, go ahead.
Vishnu, you know, while you were showing the visuals of the Prime Minister's visit here, let me just at this moment after the Prime Minister's visit, there are these people, those who have come up, and they have brought ropes. Ropes are being tied all around this wreckage as we speak. We saw that they were trying to tie some ropes to this, either to ensure that it doesn't fall down, or in fact now possibly in some time from now they will start the process of removing the wreckage from here. And that's why you see a lot of teams there. There are few people, those who are in civilian clothes, not in the gear that the NDRF or the fire teams were using, before. But just before you came to us, they were putting and tying ropes around the wreckage. This which we are seeing at this moment. There is more activity which is taking place, and more people who are coming up as far as this building, the mess building, is concerned, where the point of impact was this, after the plane brushed this tree and went inside this building. Vishnu, go ahead.
Possible that the black box might be in. I'm just trying to get a specific fix on the location of the black box. There is a black box which is located towards the tail section of the aircraft, and what you are pointing out is the tail section of the aircraft which is on top of that building. Are they trying to just secure it to prevent that from collapsing, or are they trying to bring it down to try and potentially get hold of the black box? That's something that we need to see. So I'm just trying to figure out the exact location in the tail section of the black box itself. I've asked the airline, I've asked others whether the black box has been recovered. At this juncture, there are conflicting reports. So that's something that we really do need to find out about, because in terms of the investigation, that would be key. But go ahead, Ankit, with what you were saying.
Right. So the only, and let me also describe you, the only part of the plane, of the wreckage of the plane, which is still slightly intact, is what you see behind me. Under this is the tail, a part of the plane. under this, there is the underbody where in fact, the entire carriage or at least the luggage was being stored. So that has also fallen just a few meters. That is also a big chunk which is intact. Ahead of this building is that, fin, that tail that you see on the aircraft with the Air India logo as well, which is just ahead of this building. And of course, the landing gear. Landing gear, part of it is right under the wreckage that you are seeing at this moment, and some 100 meters away from it. Apart from that, the only big chunk is that engine, the cockpit, the entire body of the plane. Everything else has completely been charred in this fire. Vishnu, very quickly, as you see these visuals of increased activity. So I'm not very sure that those who are in they are not in any kind of rescue operation uniform. They could be part of the investigating team, but they are at this moment, have been at this moment, hovering around this entire area. And as I said, ropes are being tied to this. While you are also on your screens playing the visuals of the Prime Minister, let me very quickly, because I spent considerable amount yesterday of time here, let me very quickly tell you exactly the places where the Prime Minister have gone. If you can see the Prime Minister entering at this moment, this is right, 50 meters on my right, where the Prime Minister entered from, and he's being shown the very tail area, ladies and gentlemen, that you are seeing at this moment in our frame. The Prime Minister stood under this. He was shown the frame. Then the Prime Minister moved towards the buildings. That's the hostel buildings which house the residents and their families. This is the very spot where the Prime Minister had this discussion. He was standing under the very wreckage that you are seeing at this moment, which we are pointing out to on the other half of your screen where the people are working. He was standing right under that. What you see is the building number 1. So if you move from here, and Harsh Singhvi was pointing, this is the hostel building. These are the first 2 buildings about 50 meters from where the wreckage is at this moment, from the mess. First 2 buildings where the boundary wall of one of the buildings being broken, where the Prime Minister is standing. Then he moves towards the center. There are 3 buildings, as I said. The first 2 that you see, the one in the middle, under that building is, of course, the
Let's just stay with that. Bring down Ankit's sound for a moment. Let's just stay and describe what's happening over here. These are people injured on the ground. Remember, there was one survivor as well. I'm uncertain if he's still in hospital. I presume he would still be there under observation of the Prime Minister, meeting people who've been injured on the ground. Remember, there were lots of young people, students at that hostel in a medical college in that Gujarat area. Some of them fairly serious injuries. But the Prime Minister over there, the Home Minister over there earlier on, he's getting a briefing on the condition of those on the ground. Again, at this juncture, we can tell you that 241 people killed in that plane crash, but we still don't have an exact number. I believe that
this is
person
the miracle
was the miracle survivor.
Yes, his name is Vishwas Kumar Ramesh. He was actually seated on 11A. It's usually seen, Vishnu, as a notorious seat because it helped craft one of the most dramatic narratives in Indian aviation history. By all accounts, this is what we know of him, 40-year-old Vishwas Kumar Ramesh. He was seated on 11A and he survived. How did he survive is the big question. Some flights actually do not have windows on seat 11A, and it is a very cramped seat is usually how it is seen, Vishnu, and he is the survivor. In all, 5 students, 5 doctors who lost their lives, and close to 20 have been injured. It was lunchtime at the Vijay Medical College Hostel in Ahmedabad, and the MBBS students were in the age of 18 to 22, and they were in that mess come dining hall where the plane actually crashed. Almost 4 buildings have been destroyed so far. This Vishwas Kumar Ramesh, the Prime Minister meeting him right now, he has actually said that he managed to jump off the building jump off the plane before it crashed, and it happened so quickly, so he managed it. He has suffered impact injuries on his chest, eyes and feet. It was his brother also who was with him. It was his brother Ajay who was seated in a different row. Ramesh had been working in London for 20 years. He worked and lived in London, where his wife and child still live. We have spoken to the family members. We have tried to connect with his wife and also with his brother, the Prime Minister there, meeting those who have been injured at the civil hospital. In all, 20 have been injured, and these are largely the students, the MBBS students, because the plane, the Boeing, actually, the Dreamliner, rammed into the white concrete building, turning the entire sky orange as it burst into a fireball. And the students struggled to outrun the cloud of black soot and the tall flames which came out of it. There are broken glasses on the floors everywhere, you can see, and also the food which has been now buried in the ash. The Prime Minister's presence becomes important because he's reflecting the sentiments of the entire country. He's reflecting the sentiments of all Indians, that he stands with the next of the kin, and he also stands with all those who have injured in this hour of huge, huge tragedy.
All right, as we see these images of the Prime Minister at the civil hospital in Ahmedabad, let's just quickly go across to NDTV's Aishwarya Jain, who's in that hospital. There's a press conference which is expected shortly. Aishwarya, go ahead.
Well, that's right. Hrishikesh Patel, Gujarat Health Minister, is going to shortly address the press conferences. What we've been told, he just entered the trauma center, and let me show you these visuals from the civil hospital amid of the heavy security. There has been, these patients who have been treated, who were injured badly yesterday at the hostel, where undergraduate doctors were having, lunch when the aircraft crashed. And this is where Prime Minister Narendra Modi was, along with many others and the senior officials who met the survivors and the family members of the doctors as well. There you can see this notice over here at the gate of the trauma center, 171 Air India. Relatives of passengers are requested to get the information from Casualty Bhavan Vijay Medical College building, and they have been told a specific desk had been organized for them, the information center, where all the details can be received. And this is a place where the DNA samples would be also given, so that matchmaking can happen as soon as possible, and those bodies can be identified so that they can be dispatched after identification. Of course, for the preservance, they had been kept at a separate location here at the civil hospital as well. But of course, Prime Minister Narendra Modi meeting the lone survivor over here at the civil hospital, and to get the official and authentic information as to what is the update of the doctors who had been injured, the bodies recovered from the hostel over there. Hrishikesh Patel, the Gujarat Health Minister, has just gone inside at the trauma center after conducting and taking a brief from the doctors. He would be shortly addressing the press, is what we've been told.
This tragedy marks a first fatal crash of 787, the Dreamliner, the Boeing 787 that crashed in Ahmedabad after it took off on Thursday. Represents the first crash of the widely popular long-haul aircraft, which entered the service only in 2011. So, Vishnu, it's been only 14 years since Boeing 787 Dreamliner entered.
And just in terms of, if we are talking about the aircraft, let me tell you, as we've got these images once again of the Prime Minister speaking to that one man who miraculously survived. He was in seat 11A. He's a British national. When some reports suggest that he was found by rescuers over there, he was possibly unconscious, but when he spoke to his relatives back in the United Kingdom, he said that he had no idea how he got out of that plane. Perhaps he was thrown out. We have no idea what exactly took place, but he was there with relatives and others, and those people have perished in this crash. But in talking about the Boeing 787 Dreamliner, it's state-of-the-art. It's a relatively new aircraft. It's being used, hundreds of them, by airlines all across the world. Air India is one of the major users. More than 25 Air India jets are Boeing 787 Dreamliners. Vistara also operates or used to operate Dreamliners. Those have now come into the Air India fold as well. All of the international aviation authorities looking at the crash would want to know what exactly happened and whether there was something systemic which needs to be looked at with the 787. Remember, Boeing has had problems with the Boeing 737 MAX 8 aircraft, as a result of which that aircraft type, after 2 crashes, was grounded all across the world. It was cleared belatedly. That resulted in Boeing taking a huge financial hit. But let's just go straight across. Let's go straight back to Aishwarya Jain, who's got more information coming in from the Ahmedabad hospital. Aishwarya.
Well, the list has been now placed outside the trauma center, and let me show you this list of the survivors. These are doctors from the hostel and also one lone survivor, Vishwas Kumar. His age 39 mentioned, and he's been admitted to B735. These are 16 name of known persons who had been injured and admitted to the hospital, starting from Pratham Kulcha to Dharmendra Singh, Jeet Buria, Vishwas Kumar, Rajendra Bhai Patni, Anisha Ashwin Hirpara, Sitaben Patni, Arman Pathan, Ajay Parmar, Sharvani Vapre, Kamlesh Bhai Patni, Sanket Varya, Jaydev Gohil, Pranav Chaudhary, Abhishek Babubhai Hadat and Karvin Gamti. These are 16 of them who had been admitted to different wards. The list had been just placed outside the trauma center here, the civil hospital in Ahmedabad, and these are 25 other who had been who had been admitted to different wards, C7 and C8 amongst others, whose list had been mentioned. So 25 and 16 now names had been known who had been injured, and they had been referred directly yesterday to the civil hospital out here at the trauma center, where I can confirm that there is Gujarat Health Minister Hrishikesh Patel at the spot, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi also meeting these injured ones out here at the civil hospital. So 25 plus 16 is the number. Those have been injured, and rest of them still the authorities are trying to find out their identity, and this is the latest list that had been placed. Certainly more details will emerge as Hrishikesh Patel, the Gujarat Health Minister, after being briefed by the doctors inside, would give officially.
All right. We'll continue to keep coming back to you as we look at these visuals of the Prime Minister meeting those who have been injured. In all, 20 is what Aishwarya is telling us. But the big question, of course, is why did this Dreamliner actually go down? Vishnu, multiple theories which are coming in. And Vishnu, if you have an update, particularly with what are the scenarios, possible scenarios?
Well, I've got an update, and this is breaking news coming in on this Air India crash. The black boxes have not been recovered at this stage. We can confirm now that the black boxes at this juncture have not been confirmed. This is absolutely important information that I've been able to source. The black boxes have not been recovered at this stage. Now, that is absolutely critical information right now. It is in the rear section, the tail section of the aircraft, and that we are now told through our sources has not been recovered, and that there's been confusion, but we are going with our information right now.
So the question is, what are the details which will be there in the black box? Because retrieving black boxes has been very, very critical in aviation accidents, Vishnu. And this is, of course, the worst aviation disaster, one of the worst aviation disasters in Indian history. And the question is, the cause of the crash will be known only if the black box is recovered. A black box will have a recording of close to 52 seconds, Vishnu, if correct me on this, and it has to be decoded. And how many days does it take? And more importantly, when we say a black box, how does it look like?
Yeah, I'm just going to explain this in half a second, Maria, but this is just to let our viewers know that the black boxes, now what is the black box? The black box consists of two components. There's a digital flight data recorder and there is a cockpit voice recorder. The cockpit voice recorder, as the name suggests, records conversations of the pilot. I think it's much more than 52 seconds. I think it's a substantive amount of time during the flight that the cockpit voice recorder records what was happening in the cockpit. But as importantly, if not more importantly, the digital flight data recorder is another component of the black box, as it's referred to, which on an aircraft as highly automated as this detects and records parameters, perhaps more than 1,000 parameters, and minute by second parameters of the aircraft, whether it's the hydraulic system, the engines,
the weather conditions,
the hydraulic systems, the engines, the auxiliary power unit, the instrumentation on board, the exact surfaces used on the wings of the aircraft, the flap setting, which is so important in the context of this particular issue. All of that, moment by moment, is sort of looked at. So where is that located? Now, the black box, and again, I keep saying this, I'll repeat it since viewers tune in and other people tune in as well. So at the cost of repeating myself, the black box isn't black in color. It's in fact a shiny, reflective yellow or orange. That's to ensure that it's easily visible. It's located on in the aft section of the aircraft, specifically near or below the vertical stabilizer or the tail fin. Now, that tail fin of the aircraft is broken and fallen loose, but the auxiliary power unit is what you see actually on top of that building. So can we just have that image, please, of the top of the building showing the tail of the aircraft, because that is where the cockpit voice recorder and the digital flight data recorder, in other words, the black box, is located. Why this placement? It's chosen because the tail is often the least impacted part of the aircraft in a crash. It offers the best chance for the recorders to survive the impact. More precisely, they are usually housed in the rear fuselage. That's the rear of the aircraft. Again, we're trying to find that shot of that rear fuselage, which is atop that building. It's stuck over there. Often it's usually kept in a reinforced compartment within this tail section. It's designed to withstand extreme conditions like high impact crashes, fire, and water pressure as well. The exact spot varies obviously depending on the model of the aircraft which has been used. But it's that footage that's the one on the left hand side. I think it's somewhere over there where the black box of this aircraft is located. Now, that entire component, whether would possibly need to be lifted from that area for experts to be able to retrieve the black box. Now, that's going to be an extremely delicate and careful process that they're going to have to look at.
All right. In fact, as Vishnu was highlighting, black box in fact consists of two bright orange crash-resistant devices which are designed to survive extreme impact, fire and water pressure. It actually manages 25 hours. To be specific, can these recorders continuously store 25 hours of flight information? And that's the reason why investigators will get all the view, in fact all the details, and they will be able to piece together second by second events leading to this crash. As Vishnu was pointing out, there are two components to this: the flight data recorder, which logs thousands of technical parameters including altitude, speed, engine performance, and also control inputs. There's also the cockpit voice recorder, which is the CVR, which captures all cockpit audio, including pilot conversations, the radio transmissions, and also mechanical sounds. Those are the visuals also of the Prime Minister at the civil hospital there. But the question certainly is that this 787 Boeing struggled to gain altitude, and the crew issued an emergency call. There was a mayday call here, Vishnu, and FDR, which is will reveal certainly precise engine performance data and system warnings. And while the CVR could provide, which is the cockpit voice recorder, could provide and capture, would have captured emergency procedures being executed during those critical moments after the takeoff. And once recovered, these black boxes are sent to specialized forensic laboratories under India's Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau or international facilities, and the Bureau of Aircraft Accident Archives actually has investigators who will be first-hand assessing the physical condition of these devices and will also will be able to piece it all together.
All right. So, in all of this, there is an important consideration on insurance. Now, the, insurers would be paying the airline the higher end of the claims because there's been a complete loss of the hull of the aircraft. It's beyond, repair, and there's been a significant loss of life in the aircraft and on the ground as well. We're looking at upwards of $280 million at the very least. We've got a few more details of this.
Let me first start off with what could be India's largest expense in terms of aviation insurance claim. It's going to be likely 1,000 crore plus affair in terms of potential liabilities. It's also in terms of scale and complexity, it's extremely large and very, very complex to understand all of the factors which will go into the insurance claim. Let me first start off with Air India, what they've done in terms of insuring their fleet. They've spent around 234 crore rupees in FY24 on insurance costs. This is as per their financial statements, and they have insured their fleet through a group company which is Tata AIG as well as other insurers. Now, as per protocol, you can't go beyond a certain threshold or a benchmark in insurance within aviation with a single insurer. So they've gone through multiple insurers, and those insurers have in turn also undertaken reinsurance both domestically through a New India, a GIC-RE, as well as globally through AIG. So there's a consortium led by AIG which has reinsured the entire insurance of Air India. There's no single insurer to bear risk, which means that the risk is spread. So how much of that risk materializes in India? Around 5 to 10% of the claims get materialized in India. So if you assume a 1,000 to 1,200 crore insurance claim, and I'll come to the numbers, around 100 to 120 odd crore or maybe 150 odd crore could be the exposure. The exposure, therefore, is not large in relative terms. There's extensive reinsurance as well, which will likely protect insurers, and the balance claims are likely to be covered by global reinsurers. Let's talk about aircraft and damage, and therefore the largest part of this insurance is going to be the hull damage to the aircraft, which is likely to get covered up to 700 odd crore rupees or 75 to 80 million US dollars. Let me also now talk about the more important and difficult part of this, which is insurance of passengers. This is covered under the Montreal Convention. The compensation is calculated through special drawing rights, and the approximate value of the special drawing rights will be around 170,000 US dollars, which translates to approximately 1.5 crore rupees per passenger. There's obviously a lot of third-party damage which has been done in this situation. Unfortunately, the collateral damage will also likely be insured, and all of that is obviously yet to fully be understood and translated. So the value as well as what kind of calculation actually goes in this third-party insurance claim that might come is yet to be fully ascertained.
241 people on board this Dreamliner have lost their lives. There are 5 who were there in that hostel who have been killed as well. But there is one lone survivor, and that survivor, his name Vishwas Kumar Ramesh. He is a UK national, Prime Minister meeting him there. And there was someone who actually witnessed that survivor come out of the debris. Let's listen in to that conversation, an eyewitness who saw Vishwas come out of that debris after it actually crashed, the plane crashing and turning into a ball of flame.
रमेश जी वो शख्स हैं जिन्होंने सबसे पहले जो विश्वास, जो कि 242 पैसेंजरों में जो एक शख्स बचे हैं, तो वो विश्वास कैसे बचे हैं ये आप जरा बताइए दर्शकों को।
सर कैसा हुआ कि हमें भी ये यकीन नहीं था कि कोई बच के निकलेगा। जैसे वो हमें ऐसा लगा जब मैंने वो जो आधा जो प्लेन ब्रेक हुआ ना सर, तो जो ब्रेक होने का जो पॉइंट था उस पॉइंट पे शायद वो बंदा बैठा हुआ था। तो जैसे ही ब्लास्ट हुआ, ऐसे ब्रेक हुआ ना, तो उछल गया। उछल के वो नीचे, उस पे भी फ्यूल तो उड़ा, उसको आग तो लगी, पर वो जो दूसरे लोग जो जल गए, जैसे सीएम और भी जो पैसेंजर्स है जो बच ही नहीं पाए, जल गए, वो जैसे ब्लास्ट होके नीचे पछड़ा के नीचे गिरा, अथड़ा के नीचे गिरा।
आप बता सकते हैं अगर लोकेशन इस बिल्डिंग से कितनी दूर पर वो गिरे होंगे?
सर वो उस बिल्डिंग के जो करीब है, वहां से उछल के ये आगे की साइड, लेफ्ट साइड में आके वो गिरा अछड़ा के, और उसका पूरा शरीर जल रहा था। तो कुछ देर तो वो ऐसे ऐसे करने लगा, ऐसे ऐसे हिलने लगा, क्योंकि वो उसको मिटा रहा था, जो मिट्टी से उसको बुझा रहा था। फिर जैसे चल के वो खुद आया बंदा, और उसको पैर में उसको चोट लगी, क्योंकि ऊपर से उस सेकंड फ्लोर से नीचे गिरा, तो ऑब्वियसली उसके बोन्स में इंजरी हुई होगी। तो वो थोड़ा सा ऐसा लड़खड़ा रहा था, चल के आया, और आके वो आगे जाके तो लोगों को बोल रहा था कि बोले मैं गिरा हूँ, मैं फ्लाइट में ही था, पर किसी को यकीन नहीं हुआ। उसके बाद वो रोड तक चल के गया, जब 108 मतलब 108 वगैरह जो एम्बुलेंस आई, उनसे बात करने लगा, हम लोग देख रहे थे, तब हमें ये यकीन हुआ कि ये भी रियली उस प्लेन का पैसेंजर था, वरना कोई बिलीव नहीं कर रहा था। हमें ऐसा लग रहा था क्योंकि ऑर्डिनरी मतलब हॉस्पिटल का बंदा या वो जो मैस का बंदा होगा।
Vishwa, the lone survivor on AI-171, made it and is likely to be home soon in the UK, and what a relief for brother Nayan. But I'm so sorry to share that at the same time Nayan has great levels of uncertainty to know more about the other brother who was also on flight. So Nayan, you're 4 brothers. Firstly, thank you so much for talking to us.
Yeah, that's fine, yeah.
Are you 4 brothers?
Yeah, we were 4 brothers. 4 brothers.
When did you get to speak to Vishwa last?
Like 2 hours ago. Okay. Before the doctor denied him of speaking to anyone furthermore.
Is he fine? How is he?
Yeah, he looks fine.
Okay. And did he have anything to share about the other brother, about Ajay who was on board? Does he have details? Is he scared?
Yeah, that's the only thing he was worried about. He wasn't even worried about himself or any injuries that his body has. He was just worried about finding my other brother.
What made the 2 brothers travel to India?
Vacation.
And both Vishwa and Ajay are married.
Yes, they are.
I'm just so sorry. This is just such a mix of emotions, and I can see from the support and the love that you're receiving from neighbors, family members. I can tell that there's so much love in this family. How are your parents, Nayan?
My parents are really devastated and just in utter shock at the moment.
I'm sorry.
My mom's been crying all day.
I'm sorry. So I'm really very sorry. Are you likely to travel now to India? What next?
Yeah, we're going to travel to India tomorrow.
Okay. And what sort of support could you now ask for at this stage? Anything practical that can be offered by the UK, by communities, by the diaspora in India?
Honestly, I don't even know what kind of support we need. We just want to get to the hospital, meet my brother, and then see what happens from there.
Manogya is joining us live. We also have Abhishek Awasthi from Civil Hospital, where the Prime Minister was a few minutes ago, and that's where the families of the victims are also present. Manogya, the Prime Minister will be going to meet Vijay Rupani's family in just some time from now. A word on Vijay Rupani. Remember, Vishnu, when Prime Minister Modi became Prime Minister in 2014 and he handed over the reins of Gujarat to Anandiben Patel, soon after, 2 years later, she stepped down, and that was when Vijay Rupani, who was backed by the central leadership, emerged as a replacement. The BJP went and won the 2017 assembly elections under his leadership. Vijay Rupani went on to become the chief minister again. He has worked very, very closely with the Prime Minister. He was almost seen, and particularly when the Prime Minister, Mr. Modi, fought, he actually contested and then went on to become the Chief Minister of Gujarat in 2001. He won that election from Rajkot. That was the closeness with which he and Vijay Rupani had worked. A word on Vijay Rupani, the former Chief Minister, very, very affable, Manogya, very, very accessible, someone who would pick his own phone calls and you could speak to him anytime. And that's what Vijay Rupani actually stood for, a nature of politics very similar to what we see among politicians in Gujarat.
Well, you're absolutely right, Maria. Almost everyone will have an anecdote to share, and that too a very personal one and a very emotional one with Vijay Rupani, not just as the Chief Minister of the state who served the state for almost 2 terms, post Anandiben had handed over the regime to him, but also as someone who was seen as the man of Prime Minister Narendra Modi in handling the administrative affairs in the state post he moved to Delhi as the Prime Minister of the country. Remember, even during the second term of the Prime Minister in 2019 elections, he was the person here as the Chief Minister of the state. But when we talk about the family, the Prime Minister ensured that he met the family of Vijay Rupani at the airport. He spent time with them and expressed his condolences. These are moments of grief. These are not moments of words. When you stand by the families who've lost their loved ones, who have been your loved ones, all that you have to do is be physically present to ensure that you are there with the families who are suffering from this grief. Imagine the condition of the wife who was waiting in London for the husband to return. He could be the Chief Minister of a state, but at the end of the day, for the family, he is a family member. The state has lost a former Chief Minister, but the family has lost a member, and it is an irreplaceable loss. It is an emotional loss for every family who's gone through it. It could be the Chief Minister, it could be just another MBBS scholar. Every person's the trauma, the pain, the anguish, and the entire episode of this trauma is absolutely more painful than we could ever imagine. Bidding adieu at the railway station or at the airports, and then coming back to the news that within minutes of your seeing off the family, you hear that the family member is no more. And these are not just difficult times, but also testing times for the government, the administration, on how they're handling everything. Where I am standing, I'll give you an idea of the buildings that are here. And this is just one of the buildings that will give you an idea of the quantum of loss and the devastation that this crash has resulted in and has left the country and the world with. As you see the debris of most of the aircraft just behind it, it would be difficult for us to zoom in and show you, but the color, the discoloration of this building itself speaks on what exactly happened. If a building like this, of 6-story building, takes the color of ashes, literally shades of black here and grey, where you see the building charred completely, if not damaged, but it is not safe to stay. It will be identified by the government authorities, the responsible forensic teams, as well as the responsible authorities, on whether the families can be allowed in or not. But we spoke to several people who said that they had come here to rescue. They were just given to understand it was some kind of cylinder blast, but minutes later they realized that no, it was an air crash. It could be one of the costliest and most expensive air crashes in the history of the country as well as the world, but also with the life lost and the damages, the cost is beyond imagination. It is the trauma that will live with these people, even as we would be, there will be a compensation of 1 crore rupee for almost every kin of the relative who's lost their loved ones. This is just enough.
After meeting the bereaved families, at the civil hospital, he says, we are all devastated by the air tragedy in Ahmedabad. The loss of so many lives in such a sudden and heartbreaking manner is beyond words. Condolences to all the bereaved families. We understand their pain and also know that the void left behind will be felt for years to come. Om Shanti. So Prime Minister now headed to Vijay Rupani's home, where he will be meeting the family members. Prime Minister also saying, he has put out a tweet saying that he visited the crash site in Ahmedabad today. He met the officials and teams working tirelessly in the aftermath. Our thoughts remain with those who lost their loved ones in this unimaginable tragedy. 241 families devastated. Of all those who were on board, 1 survivor, and then there are 5 who were killed when the plane actually crashed on that building, where it was a residential area for the doctors, a hostel for the doctors. But the Prime Minister's presence, of course, in this moment of immense loss and grief, will have the much needed connect which is needed at the moment to Vishnu, one would say, because he is reflecting the sentiments of the entire nation. And in this tragedy, there were not just Indians, of course 150 plus Indians, but there were also British nationals, nationals from Canada and other countries as well. So multi-nation probe which has been ordered. The critical aspect would be the recovery of the black box. The 2 black boxes haven't been recovered is what sources are telling NDTV. The black boxes are very, very critical because it will give details of those the last few minutes, because it can continuously store 25 hours of flight information, and the investigators will get second by second details of events leading to a crash.
There is a short interview, and let's play that out right now. A Doordarshan reporter spoke to the lone survivor of AI-171. Let's listen in.
अहमदाबाद से लंदन के लिए जो फ्लाइट जा रही थी, उस फ्लाइट में 242 लोग सवार थे और उनमें 2 पायलट थे और इसके अलावा 10 क्रू मेंबर थे और 230 जो आम लोग थे जिसमें विदेशी भी शामिल थे। विश्वास कुमार इस समय हमारे साथ हैं। आपको बता दें कि विश्वास कुमार इकलौते ऐसे शख्स हैं जो उस हादसे में जिंदा बचे, और ये एक तरीके से चमत्कार है क्योंकि ऐसे चमत्कार बहुत ही कम देखने को मिलते हैं। प्रधानमंत्री यहाँ पर पहुँचे, विश्वास कुमार से उन्होंने बातचीत की, उनका हालचाल जाना।
सर ने पूछा कि कैसे हुआ, तो मैंने उसके बारे में बताया और सब हालचाल पूछा सब।
विश्वास, अगर हम जानना चाहें कि आप थोड़ा सा बता पाएं कि ये हादसा कैसे हुआ था, क्योंकि ये एक बड़ा चमत्कार है जिस तरीके से आप वहाँ से इकलौते ऐसे शख्स हैं जो जिंदा बचे।
वो मेरे नज़रों के सब सामने हुआ था। मेरे खुद को भी बिलीव नहीं होता कि मैं कैसे उसमें से जिंदा बाहर निकला, क्योंकि थोड़ा टाइम लिए कि तो मेरे को लगा था कि मैं भी मरने वाला हूँ, लेकिन जब मेरी आँख खुल के मैं देखा ना तो मुझे लगा मैं जिंदा हूँ। तो मैंने ट्राई किया, जब मेरी सीट थे वो मेरी बेल्ट निकाला, मैंने वो ट्राई किया जहाँ से निकल सकता वहाँ से, तो मैं निकल गया वहाँ से। मेरे सामने नज़रों के सामने एयर होस्टल और दूसरे आंटी अंकल सभी उसमें मिस हो गए थे सभी।
अच्छा, थोड़ा सा बता पाएं, जब जैसे ही टेक ऑफ हुई फ्लाइट क्या हुआ था और अचानक से कैसे हादसा हुआ?
टेक ऑफ के बाद 1 मिनट के अंदर ही जब टेक ऑफ हुआ ना, तो सडनली 5-10 सेकंड कैसे लगा जैसे स्टक हो गया वो। बाद में से मेरे को लगा कि कुछ हुआ। बाद में प्लेन में लाइट ऑन हो गई, ग्रीन और वाइट। बाद में वो पता नहीं वो प्लेन टेक ऑफ ज़्यादा करने के लिए वो रेस बोलते हैं क्या, रेस दिया होगा ऐसा कुछ, और सीधा स्पीड में ही घुस गया जहाँ वो क्या था वो
हॉस्टल था, एक हॉस्पिटल का।
हाँ, हॉस्टल में, और सब सामने सब हुआ।
ये जब फ्लाइट जब क्रैश हुई उस समय हॉस्टल पे लैंड की थी, उसी समय आप बाहर निकले थे?
नहीं, क्योंकि आई थिंक मेरे को जब मैं जो साइड पे था ना, वो साइड हॉस्टल पे नहीं लैंड हुई थी। हॉस्टल के जो ग्राउंड फ्लोर है ना, जैसे नीचे वहाँ लैंड हुई थी। तो मुझे दूसरे के बारे में मेरे को पता नहीं, लेकिन मैं जहाँ लैंड हुआ था ना वो नीचे की साइड थी। तो जब वहाँ थोड़ा पेस भी था प्लेन के जब बाहर, तो जब जैसे मेरा डोर टूटा ना सब, तो मैंने देखा ना जब सामने कि थोड़ा इधर पेस है, तो मैं ट्राई कर सकता हूँ निकलने के लिए। तो मैंने ट्राई किया निकलने के लिए, तो फिर मैं निकल गया उधर, क्योंकि अपोजिट साइड पे था ना वो बिल्डिंग का वो था ना दीवार, तो उधर से कोई शायद नहीं निकल सका होगा, क्योंकि उधर पूरा उधर ही क्रैश हुआ था। मैं जो जहाँ था वहाँ ही थोड़ा पेस था। फिर भी मेरे पता नहीं मैं कैसे बचा हूँ, क्योंकि मेरे नज़र के सामने ही सब 2 एयर होस्टल वो अंकल आंटी सब उधर ही सब।
आप पैदल चल के आए वहाँ से निकल के?
हाँ, और थोड़ा जब आग लगी ना मेरा लेफ्ट हैंड भी जल गया थोड़ा। फिर एम्बुलेंस मेरे को उठा लेके इधर आया हॉस्पिटल में।
अभी इलाज वगैरह कैसा हो रहा है? अभी कैसा फील कर रहे हैं आप?
इलाज बहुत अच्छा है, यहाँ के लोग बहुत सपोर्टिंग है, बहुत अच्छा इलाज कर रहे हैं सब।
ये आपने देखा विश्वास कुमार जो इकलौते शख्स थे जो इस हादसे में जिंदा बचे थे। प्रधानमंत्री यहाँ पर पहुँचे घायलों को देखने के लिए, क्योंकि जब हवाई जहाज क्रैश हुआ उसके आसपास भी कई सारे लोग थे जो घायल हुए थे, जिनका इलाज अहमदाबाद के सिविल हॉस्पिटल में चल रहा है। और प्रधानमंत्री ने दिशा निर्देश भी दिए हैं कि इनके इलाज में किसी तरह की कोई कोताही ना बरती जाए और बेहतर से बेहतर इनका इलाज किया जाए। कैमरामैन विनोद ओझा के साथ नीरज सिंह, DD न्यूज़, Ahmedabad.
And Vishwas here is saying that he stood up and ran. There were pieces of the plane all around me. How he survived, how I survived is what he says. I don't know.
No, it was incredible. He said I think it was on the first floor or something like that.
There was a space next to.
And there was space next to him.
So that he can stand up. He could stand up.
And he said that on the other side there was no space. He also mentioned that there were bodies, near him. And he managed to walk out. And that's the footage of him walking out. But that interview, which Doordarshan got, and we'll play out again in a little while from now, is one of the great miracles in aviation history. Yes. There have been strange stories in aviation of people having survived air crashes, people having fallen.
And what's with this seat, Vishnu, that we keep talking about? 11A.
So, no.
There's a lot of, I've been reading stories online of civil aviation enthusiasts who actually say that this is the worst seat in an aircraft.
No, it might be an uncomfortable seat. It depends on the configuration of every aircraft. I don't know how exactly Air India's Boeing 787-8, this particular aircraft, where the seat was. But, there is no good seat and bad seat. There is no seat where you're more likely to survive or less likely to survive it. That depends on the point of impact, right? And if you're lucky, you manage to get away, that's one thing. This gentleman was very lucky to get away. It's a miracle. And he found space. He managed to exit. And he was burnt slightly on his arm when there was a fire and things like that. But he was taken to hospital, and by the grace of God, he's okay. He's absolutely fine.
Just look at that image. I mean,
he just walked out of that.
He
crash,
walked out,
and there was a massive fire over there.
And charred bodies and
all around.
Yes, and it's very difficult.
I don't know if when he got out, the bodies may not have been charred. I mean, there was an explosion almost instantly, but I would suggest that just moments after, perhaps instantly after the plane crashed, he managed to get out. The explosion may have been on another part of the aircraft. It obviously consumed the entire structure of the aircraft. But the area where he was, he managed to get out, but he was burnt in his arm, on his, you can see that. It's
and he has also faced a loss here because his brother was on a different seat.
Yeah.
And when he stepped out, his words were, please go and please help me also find my brother. Of course, he survived. His brother is among those 241 who lost their lives.
Yeah. Let's go back to our correspondents. Do we have Manogya with us? All right, we'll get our correspondents up soon. So just in terms of the information that we have this morning, there is the flight data recorder, I am now told, as of 10:30 a.m. when I got my information, has not been recovered. It's likely in the tail section of the aircraft. That's a component which is lodged on the roof of that building. They would take their time to get it. They're not going to rush into that because given how precariously that tail section is, they want to ensure perhaps that that entire aft section, and let's bring up that video please, of the aft section which is stuck on top of the building, is carefully removed, and then the digital flight data recorder and the cockpit voice recorder are taken out. From that. That's not the area I'm talking about. I'm talking about the end of the aircraft, the tail of the aircraft, which is where the digital flight data recorder and the cockpit voice recorder are. As of 10:30, that's what I'm talking about. It's somewhere over there. Now, a little while back, my colleague Ankit was reporting that he saw a couple of people on top of the roof over there, perhaps working to secure that area, or perhaps even starting the process of trying to locate it, but it's not been located. So that's an important piece of information, but I fully expect that if, it would be. Now, the black box is encased in a hardened structure. It's designed to sustain massive impact, and it is designed to collect all of the information till the point of the crash itself. So hopefully once that is out and that is processed, we'll be able to know the cause of the crash. We will. It's a matter of time. Hopefully that black box hasn't been damaged and that data is accessible over there. That is absolutely key to finding out what went wrong, because this is something which obviously everybody wants to know, and the international aviation community would also want to know. Since 2009, this is the first fatal crash of a Boeing 787 Dreamliner aircraft. Now, let's go straight across to Shiv Arur, who's got more details on the Boeing 787 Dreamliner and some of the circumstances, and more details on the plane itself. But go ahead, Shiv. Details on Boeing.
Boeing has made two announcements so far. It's facing its stock stumbling. There is suspense over there could be not just Indian action on the 787 fleet, but possibly reverberations across the 787 fleet, across different operators across the world. But the important thing to look back on now, as we report on the Ahmedabad crash, is Boeing's track record over the last 5 years, which has been, to say the least, a very, very turbulent one. It has faced a probe over two very similar crashes that took place. This was of a different aircraft type. This was the 737 MAX, which, as you know, was globally grounded for a very long time, leading to one of the largest aviation investigations in history. The Lion Air flight and the Ethiopian Air flight, the crashes that took place in which 346 people had died, sparked one of the deepest and most damaging investigations into Boeing. The 737 MAX aircraft in 2024, after the investigation was complete and the aircraft were back in the air, lost a door panel mid-air. This was an Air Alaska flight. There were no lives lost in this particular accident, but this led to a huge amount of scrutiny as far as factory floor quality control, something that Boeing has always prided itself on, but that became a big talking point as well. Boeing's brand has been taking a beating for about 5 to 6 years now, with the 737 MAX especially now. The whistleblower aspect of Boeing's troubles has been something in the media highlights for a while very sharply, especially John Barnett, who raised many safety concerns, and gave the impression that it was an "I told you so" moment as far as many of these accidents was concerned. He's warned of unsafe manufacturing practices. He'd put out a great deal of information suggesting that he had raised the flag on some of these practices in the past as well. He said that Boeing had responded to Barnett saying that the issues raised by him don't directly affect aviation safety, but John Barnett was found dead in March 2024, adding a very insidious sort of color to this entire thing. Now, the 787 issue becomes personal because the CEO of Boeing, Kelly Ortberg, has had to deal with troubles with the 787 in the past, even though Flight 171's crash is the first accident involving the Boeing Dreamliner, which is otherwise a very well-regarded aircraft. It has had troubles, and Kelly Ortberg will now be challenged by the effort to restore that trust. It's already been facing what I just described to you with the Boeing 737 MAX and now the 787 as well. Like I said, the post-crash effect financially on Boeing has had a telling effect. Their shares have already tanked by about 5%. So that's a shareholder challenge that Boeing will have to look like. The 787 Dreamliner, which was introduced in 2011, carried its billionth passenger last month. It's a widely used, widely operated wide-body passenger jet. At a loss of $11.8 billion is one of the big financial crises that Boeing actually faces in 2024 and going into this year. Total losses since 2019 is a staggering $35 billion. This is an enormous old aviation giant, but this has actually started to hurt. So the financial issues, the suspense and questions over safety will continue to haunt Boeing. Fatalities in this particular accident, 241, like we've been reporting here on NDTV, one sole survivor who just met the Prime Minister as well. But 241 makes this one of the biggest and most damaging accidents involving a Boeing aircraft. There was a 737 crash in 2024 of Jeju Airlines. 179 people died in that particular accident. Let's move on to the next one. There are other. This was a Boeing 737, once again, 21. This was the Air India Express in Kozhikode in Kerala, which had landed and broken apart after landing. 21 people had died in that particular crash. Benny had thankfully survived as well. The 737 MAX 8 air crash, this was the Lion Air crash that I was referring to at the beginning of this video. 189 people crashed in that. This is the genesis of what became that bigger investigation. And then you had the Ethiopian air crash as well, just a few months later, in which 157 people died. It all came down to something called the MCAS, or Maneuvering Characteristics Augmentation System, which became a buzzword, a piece of software that spawned an enormous investigation into Boeing. So over nearly 400 people dying in two aircraft accidents spawned perhaps the biggest dark period as far as Boeing's reputation is concerned. There was a Bihar crash in 2000 in which a Boeing 737-200 crashed. 60 people had died in that particular crash. So what we do know right now about the Dreamliners, and like I said, these are aircraft that are wide-body, twin-engine aircraft built for efficiency and speed. Boeing's, big answer to aircraft from its rival Airbus. This is the first crash involving the 787 Dreamliner type since its introduction in 2011.
All right, so there's some information now coming in on the Prime Minister meeting officials in Ahmedabad, Civil Aviation Ministry officials. Let's just see if we can listen in. All right, there's no audio over there. Maria, who are the people that he's speaking
Ram Mohan Naidu, the Civil Aviation Minister, can be seen.
He is, yeah.
There are other officials of the ministry, because the big question certainly is, Vishnu, what about the black box? Because that's very critical in piecing together what went wrong. Was it an engine failure, a possibility of a control system failure, and a fuel contamination is something that is being highlighted as well. Why did the Dreamliner, which accelerated on the runway, takes off and reaches an altitude of 625 feet and then crashes? What really played out in the last less than 30 seconds is the big question. The Prime Minister there chairing an important meeting in Ahmedabad after being on the crash site and also meeting those who have been injured in this crash. Of course, 241 people dead, one survivor and 5 of those who died when the plane crashed in a hostel. But the larger question certainly, Vishnu, will be about what really happened. Black box here becomes very important because the forensic teams who are also present at the crash site are trying to get details, because the black boxes will be then sent to forensic laboratories under India's Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau. I can see Ankit joining us as well. Ankit, the question is black box, when will it be recovered? And the forensic teams are also at the site of the crash trying to get details as much as they can.
Absolutely. Since last night, there has been heavy activity as far as the various teams are concerned who have come in from, in fact, Delhi. And that's where, at this, since morning after the Prime Minister's visit as well, there is heightened activity, especially around this tail section, which is at this moment the largest chunk intact chunk of that aircraft. The aircraft that had crashed into this, hostel, the mess of the juniors doctor hostel. Now, as you see, on both these buildings, the one right where the tail is, there are 3-4 people that you can see at this moment. On the other hand, there are on the adjacent building as well. What we also know that there has been an announcement that the final clearing of the wreckage by the SDRF and the NDRF, the process has begun at around 10:30 a.m. That process has begun. So it was after the Prime Minister's visit. In certain sections, massive JCBs and other machines have been put, which are clearing the debris as we speak. There were a lot of activity here. In fact, I saw a couple of people trying to pull some pieces out of this tail section as well. Like Vishnu has been pointing out, the likelihood of the black box around this area is quite high, but we yet do not have any confirmation whether the black box in any way has been recovered or not as of now. But the clearing of the debris from this area has begun. We have been told it will take more than 24 hours, a couple of days before everything can be cleared. Because remember, while the forensic teams are here, they have also instructed the NDRF and the SDRF that it has to be cleared section by section, and that has to be, in fact, packaged and will then be taken for further investigation. So it's not like you just scoop out everything and throw it on one side. It would be, in fact, from all the 400, 500 meter area where the debris is at this moment. Small areas will be cleared and they will be then packed off for further investigation, with some of these big chunks which are lying possibly being moved right in the end. But at this moment, what I can tell you is a lot of officials are at this moment at the crash site.
A quick word on the area of impact. Can you just give us a sense? You are saying that there are 4 buildings which have been completely charred and destroyed. In all, there were 8 buildings of this hostel and a huge, area. Can you give us a sense of the area of impact? In the sense, is it 1 kilometer, or can we put number to it?
Yeah, it would be less than a kilometer, but about 500 to 700 meters from where you see the tail going right up to the buildings where the doctors used to stay. In fact, these buildings that are intact, they are also the buildings. So this gives you a sense of the kind of buildings. The other ones, they were also absolutely similar buildings, 2 buildings facing each other, and a row of the front 4 buildings, 8 in total. 5 of them have been absolutely, charred, have been absolutely destroyed, and there is a lot of damage that has happened. So from the tail going up to about 600 meters is the last building, the boundary wall of this hostel. This is a big area. I can see some JCBs which are moving in towards the wreckage side. My colleague will show you, Sudhish will show you one of the JCBs which has just been brought in, which is moving inside to clear the debris. The operation from the SDRF and the NDRF has begun. Officially, we have been told that they have been asked to clear the debris. They will start from the very front. So this is the back, from the very front of this building, the building right at the last, if I can number it, let's call it right at the extreme, building number 4. Then there is building number 3 where the engine is, then building number 2 and 1. After that, apart from those 5 residential buildings, you would also come to the mess, which is a 2-floor, building, the ground floor and the first floor where the kitchen and the mess was. And right next to it is another administrative block where the Junior Doctors Resident Association office was. That building has also been impacted. So overall, there are 5 of those, and 2 of these, about 7 buildings which have been severely impacted, and a couple of others as well. The doctors which were living in the other hostels and the building which have been completely charred, if I can tell you, they used to look exactly like this. So this is ground plus 5, and I've seen even on the 5th floor, there is a crater. You could have seen almost like a wing-shaped crater breaking the wall, which has gone inside. Now, let me also tell you, there was a water tank on top of this, but that was also destroyed. First, when the plane came down, it first brushed, the tires are brushed on this tree, then to that chimney, eventually crashing right there. Right under this building where the mess is the underbody of the plane, where the wreckage, in fact, all the suitcases and other things were put in, and all that is lined up, and it's heartbreaking to see, the small trolley bag of the kids, their football, food, other things strewn around that place. All that is right next to this building. Ahead of this building is a big crater. Right next to that crater is the tail fin area, the tail fin section which broke away from this very, rear end of the aircraft, and of course the landing gear, which is also right in front of this building. 2 tires that I saw yesterday when we were reporting from that place. I can still see some smoke coming out, and a stench that tells you the gravity and the scale of this devastation that took place right here near the Meghani colony at the BK Medical College Junior Doctors Residence Mess.
And Ankit, a word also on are the students or the doctors, have they been shifted out to other places? Because the impact would have been on other buildings as well. It may have seen cracks as well.
Right, so from few of the buildings which are right next to the places which had the maximum impact, people have been asked to leave. But these ones which largely remain untouched, these are the buildings where the doctors are still there. But I've been told because there were some summer holidays as well, so it's not very populated at this moment. Because of the Prime Minister's visit and other VVIPs coming in, many of them have shifted out either near the hospital or at the relatives' place. So there are not many residents as we speak. But let me also give you an update, Maria. What we have also been told is that the casualty figure, the fatality figure on the ground could also go up. So far, we know 241 on board have perished, one survivor. Apart from that, 5 junior doctors died. That was the confirmation yesterday. Now, what I've been told is that 2 senior doctors, probably a couple, I'm trying to ascertain that they have also died in this air crash. And there were a lady and her daughter, both employed as cooks in this mess, those who have also passed away. The DNA sampling by their family at this moment is on at the civil hospital, Kotaki building, which has been converted into the staging area for the DNA samples being taken. So the number could easily go up to 9 or more. 16 identified injured, including the one who was on board the aircraft, are at this moment recuperating at the hospital. There are some other injured, those whose names are yet to be identified. But as we speak, it seems that the operations have begun, and it will take a day or two before the clearing of the debris from this entire place can actually be completed.
Yes, and the recovery of the black box is very, very critical at this point. And Ankit, we really do not know whether, how soon will that be? Because Vishnu, if we look at the disasters, aviation disasters in the past, how soon has the black box usually been recovered? In a matter of 24 hours? Do we have timeline of that nature? The last disaster when we saw in Kozhikode at that airport.
I was covering that,
yes.
And I recall it was quite soon when it was found. But let's talk a little bit about this black box. It's actually orange in color, pinkish orange in color. We'll have a picture up of it very soon, what exactly the investigators would be looking for. It's located in the aft section of the Boeing 787 Dreamliner.
And we're looking at 2 black boxes.
I think it's just one. But I think it's just one unit which is in a hardened sort of location. As I understand it, the Dreamliner, and we need to check if this is the exact type used by Air India, but it's a Honeywell HFR 5V, as it's known, black box. I've put that picture on our group. We can actually pull it out from there. So the HFR 5 CVR, which is the cockpit voice recorder, and the digital recorder, is something. It's crash survivable. The
impact of fire and water pressure.
Recording. It's a recording device intended for installation in commercial air transport aircraft to accommodate cockpit voice recording. It records 4 channels of audio present at its inputs. Then apart from that, it records digital communication data, right, from a communications management unit or a similar piece of equipment. It times correlation signals, right, and it retains 2 hours of recorded information in a solid state crash-worthy memory. So in other words, all of this information, whether it's data on the parameters or conversations from the pilots, 2 hours in a crush survivable memory card. So all audio, data link, timing data, right, automatic status reporting, a lot of other information on board. It is very much the industry standard which we are talking about. I think this is what they're actually looking for right now. I've got an exact picture of that very, very soon. We can use that particular image of the exact type which is being used. Now, that's the tail section of the aircraft. Now, when I checked last at 10:30 in the morning, it had not been recovered. It's located in a hardened structure within the tail section of the aircraft. That is believed to be a more survivable area for the black box. It is designed to sustain very heavy pressures, high G-forces as a result of an impact. It's designed to survive immersion in water as well. It would send out a ping to identify its location. We'll have a picture of the Honeywell type, which is likely to be used on a Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner. Yeah, so that's the exact one which we believe may be in use on Dreamliners. At least some Dreamliners would have this particular variant, which is the HFR5V. Any variant which Air India has on its Dreamliners would be, only notionally different, but the capabilities would be broadly similar. And, this is a global standard. It's a very new aircraft. It is crash survivable. It is designed to meet or ICAO, the US FAA, that's the US administrator, or the ICAO, the International Civil Aviation Organization standards. It has survivability under extreme conditions, impact, fire, and submersion in water. This is installed in the aft fuselage, as we mentioned earlier on. It has two parts to it: a flight data recorder, or digital flight data recorder, as I've been calling it. It records over 1,000 flight parameters for up to 25 hours. It has a cockpit voice recorder, which captures 2 hours of audio from the cockpit's microphones and communications. So this is located in the tail area of the aircraft. Both the flight data recorder and the cockpit voice recorder, which is collectively known as the black box. But as you can see, it's pinkish orange in color so that it's easily visible. It's located near the auxiliary power unit. Now, what you see of that wreckage over there, that's the precise location where we believe the Boeing 787-8's black box would be located, near the auxiliary power unit compartment. What is the auxiliary power unit? It's essentially an additional engine which these modern aircraft have, which powers, for example, the air conditioning systems when an aircraft is on the ground. It provides power for electrical systems on board as well. The black box is located above the rear pressure bulkhead. That's again in the aft section, the rear section of the aircraft. This area is chosen because it's structurally robust. It's less likely to be severely damaged in a crash, and that increases the likelihood of data recovery. It's mounted in a reinforced crash-resistant enclosure. It's designed to withstand extreme impact, fire, and water submersion. The units are typically placed in a compartment accessible for maintenance, but protected from routine operational hazards. Now, the exact coordinates, are not easily available in open source documentation for proprietary reasons, also for security. But this is something that investigators would be aware of, and they would try and get it. Now, as I understand it, this entire structure, one reason why they may not be trying to, get anything right now is because they want to ensure that aft structure is secure, right? It doesn't fall away from there. In fact, that's something which Ankit, our colleague, was reporting earlier on.
And black box data, certainly, Vishnu, will be critical in determining whether the disaster resulted from mechanical failure, was there an engine malfunction, human error, or multiple factors, many of such factors being talked about. Shiv Arur is joining us to give us more details on this black box. Shiv, over to you.
A very complicated and very deep investigation into why Flight 171 went down has already begun. But for the benefit of our viewers here on NDTV, I just wanted to detail the broad steps that are being taken by investigation agents who are already on the ground. Now, since last night, after the flight actually crashed, something called site mapping of the wreckage, which basically draws a map of where every part of the debris has landed. That is the first step that actually takes place. The crash site forensics of the engines is the next big priority that happens. Then you've got the probe agents moving on to the deeper areas of the Vishnu. Vishnu, I'm going to toss it back to you. We'll come back to this in a moment.
I think the point that Shiv was mentioning about forensics being conducted on the engine are absolutely critical at this stage. I'll tell you why. And, my colleague Ankit Tyagi had filmed the engines, or one of the two engines on the Boeing 787 Dreamliner yesterday, and that was absolutely essential because that was relatively intact. That becomes critical in a situation like this because in terms of the loss of thrust on the aircraft, why it wasn't generating enough power, you would want physical examination of the engine as well. Let's go across to Manogya, who's on the ground. Manogya, go ahead.
We show you live pictures of something that is happening here. Just a few minutes ago, a body was taken out from these buildings, or whether it was brought in from the aircraft, around the aircraft area, or the debris of the building here is not sure. But there was one body that was recovered and has been now sent to the hospital in an ambulance now. Officials have confirmed that yes, there is one more body that has been recovered now. But as I show you live pictures, I'll request Rohit to give you exact details and show you the pictures of what exactly is happening. That's the Dreamliner that you see there, the red and white in color, collapsed completely and in the devastated condition, where there are officials standing on the aircraft, on the broken aircraft, on the collapsed and the crashed aircraft there. And these are the officials from various departments. They are studying it, and also because of the forensic experts as well as the DGCA experts as well as aviation experts who are here, who will be identifying on what exactly went wrong and what was the main reason of this entire accident and the tragedy that has left almost everyone in a state of shock. We're given to understand that this is also in the process of ensuring that the aircraft and the debris of the aircraft is removed from here, but with ensuring the forensic evidence intact. Most important is that this also collides with the same region, with the buildings that it crashed into, and has left the entire building and the entire property here surrounding the entire hostel damaged completely. These are charred buildings that you see here. There's a genset that has been placed to ensure that there is continuous electricity supply. Just a few while ago, there were BSNL officials who had arrived here to ensure that the snapped lines are now connected again. They have to reconnect the underground as well as the overground wiring that was affected due to this collapse and this crash. The officials that you see there, the red and white structure of the aircraft, still there. And what is more important, I'd like to tell you a very significant thing that's happening here. You see a lot of birds and crows especially. So are there more dead bodies around? Because crows usually flock in regions where there is a part of, it could be corpse or it could be more to it than what meets the eye. We are still not sure on whether there is a possibility of more bodies in this region, or are we just done with the death toll as of now, or it will still count and keep counting and increasing with every hour or by the end of the day. That completely depends. But there is a post-rescue operation. The search operations are being conducted on war footing. Remember, 5 bodies have been handed over, 5 mortal remains of people who lost their lives have been handed over to their families, which did not need detailed DNA investigation. The Prime Minister visited this location. He saw this himself and finally visited the hospital, met the families of the affected ones and the lone survivor, Ramesh Vishwas Kumar, also today. But besides that, he's also been speaking to the family members, including the family members of Vijay Rupani. He met today at the airport, spoke to them, and besides that also held meetings with series of meetings with the officials as well as all stakeholders here present in Ahmedabad as well as from around the country. We have to understand that from the Civil Aviation Minister to the State Chief Minister Bhupen Patel, besides that there were also other officials of the state as well as central government who have been here with the Home Minister Amit Shah monitoring the situation since yesterday. Remember, Gandhinagar and Ahmedabad happens to be the parliamentary constituency of Home Minister Amit Shah, and of course Gujarat has been the bastion of Prime Minister Narendra Modi since his childhood. It's not just his birthplace but also the place that saw his evolution from a leader to the Chief Minister and then to the Prime Minister. But when we talk about the present circumstances and the situation, these are challenging times. We have to understand that the entire area has been cordoned off. The entire Gujarat police has been monitoring it. The charred bodies are still being taken out. There was one more body that was brought out. most of the fire and emergency services here of Ahmedabad Municipal Corporation, as well as the gensets, the entire electricity supply, forensic experts, and also the DGCA teams of experts who's been monitoring and has to study on what exactly went wrong. Whether we have been able to find the most important black box is something that we need to reconfirm. It is yet to be confirmed. But when we speak about the present situation and the search operations that are being conducted, there is cordoning of the entire area. A lot of people have been arriving here, especially medical scholars who did not want to speak on camera because most of them are in a government job, are affiliated with government organizations, do not want to mention on record on what their emotional turmoil is. Some of them did mention it was very tough for them to handle their emotional roller coaster, to see some of their own fellow classmates and batchmates charred to death just with this sudden shocker that has left everyone in a state of almost a traumatic experience that would be remembered forever.
Absolutely. In fact, you were speaking about the lone survivor there, Vishwas Kumar Ramesh. He spoke to the DD, the Doordarshan, after meeting the Prime Minister. Let's listen in what was his story of what he saw and how he walked out, clearly being miraculously.
This interview really does tell a lot. It talks about the circumstances in which he got out of the aircraft, what he saw. Let's listen in.
अहमदाबाद से लंदन के लिए जो फ्लाइट जा रही थी, उस फ्लाइट में 242 लोग सवार थे और उनमें 2 पायलट थे और इसके अलावा 10 क्रू मेंबर थे और 230 जो आम लोग थे जिसमें विदेशी भी शामिल थे। विश्वास कुमार इस समय हमारे साथ हैं। आपको बता दें कि विश्वास कुमार इकलौते ऐसे शख्स हैं जो उस हादसे में जिंदा बचे और ये एक तरीके से चमत्कार है, क्योंकि ऐसे चमत्कार बहुत ही कम देखने को मिलते हैं। प्रधानमंत्री यहाँ पर पहुँचे, विश्वास कुमार से उन्होंने बातचीत की, उनका हालचाल जाना।
सर ने पूछा कि कैसे हुआ, तो मैंने उसके बारे में बताया और सब हालचाल पूछा सब।
विश्वास, अगर हम जानना चाहें कि आप थोड़ा सा बता पाएं कि ये हादसा कैसे हुआ था, क्योंकि ये एक बड़ा चमत्कार है जिस तरीके से आप वहाँ से इकलौते ऐसे शख्स हैं जो जिंदा बचे।
और मेरे नज़रों के सब सामने हुआ था। मेरे खुद को भी बिलीव नहीं होता कि मैं कैसे उसमें से जिंदा बाहर निकला, क्योंकि थोड़ा टाइम लिए कि तो मेरे को लगा था कि मैं भी मरने वाला हूँ, लेकिन जब मेरी आँख खुल के मैं देखा ना तो मुझे लगा मैं जिंदा हूँ। तो मैंने ट्राई किया, जब मेरी सीट थे वो मेरी बेल्ट निकाला, मैंने वो ट्राई किया जहाँ से निकल सकता वहाँ से, तो मैं निकल गया वहाँ से। मेरे सामने नज़रों के सामने एयर होस्टल और दूसरे आंटी अंकल सभी उसमें मिस हो गए थे सभी।
अच्छा, थोड़ा सा बता पाएं, जब जैसे ही टेक ऑफ हुई फ्लाइट क्या हुआ था और अचानक से कैसे हादसा हुआ? टेक
ऑफ के बाद 1 मिनट के अंदर ही जब टेक ऑफ हुआ ना तो सडनली 5-10 सेकंड कैसे लगा जैसे स्टक हो गया वो। बाद में से मेरे को लगा कि कुछ हुआ। बाद में प्लेन में लाइट ऑन हो गई, ग्रीन और वाइट। बाद में वो पता नहीं वो प्लेन टेक ऑफ ज़्यादा करने के लिए वो रेस तो बोलते हैं क्या, रेस दिया होगा ऐसा कुछ, और सीधा स्पीड में ही घुस गया जहाँ वो क्या था वो
हॉस्टल था, एक हॉस्पिटल का।
हाँ, हॉस्टल में। और सब सामने सब हुआ।
ये जब फ्लाइट जब क्रैश हुई उस समय हॉस्टल पे लैंड की थी, उसी समय आप बाहर निकले थे?
नहीं, क्योंकि आई थिंक मेरे को जब मैं जो साइड पे था ना, वो साइड हॉस्टल पे नहीं लैंड हुई थी। हॉस्टल के जो ग्राउंड फ्लोर है ना, जैसे नीचे वहाँ लैंड हुई थी। तो मुझे दूसरे के बारे में मेरे को पता नहीं, लेकिन मैं जहाँ लैंड हुआ था ना वो नीचे की साइड थी। तो जब वहाँ थोड़ा पेस भी था प्लेन के जब बाहर, तो जब जैसे मेरा डोर टूटा ना सब, तो मैंने देखा ना जब सामने कि थोड़ा इधर पेस है, मैं ट्राई कर सकता हूँ निकलने के लिए। तो मैंने ट्राई किया निकलने के लिए, तो फिर मैं निकल गया उधर, क्योंकि अपोजिट साइड पे था ना वो बिल्डिंग का वो था ना दीवार, तो उधर से कोई शायद नहीं निकल सका होगा, क्योंकि उधर पूरा उधर ही क्रैश हुआ था। मैं जो जहाँ था वहाँ ही थोड़ा पेस था। फिर भी मेरे पता नहीं मैं कैसे बसा हूँ, क्योंकि मेरे नज़र के सामने ही सब 2 एयर होस्टल वो अंकल आंटी सब उधर ही सब।
आप पैदल चल के आए वहाँ से निकल के?
हाँ, और थोड़ा जब आग लगी ना मेरा लेफ्ट हैंड भी जल गया थोड़ा। फिर एम्बुलेंस मेरे को उठा लेके इधर आया हॉस्पिटल में।
अभी इलाज वगैरह कैसा हो रहा है? अभी कैसा फील कर रहे हैं आप?
इलाज बहुत अच्छा है, यहाँ के लोग बहुत सपोर्टिंग है, बहुत अच्छा इलाज कर रहे हैं सब।
रमेश जी वो शख्स हैं जिन्होंने सबसे पहले जो विश्वास, जो कि 242 पैसेंजरों में जो एक शख्स बचे हैं, तो वो विश्वास कैसे बचे हैं ये आप जरा बताइए दर्शकों को।
सर कैसा हुआ कि हमें भी ये यकीन नहीं था कि कोई बच के निकलेगा। जैसे वो हमें ऐसा लगा जब मैंने वो जो आधा जो प्लेन ब्रेक हुआ ना सर, तो जो ब्रेक होने का जो पॉइंट था उस पॉइंट पे शायद वो बंदा बैठा हुआ था। तो जैसे ही ब्लास्ट हुआ, ऐसे ब्रेक हुआ ना, तो उछल के वो नीचे, उस पे भी फ्यूल तो उड़ा, उसको आग तो लगी, पर वो जो दूसरे लोग जो जल गए, जैसे सीएम और भी जो पैसेंजर्स है जो बच ही नहीं पाया, जल गए। वो जैसे ब्लास्ट होके नीचे अथड़ा के नीचे गिरा।
आप बता सकते हैं अगर लोकेशन इस बिल्डिंग से कितनी दूर पर वो गिरे होंगे?
सर वो उस बिल्डिंग के जो करीब है, वहां से उछल के ये आगे की साइड, लेफ्ट साइड में आके वो गिरा अछड़ा के, और उसका पूरा शरीर जल रहा था। तो कुछ देर तो वो ऐसे करने लगा, ऐसे हिलने लगा, क्योंकि वो उसको मिटा रहा था, जो मिट्टी से उसको बुझा रहा था। फिर जैसे चल के वो खुद आया बंदा, और उसको पैर में उसको चोट लगी, क्योंकि ऊपर से वो सेकंड फ्लोर से नीचे गिरा, तो ऑब्वियसली उसके बोन्स में इंजरी हुई होगी। तो वो थोड़ा सा ऐसा लड़खड़ा रहा था, चल के आया, और आके वो आगे जाके तो लोगों को बोल रहा था कि बोले मैं गिरा हूँ, मैं फ्लाइट में ही था, पर किसी को यकीन नहीं हुआ। उसके बाद वो रोड तक चल के गया। जब 108 मतलब 108 वगैरह जो एम्बुलेंस आई, उनसे बात करने लगा, हम लोग देख रहे थे, तब हमें ये यकीन हुआ कि ये भी रियली उस प्लेन का पैसेंजर था। वरना कोई बिलीव नहीं कर रहा था, हमें ऐसा लग रहा था क्योंकि ऑर्डिनरी मतलब हॉस्पिटल का बंदा या वो जो मैस का बंदा होगा।
Vishwa, the lone survivor on AI 171, made it and is likely to be home soon in the UK, and what a relief for brother Nayan. But I'm so sorry to share that at the same time Nayan has great levels of uncertainty to know more about the other brother who was also on flight. So Nayan, you're 4 brothers. Firstly, thank you so much for talking to us.
Yeah, that's fine, yeah.
Are you 4 brothers?
Yeah, we were 4 brothers. 4 brothers.
When did you get to speak to Vishwa last?
Like 2 hours ago. Okay. Before the doctor denied him of speaking to anyone furthermore.
Is he fine? How is he?
Yeah, he looks fine.
Okay. And did he have anything to share about the other brother, about Ajay, who was on board? Does he have details? Is he scared?
Yeah, that's the only thing he was worried about. He wasn't even worried about himself or any injuries that his body has. He was just worried about finding my other brother.
What made the 2 brothers travel to India?
Vacation.
And both Vishwa and Ajay are married.
Yes, they are.
I'm just so sorry. This is just such a mix of emotions, and I can see from the support and the love that you're receiving from neighbors, family members. I can tell that there's so much love in this family. How are your parents, Nayan?
My parents are really devastated and just in utter shock at the moment.
I'm sorry.
My mom's been crying all day.
I'm sorry. So I'm really very sorry. Are you likely to travel now to India? What next?
Yeah, we're going to travel to India tomorrow.
Okay. And what sort of support could you now ask for at this stage? Anything practical that can be offered by the UK, by communities, by the diaspora in India?
Honestly, I don't even know what kind of support we need. We just want to get to the hospital, me and my brother, and then see what happens from there.
Well, NDTV has obtained expert analysis of the crash from Dr. Aditya Paranjape. He's an associate professor of aerospace engineering at Monash University. He's detailed his forensic view and assessment on what may have happened during the crash.
Early days, we don't have a lot of data yet. We certainly need data from the flight data recorder and the cockpit voice recorder to make a more conclusive assessment. But we do have some early evidence in the form of a video of the last moments and some early data from the site flight radar. If we consider the video of the last moments, we notice first that the airplane isn't falling, which means it isn't stalled and it's producing enough lift. The airplane almost appears to be gliding down, and critically, its wings level with the rudder almost set to neutral. What that implies is that not only is there not enough thrust, it's most likely a case of dual engine out or dual engine idling. It's difficult to say which of the two it is at the moment. I should add here that airplanes are configured to climb out with just one engine operational. It's a standard maneuver known as a one engine out climb. That maneuver additionally requires that the rudder be deflected in the direction of the working engine to balance out the differential yawing moment, which we don't see here. So, in summary, there is enough lift, there isn't enough power, and the loss of power is identical on both sides of the airplane. If we now look at data from the site flight radar, it shows the airplane climbing up to 650 feet. The flight speed goes up to 170 knots, and the climb rate recorded at 650 feet is approximately 800 feet per minute. Now that tells us immediately that at the time of liftoff, the airplane was configured correctly. The flaps were okay, otherwise the plane would not get off the ground. The initial thrust was also okay because the plane accelerated after having lifted off around maybe 155 to 160 knots, which is the standard liftoff speed. So the plane's accelerating, it has a positive climb rate, which means the initial thrust was okay. May not have been as much as we would like to see, but the engines had not failed at that point. So something probably went wrong thereafter, which the pilots realized, and that also explains why the landing gear was down. They either did not retract it, or they started the retraction and then reversed that process when they sensed the possibility of a hard landing. So, in summary, what we see from flight radar is that the airplane's configuration initially was most likely okay. The engine was most likely functioning properly. Both engines were functioning properly, at least for a good part of the takeoff. And whatever went wrong after the airplane had lifted off the ground. And thereafter we see from the videos of the last moment that most likely we had a dual engine out situation.
All right, so that's one expert's opinion on what took place. There are multiple theories doing the round. What is absolutely clear is that the engines didn't have enough thrust to carry on climbing. The aircraft stalled and it crashed. What you see on your screen over there on the right-hand side is the rear section of the aircraft, the black box of the aircraft, which consists of the digital flight data recorder and the cockpit voice recorder, is located somewhere over there. That entire aircraft is just mushed into the side of that building. Now, whether that flight data recorder and cockpit voice recorder, it's essentially one large unit, is okay and or fit to be retrieved is something we don't know at this stage. We do know, and I've been checking this constantly, as of even 10 minutes ago, it had not been retrieved. Let's go straight across to my colleague Ankit Tyagi for more details. Ankit, go ahead.
While Vishnu, like you were speaking and you were telling us the black box has not been retrieved, but as I've been reporting for the last couple of hours, significant amount of activity near the tail section. The only large chunk or the piece of this aircraft which is intact, which still, in fact, that you can see hanging at this moment. A short while back, there were NDRF, SDRF personnel, those who came here, and they in fact stabilized this section with some rope. So that it doesn't slide, below or falls back. Even at this moment, I can see a lot of activity there, people moving around that section. Presumably, the search for the black box is still on. Like you were describing earlier, if the tail section is of interest, this is exactly where I can see a lot of activity which is taking place at this moment. The other important, aspect of this entire site of wreckage is that just about 10:30, SDRF and NDRF have declared that they are beginning the debris removal process from the site. Now remember, this is about 500 to 600 meters from this very place, from the been burnt, so the whole radius is about 500 to 600 meters. There is a lot of wall and buildings which have been broken, and that is why this entire process is going to take some time. What I also know is that the clear instructions to the NDRF and the SDRF team is that they have to clear the wreckage section by section. So the wreckage that they will be picking up, we saw some big JCBs going in. There were many which was already positioned there overnight. They will be clearing building building by building. There are about overall 7 buildings which have been severely impacted, starting with this junior doctor's mess, a 2-floor building where the kitchen and the mess was. This is where maximum damage took place. And, inside we are being told that a lady and her daughter, those who were employed as cooks, have also perished as far as this aircraft, this crash is concerned, including 5 other junior doctors, and 2 more senior doctors are believed to have passed away as far as this entire accident goes. Now, they will start the clearing operation right from the front, because apart from this section that you see here, along with the landing gear and the tail, there is also the underbody of the plane, which is lying, near this building itself, and another cone shape sort of a section as well, which has the Air India markings on it. All of them lying in this area, and beyond this there is a tail and 2 tires. Apart from that, 2 buildings from here is the engine as far as this plane is concerned. They will begin from building number 1, that is near the gate number 1 of this entire compound, and then they will clear it building by building. What I've also been told that 4 of these buildings, 3 of them were very badly burnt. So even the NDRF and the SD venture into those buildings yesterday in the night. They will be going building by building, trying to pick up the debris and the wreckage from that section as well. And in the end, it is expected that the tail section will then be cleared. Vishnu, at this moment, what we also know that one of the lone survivor of this aircraft, Ramesh Kumar Vishwas, his ward has been shifted. His testimony also was heard after he met the Prime Minister. Apart from that, there are, we have been told, specialized teams which has come from Delhi, from the DGCA, Civil Aviation Ministry, and also from the Air Crash Investigation Bureau, which are on the site as we speak. In fact, I was told that there is a team of 6 to 7 people which is specifically only looking for the black box.
Yes, the question certainly is, where is the black box and why hasn't it been spotted till now? Because usually whenever we have seen, as Vishnu was pointing out, that in the previous disasters, of course, this is a huge tragedy that we have seen, and the black box was recovered in a matter of hours. We are looking at nearly 24 hours now since the tragedy, and it appears that given the kind of debris and the huge debris which has perhaps all landed there, it's a combination, one would say, Ankit, of the plane and also of the building in which this entire plane, the Dreamliner, crashed.
What I can also do at this stage, Maria, is actually bring up that photograph of that flight data, the digital flight data recorder. And what we see on the left-hand side of our screen are the experts, the rescuers in vests. So I think we've got a couple of important pieces of evidence with us. So can we play out that previous piece of footage with the investigators in those black vests who are actually milling around that entire area? And can we also pull out the footage of the black box, which I had highlighted, because I'd like to talk about that. And as soon as, right. So very important over here. Top right-hand side, you've got the forensic experts over there. They'd be part, there are multiple teams working. They could be working with the aviation regulator and the accident investigators over here. They could be working with police, etc., etc. It's all a combined effort right now. On the left-hand side of your screen is that Honeywell black box. It consists of the cockpit voice recorder and the flight data recorder that is located in the tail section of the aircraft. On the top right-hand side of your screen, we are zooming in now to that tail section of the aircraft, which lies lodged in the top of a building, and that has not yet been recovered. And Ankit seeming to indicate that that was actually something which was being propped up, which was actually being secured to ensure that it's safe. And of course, on the right-hand side of your screen right now, you've got the Prime Minister meeting the one survivor from that plane. Miraculous, absolutely, a British national who walked out of that alive. Ankit, go ahead with what you were saying.
Vishnu, like you are pointing out, and my colleague Sudesh is also giving you that live frame at this moment. Like I said, there is a lot of activity, and just a short while back, I also saw a couple of people, in fact, trying to somehow enter this. This is a very, and also, it may not, the gravity of this entire wreckage and the area it is completely been, splattered around may not be, justified or being visible from what we are showing, but it's a very big area. And also, there is a lot of metal and other things which are burnt. So like I showed you the engine yesterday, there are also absolutely charred remains of a lot of things which go into making an aircraft, absolutely strewn around everywhere. And combined with that, a lot of structures that broke when the aircraft in fact fell here. So what the entire salvaging of the wreckage, the entire clearing of the debris is going to take some time. I've been told it will take in fact 48 hours at least for them to preliminarily clear this entire area before they can hand it over to the civil administration for possible repair work. But like you are seeing at this moment, you would see two people, one of them standing right close to the tail. This is the very edge. This entire structure is also severely damaged. So it's not like a solid structure that we are talking at this moment. Half of the roof of this, the terrace has caved in. The walls have also been broken. So are the beams and other, in fact, the pillars which support this building. So, it's precarious for even those people to be on. Since morning, there has been considerable interest as far as this entire tail section is concerned. I can at this moment see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 people on the roof trying to in fact go through the debris, and there are others, those who are under on the ground floor as well. So possibly this is the area of interest as far as the black box is concerned, where every inch is being scanned by all these people, those who are on top of the mess of the BK Medical College, the junior doctors mess, which in fact this plane crashed into.
All right, well, all right, Ankit, we're going to keep coming back to you, try and see what happens. And Ankit, I think one of the key points that you were mentioning a little while earlier on, we don't really see that right now, is that I think they try to secure that tail section to ensure that, it does appear to be lodged, but it could collapse. They don't want that. They'll take their time, secure it, and then recover that black box, which is it's a Honeywell black box as I understand it. That's on the right-hand side of your screen. That's the process. We're going to take a short break, come back with the very latest.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India.
bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years. I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
मैं नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि एनडीए सरकार में हम अगले 10 साल में विकसित भारत के सपने को साकार करके रहेंगे। अटल से तो विकसित भारत की तस्वीर है। प्रेरणा और प्रगति जब एक साथ जुड़ते हैं तो एक नए युग की नींव पड़ती है। भारत माता की
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have 2 credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate.
Well, the big breaking news now coming in is that the government is now considering what to do with the Air India Dreamliner fleet, whether they're going to ground this temporarily or in fact allow this aircraft to continue. Remember, Air India operates more than 30 Dreamliners. A couple which were in Vistara have now joined the Air India fleet. One of them has gone down, and now a safety review of all Boeing 787-8s in Indian service is under consideration. There are talks which are underway with the Boeing India, the US agency, the National Transport Safety Board, etc., etc. But what we are showing on our screens is separate, and what is now emerging, and this is an article from Reuters, which we are trying to reconfirm, is that an Air India flight from Phuket to New Delhi received a bomb threat earlier today and made an emergency landing on Phuket. The passengers were escorted from the aircraft AI 379 in line with emergency plans. There were 156 passengers on the flight. The bomb threat was received on board the aircraft, is what we learned. The aircraft took off from Phuket airport at 9:30 a.m. local time. It made a wide loop around the Andaman Sea and landed back at the Thai island. This according to the flight tracker, Flight Radar 24. We are waiting for a statement from Air India on this, but this is a Reuters report saying that there was a bomb threat on an Air India aircraft between Phuket and New Delhi. We're going to be tracking this very, very closely indeed. This obviously comes just a day after that horrific plane crash took place when an Air India Dreamliner went down. This could be entirely unrelated, and it needs to be mentioned that there have been multiple bomb threats on aircraft across airlines, Indigo, Air India Express, Akasa, all of them a couple of months back when there was a serious investigation which was launched, and there was never really any conclusion on who was responsible for that. Be that as it may, this has now taken place, and investigators in Thailand would be looking at whether this was a bomb hoax or there was some sort of credibility associated with any of this. So that's news just coming in right now. Meanwhile, the other important piece of information that NDTV is breaking based on our sources is that Air India may face scrutiny on its maintenance standard operating procedures. So this is separate information that I am now sharing, that Air India may face scrutiny on its maintenance standard operating procedures, and that there are talks underway with Boeing India and US agencies in a final call on whether or not Air India's Boeing 787 fleet will be grounded temporarily is something that we need to look at very, very closely. I think this is absolutely critical because if there is a grounding of the fleet, that it would affect tens of thousands of passengers. The Dreamliner, one of the primary types that Air India operates, it operates this aircraft into large parts of Europe. It operates it to several other destinations as well, to Australia also.
But we
don't know it's happening as yet. But it's something that investigators are looking at, and this is information which we are now...
And Vishnu, when we say that government is mulling grounding Air India, the Dreamliner 787 fleet, how many aircrafts are we looking at?
34 is what the expanded fleet, Air India plus Vistara was. And now the old Air India ones, and this is one of them, was a 787-8. Now what we are trying to figure out is whether the 787-9 would also be grounded, because a handful of 787-9 aircraft, which is a variant of the 787-8, those were with Vistara. Those have joined the Air India fleet now. Remember, Vistara merged into Air India. That operates on, for example, the London sector, among other routes. Would that also be grounded? That's something that we need to check at this juncture. But the Air India Dreamliner is the bulk. They have more Dreamliners than they have any other type of aircraft. I'm talking about big aircraft, twin-aisle aircraft. If the government goes ahead and grounds Air India's Dreamliner services, the airline is going to be massively impacted. And tens of thousands of passengers would be impacted as well. That said, obviously, safety of passengers is of primary concern, because there's a huge worry about what just happened. How did an aircraft with an exemplary service record have, engine out? 2 engines not developing thrust. So if this does, in fact, go through, and it's a big if at this juncture, then this is something of massive consequence. Again, what we need to check is whether it's just the 787-8 fleet that the government is looking to ground for the moment, or whether it's the 787-9 fleet that they're also looking at. So that's something that we need to track very, very closely.
Air India may face scrutiny on maintenance SOP.
That's why they do it.
So if the standard operating protocol with regards to maintenance is not being followed, so certainly that's going to be a huge setback for Air India. And its entire flight operation that has been going on. Vishnu, they're saying there are roughly around 24 Air India Dreamliners which are currently under operation. But if they're looking at the final call, of course, will be taken a little later. But there is all possibility of grounding basis the initial probe which has been conducted by the Civil Aviation Ministry. There is a possibility of some kind of fuel contamination, a possibility of control system failure. The details, of course, will emerge only after the black box is recovered. Black box, of course, is very, very crucial in getting us all the details, piecing together what really happened in minutes before.
So the total number of planes, Maria, 33 is, as I understand it, 33 Dreamliners in the Air India fleet, and that number excludes the plane which crashed yesterday. Of that, 27 Boeing 787-8 variants, that's the one which crashed yesterday, and 7 Boeing 787-9s. The 787-9 was acquired for Vistara. Vistara was merged with Air India. The 787-9 has a larger number of passengers and is differently configured to the 787-8. India was among the first Boeing 787-8 operators anywhere in the world. It's had a flawless safety record, but now this has taken place.
All right. On that note, we are slipping into a short break. This is the biggest air tragedy in 3 decades. 241 people on board have lost their lives. Heartbreaking stories coming in from that civil hospital where the loved ones, where the next of kin are waiting for the DNA samples to be matched. So far, 6 bodies have been handed over to the relatives for performing the last rites. It's a long wait, perhaps a wait which will continue for the next 48 hours. A quick break and then we return.
After 2 years of the India-Canada tensions, it's the big relationship reboot. Indian Prime Minister heads to the G7 summit. Indispensable India on the global stage. Modi's multilateral momentum. NDTV live from the G7 summit in Canada.
Air India plane crash in Ahmedabad, India's latest aviation disaster. India responds to the tragedy. Facts first, 100% ground reports.
Fuel that burnt this entire area.
Maximum reporters, maximum coverage on NDTV. If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
Why was there a hurry? Was it the government that was in a hurry?
I don't want to blame anyone.
Joining us today here in the NDTV newsroom.
The government cannot walk away from this responsibility.
Cricket is region of sort in this country.
Would you like to comment on what happened?
What is the condition of the injured at this point? How many people died?
What exactly happened? You have lost your daughter.
In the wake of Pahalgam, all eyes on the Amarnath Yatra. Amidst fear, faith and fortitude. India's biggest fight against terror. NDTV reports on the holy route, the Amarnath spirit.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold
CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide, and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Terry and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools, and lead with impact. Starts July 13th. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims?
After the Air India crash in Ahmedabad, the government is now considering a Dreamliner safety probe. A domestic fleet could be grounded, is what sources have said. A safety review of the Boeing fleet 787 will take place. It's India's biggest air tragedy in 3 decades. A multi-agency probe is underway. The search also on for the black boxes that may hold the key, that mayday call that the pilot made.
जैसे मेरा डोर टूटा ना सब, तो मैंने देखा ना जब सामने कि थोड़ा इधर पेश है, तो मैं ट्राई कर सकता हूँ निकलने के लिए, तो मैंने ट्राई किया निकलने के लिए, तो फिर मैं निकल गया उधर.
The miracle man, the lone survivor of the air crash, speaks to the media. He also meets with the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister visited the hospital and met with Vishwas. He says the door broke on impact, that he jumped out. In fact, the Prime Minister arriving in Ahmedabad this morning visited the crash site, visited the civil hospital, also holding a review meeting. The Dreamliner crash will be India's most expensive aviation claim. There's a potential of 2,400 crore demand and claims for damage as well as the loss of lives. Meanwhile, Israel has launched strikes against Iran. Iran airspace is closed and multiple flights are diverted. In Air India alone, 16 flights have now been diverted or have returned to their points of origin. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. It's the day after the Air India crash that took place in Ahmedabad, and the Prime Minister has visited Ahmedabad today. We saw he was at the crash site, and he also visited the civil hospital and is holding a review meeting. But Vishnu, now the news coming in, and this is very, very significant, the fact that there may be a probe now regarding these Dreamliners, the Boeing aircrafts, and they could also be grounded. This is what sources are telling NDTV, that there will be an entire safety review which will be conducted on the fleet.
In fact, we've got a review on this from NDTV's Sessa Sen. Let's take a look at that and then discuss this threadbare.
Ministry of Civil Aviation is considering a safety review of the domestic fleet of Dreamliners following the devastating crash of an Air India Boeing 787 aircraft, which claimed lives of 241 out of the 242 people that were on board of the London-bound flight, which is seen as the deadliest air disaster globally in a decade. Sources say that as a precautionary measures, authorities are likely to look at the possibility of temporary grounding of all Boeing 787 aircraft, with initial safety inquiries underway. Several stakeholders, including Tata Group, Boeing India, the US National Transportation Safety Board, as well as the Federal Aviation Administration, are engaged in discussion. A final decision hinges on the investigation's final findings. Meanwhile, Air India, which operates 34 Dreamliners, the largest fleet among Indian carriers, is also likely to face scrutiny, especially regarding maintenance practices. The crash has prompted international attention, with the NTSB leading a team of investigators from the US alongside Boeing and engine manufacturer GE Aerospace. Meanwhile, the Indian Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau is also probing the incident, with a preliminary report expected in about a month's time. Now, this particular tragedy is, not only raises questions about the aircraft's safety, but may also lead to a global review of Dreamliner's safety protocols as authorities seek to prevent such disasters in the future. We will keep you updated as the investigation progresses.
All right, Vishnu, so Sessa, bringing us that news saying there will be a review of this fleet and, security concerns. If you could just explain that one point that she talked about, a review of the maintenance practices of Air India.
So that's why they're doing it. Is it a maintenance issue which has resulted in the crash of that Boeing 787? Is it pilot error? We'd only know once the digital flight data recorder and the cockpit voice recorder is found. As of about half an hour, 45 minutes back when I checked last, it had not been found. But the fact that the government is mulling this move in order to see whether the maintenance practices of Air India on this aircraft are up to standard means that they're looking at mechanical defects as well, because it's quite clear that this aircraft didn't have the thrust to actually keep flying after taking off. So how was there this catastrophic loss of thrust on both engines? Remember, with 70,000 approximately pounds of thrust on these General Electric powered engines, even a single engine operation takeoff with a full load of passengers and cargo and fuel is entirely possible. It's designed for that. But to have a double engine out where neither of the engines are developing thrust points to a potential maintenance issue as well. But there are other factors as well. Is pilot error is certainly something they would want to look at. In a crash, there's never one factor. There could be several factors. But if the government and the regulator is considering the grounding of Air India's Dreamliner fleet for the moment, until they sort out whether it was a maintenance issue or something larger, it impacts not just Indian Airlines, it impacts airlines around the world, which would be looking closely at the at the outcome of this, because would there be potentially a global grounding of
right, because this has sent shockwaves across the world.
We've seen this earlier in the case of Boeing and the 737 MAX 8 aircraft when the global fleet was grounded. Now, we are not getting ahead of ourselves, but this would be devastating.
So this talk has been there since yesterday regarding
this would be devastating for Air India.
Survey of these aircraft.
One second, Gargi, this would be devastating for Air India if this happened. Why? Because at the moment they operate 33 Dreamliners. There are more Dreamliners in service with Air India, right, than any other twin-aisle aircraft. So if that goes down, then their services to West Europe, to Europe get badly affected, to Australia get badly affected. They've also acquired a number of Boeing 787-9 aircraft from Vistara, which is now a part of Air India. So whether this grounding would impact those aircraft or not, at this stage, we don't know. All right, we've got pictures of a casket. Obviously, I do believe that the mortal remains of 6 individuals have been handed back to their families. That's the information which we have at this juncture. That's what you see. Whether it's 5 or 6, we're just trying to find out. Let's go straight across to NDTV's Aishwarya Jain. Aishwarya, go ahead.
I am at the Casualty Bhavan over here, where the DNA samples are being taken, and few of the family members are waiting to give their DNA samples because their loved ones are believed to be in that particular aircraft which crashed yesterday. Sir, if you can tell us who were those who were amongst their relatives in that particular flight, and how did you got to know, and why they were going to London?
We got to know through media, and they were going to London to celebrate my brother-in-law's sister's 70th birthday. To celebrate that, they were going to London.
What was the names and what were their age?
Sister's name Amita Shah, she was 65, and brother-in-law Dr. Hitesh Shah, and his age was 68.
They're based out of India only, and they were going to celebrate out there?
They stayed at Surat, Gujarat.
Okay. And you're here to give the DNA samples at the Casualty Bhavan. What has been told by this?
DNA samples. Actually, Amita is my cousin sister. So DNA sample will be given by her real sister. So we are waiting for her to come. And I think she will be here within 10-15 minutes. So we'll approach the persons there. And doctors are there in the forensic department. So
they would be giving the DNA samples. Let me show you these quick visuals from Casualty Bhavan as well as the family members were speaking. Gujarat Home Minister Harsh Sanghvi has just arrived over here. Let me tell my camera person to show you these visuals. Harsh Sanghvi over here, Gujarat Home Minister. And he's been speaking to the officials over here. This is Casualty Bhavan, where the family members of those who have lost their lives have been told to come and to give the DNA sampling so that their bodies can be identified and they can be handed over. Harsh Sanghvi now entering the Vijay Medical College Casualty Bhavan over here, where the family members have been waiting since morning and has been talking to the officials. All across the Gujarat government, I must tell you, from the Gujarat Chief Minister to the Home Minister to Health Minister and the entire administration had been jumped into action. We are witnessing since morning here in Ahmedabad, be it the Health Minister or be it the other key ministerial position, all have been given some or the other charge to take care of the situation. It is the Health Minister who was earlier at the trauma center, and now Gujarat Home Minister Harsh Sanghvi, who was accompanying Prime Minister Narendra Modi since morning as he reached the crash site.
All right, sorry, we've lost that signal over there with Aishwarya. But just for the benefit of our viewers, what's taking place is that there are 5 bodies or mortal remains which have been handed over to the families. These have been identified, but just imagine the condition of the others, the family members who are desperately looking for the mortal remains of their loved ones. They've gone through DNA tests. This is a process which has been going on since yesterday. They've given their blood samples. That needs to be matched with the DNA collected from the remains of those, many of who were charred beyond recognition. And it'll take a couple of days before a match is made. It's only then that the remains of bodies can be handed over, and that's an imprecise process. It's an extremely traumatic process for the family members. Just imagine.
I mean, the family members couldn't have imagined one day after saying, goodbye, farewell, and their family members leaving to be here at this at the hospital at Casualty Bhavan, as Aishwarya was telling us, giving their samples, DNA samples, so it can be matched with the charred remains 241 there. Let's go back to Aishwarya, who joins us from the hospital where the state minister is. Aishwarya, tell us what's happening now.
It is Gujarat Home Minister Harsh Sanghvi who had arrived at the Department of Forensic Medicine. This is Casualty Bhavan, where specifically the family members have been told to come to give the DNA sampling so that their bodies can be matched with them, and with after proper perseverance, they can be handed over to the family members. A lot of family members are waiting for their turn since morning. They are waiting outside here at the Casualty Bhavan. But Gujarat Home Minister, along with other MLAs of Ahmedabad, speaking to the officials so that this can be fast-tracked, as the Home Minister of our country, Amit Shah, and Prime Minister this morning gave the instructions as well that these all processes should be fast-tracked. Now, senior police officials from the Gujarat Police also going inside the Department of Forensic Medicine, and certainly to fast-track the entire process, as Amit Amit Shah also mentioned that, India's best forensic laboratories or the DNA sampling methods or the laboratories are here in Gandhinagar itself. So there was no need to send it outside the Gujarat state, and therefore it can, be fast-tracked very soon. 24 to 48 hours is the deadline that has been given for the DNA testing to be done and to hand over the body. So far, the officials have told us 6 bodies had been handed over to the family members after the post-mortem and the DNA sampling being done of them. Also, apart from it, one information that we morning, there were family members of sitting outside the postmortem office. It was certainly, just near the hostel, we have been told. Now, Rishikesh Patel there, you can see Gujarat Health Minister also entering the forensic department over here. Earlier it was Gujarat Home Minister and now Health Minister also rushing in. So these are the live visuals that we are showing to you on NDTV. Gujarat top ministers are currently at the Kautilya Bhavan where we are reporting from, and these are exclusive visuals as they are entering from here. And certainly it is, these guidelines, these informations, these, prompt rules that are being given to the key officials as these family members also now walking out after giving the DNA sampling so that the entire process can be fast-tracked.
Right, Aishwarya, thanks so much for joining us. Aishwarya, they're reporting from the civil hospital where, as we saw, the Home Minister, Health Minister have arrived. But now let's talk about the search for the black box and the investigation taking place. Let's go across to Ankit, who joins us from the crash site. Ankit, tell us what's happening over there.
Well, Gargi, at this moment, I can tell you that the black box, at least officially, the confirmation has not been given whether it has been found or not. It seems that the search has intensified as far as the black box is concerned. And the area of interest is what you are seeing behind me, this tail area of the 787 Dreamliner of Boeing, which crashed yesterday at around 1:40 p.m. What we see since morning, there have been a lot of investigators, some in uniform, others as well, those who have been on this very rooftop. Vishnu was also explaining earlier that the black box is expected at the rear end as of the aircraft, and what you see behind me is the biggest chunk, the biggest structure which is, which has not been completely burnt out as far as this entire aircraft is concerned. Under this are also the landing gear, which is hanging, right next to this wall. And if my camera person can also show you, Sudesh will show you, there are still a lot of people on that roof. So it seems that the search for the black box is on as we speak. Now, the black box becomes the key, Gargi, for this entire investigation, because not only will it give an insight about the last conversation of the pilots in the cockpit in those 52 seconds, but also has the data, very important data, which in fact will determine whether there was some sort of mechanical failure or what exactly led to this entire crash. It will also help determine for future the course correction or what needs to be done as far as the safety of aircrafts is concerned. I was told yesterday that at about 3 dozen or more, there are investigators from Delhi, from the Accident Crash Bureau, from the Civil Aviation Ministry, and from the DGCA, those who are dispatched to this place, and a specialist team was in fact looking for the black box. Now, just to give you a sense, because a lot of people might be thinking, why haven't it been found yet? This is just one part of the aircraft. This in the radius where this entire wreckage is strewn around is about 500 to 600 meters. So this is the rear end, and from there there are buildings and other things which have also contaminated the broken walls, and the buildings which have been completely charred. Their debris has also mixed as far as the aircraft is concerned. Apart from what you see here, there is an underbody also right next to this building, and the the tail, the fin that you see on the aircraft is just about 100 meters. It has broken from the very top where you see the logo of Air India, the red part. That tail fin has broken and is about 150 meters from this very building, the mess where the doctors were eating, having their lunch at 1:40 when this plane in fact crashed in this building. As you see all of those people moving around since morning, I have only been seeing them trying to in fact go through a little bit of area at one time. We also saw them securing this. There were ropes brought in to secure this tail section because now this becomes a very, very important area, something that the investigators at this moment seems to be their area of interest to try and recover the black box of this ill-fated flight.
All right, thanks very much, Ankit, for sharing those details with us. So just for the benefit of our viewers who are now tuning in, what Ankit was referring to is what we've got a picture of on the right-hand side of the screen. That is a black box. It's not black in color. It's orange or pink in color. It's meant to be reflective. It's meant to attract attention so that it can be collected. There are two parts of the black box. There is the digital flight data recorder and the cockpit voice recorder. Both of these are in the rear section or the aft section of the aircraft in a hardened structure. They are designed to take a substantial punishment. They can sustain G-forces, they can sustain high temperatures, and they can sustain immersion in water as well. In fact, if they are immersed in water, they'd be pinging a signal to identify their location so that investigators can find that. Once this is taken out, and assuming it's not damaged, it's just a plug-and-play system essentially which experts would be able to do to download data. The key point is, why did those two engines, 70,000 pound thrust per engine, General Electric engine, state-of-the-art, high bypass, turbofan engines on this aircraft, why did they fail to generate thrust? And right at just shortly after the aircraft took off, that's something
within a minute.
30 seconds in fact.
Yes.
30 seconds is all the aircraft flew and then it crashed. So that's why this black box now becomes important. Again, as I've been mentioning, about 45-50 minutes back is the last time I checked, and it had not been recovered since then.
Right, and Vishnu, just to understand this, we would expect it will be found today because black boxes are recovered, as you said, when planes crash in the ocean, in a mountain, etc. And this is right next to the airport.
So my sense is that it is that rear section that Ankit has been focusing on.
And there are two, right?
Is lodged. No, so there's it is two, but they are in close proximity to each other in the tail section of the aircraft, and together they're referred to as the black box. You can also say they're black boxes, but it's essentially one unit, and that's the area, Gargi, that you can see on your screen. It's somewhere over there, but...
So it's just a matter of time.
Well, the worry is that entire unit or that debris of that aircraft, is it stable where it is? Are engineers looking at whether they need to lift it out of that area, or are they going to try and extract the black box from there? So it's difficult, and they're taking their time because it is critical to get that black box out without damage. Perhaps it's already been damaged. They don't want any further damage because accessing data from a damaged black box becomes very, very problematic. It's got 2 hours of conversation in the cockpit voice recorder, right? You just need to know a short while back what was taking place. That is an important element that they'd be looking at. And the digital flight data recorder would have more than 1,000 parameters of data, on the performance of the engines, any, errors which cropped up, the flight surfaces, what exactly was taking place.
The key to that mayday call that the pilot made just before the aircraft crashed. But Vishnu, when we talk about the 241 passengers who've died, 5 medical students in that college have also died, and that number is going up. But also remember the miracle man of the moment, that one survivor, that one passenger in that seat 11A, the Prime Minister met with him. He walked away from the crash. Remember, yesterday we thought all the passengers have died, and then it emerged that one had survived, and we saw those visuals of him walking away from the crash. We spoke to, our reporters spoke to witnesses who said they didn't believe he was one of the passengers. Absolutely.
So let's cue up that.
Let's just listen into what he says, where he spoke about how the door broke on impact and how he jumped off.
अहमदाबाद से लंदन के लिए जो फ्लाइट जा रही थी, उस फ्लाइट में 242 लोग सवार थे और उनमें 2 पायलट थे और इसके अलावा 10 क्रू मेंबर थे और 230 जो आम लोग थे जिसमें विदेशी भी शामिल थे। विश्वास कुमार इस समय हमारे साथ हैं। आपको बता दें कि विश्वास कुमार इकलौते ऐसे शख्स हैं जो उस हादसे में जिंदा बचे, और ये एक तरीके से चमत्कार है क्योंकि ऐसे चमत्कार बहुत ही कम देखने को मिलते हैं। प्रधानमंत्री यहाँ पर पहुंचे, विश्वास कुमार से उन्होंने बातचीत की, उनका हालचाल जाना।
सर ने पूछा कि कैसे हुआ, तो मैंने उसके बारे में बताया और सब हालचाल पूछा सब।
विश्वास, अगर हम जानना चाहें कि आप थोड़ा सा बता पाएं कि ये हादसा कैसे हुआ था, क्योंकि ये एक बड़ा चमत्कार है जिस तरीके से आप वहाँ से इकलौते ऐसे शख्स हैं जो जिंदा बचे।
वो मेरे नज़रों के सब सामने हुआ था। मेरे खुद को भी बिलीव नहीं होता कि मैं कैसे उसमें से जिंदा बाहर निकला, क्योंकि थोड़ा टाइम लिए कि तो मेरे को लगा था कि मैं भी मरने वाला हूँ, लेकिन जब मेरी आँख खुल के मैं देखा ना तो मुझे लगा मैं जिंदा हूँ। तो मैंने ट्राई किया, जब मेरी सीट थे वो मेरी बेल्ट निकाला, मैंने वो ट्राई किया जहाँ से निकल सकता वहाँ से, तो मैं निकल गया वहाँ से। मेरे सामने नज़रों के सामने एयर होस्टल और दूसरे आंटी अंकल सभी उसमें मिस हो गए थे सभी।
अच्छा, थोड़ा सा बता पाएं, जब जैसे ही टेक ऑफ हुई फ्लाइट क्या हुआ था और अचानक से कैसे हादसा हुआ?
टेक ऑफ के बाद 1 मिनट के अंदर ही जब टेक ऑफ हुआ ना तो सडनली 5-10 सेकंड कैसे लगा जैसे स्टक हो गया वो। बाद में से मेरे को लगा कि कुछ हुआ। बाद में प्लेन में लाइट ऑन हो गई, ग्रीन और वाइट। बाद में वो पता नहीं वो प्लेन टेक ऑफ ज़्यादा करने के लिए वो रेस तो बोलते हैं क्या, रेस दिया होगा ऐसा कुछ, और सीधा स्पीड में ही घुस गया जहाँ वो क्या था वो
हॉस्टल था, एक हॉस्पिटल का।
हाँ, हॉस्टल में, और सब सामने सब हुआ।
ये जब फ्लाइट जब क्रैश हुई उस समय हॉस्टल पे लैंड की थी, उसी समय आप बाहर निकले थे?
नहीं, क्योंकि आई थिंक मेरे को जब मैं जो साइड पे था ना वो साइड हॉस्टल पे नहीं लैंड हुई थी। हॉस्टल के जो ग्राउंड फ्लोर है ना जैसे नीचे, वहाँ लैंड हुई थी। तो मुझे दूसरे के बारे में मेरे को पता नहीं, लेकिन मैं जहाँ लैंड हुआ था ना वो नीचे की साइड थी। तो जब वहाँ थोड़ा पेस भी था प्लेन के जब बाहर, तो जब जैसे मेरा डोर टूटा ना सब, तो मैंने देखा ना जब सामने कि थोड़ा इधर पेस है, मैं ट्राई कर सकता हूँ निकलने के लिए। तो मैंने ट्राई किया निकलने के लिए, तो फिर मैं निकल गया उधर, क्योंकि अपोजिट साइड पे था ना वो बिल्डिंग का वो था ना दीवार, तो उधर से कोई शायद नहीं निकल सका होगा, क्योंकि उधर पूरा उधर ही क्रैश हुआ था। मैं जो जहाँ था वहाँ ही थोड़ा पेस था। फिर भी मेरे पता नहीं मैं कैसे बचा हूँ, क्योंकि मेरे नज़र के सामने ही सब 2 एयर होस्टल वो अंकल आंटी सब उधर ही सब।
आप पैदल चल के आए वहाँ से निकल के?
हाँ, और थोड़ा जब आग लगी ना मेरा लेफ्ट हैंड भी जल गया थोड़ा। फिर एम्बुलेंस मेरे को उठा लेके इधर आया हॉस्पिटल में।
अभी इलाज वगैरह कैसा हो रहा है? अभी कैसा फील कर रहे हैं आप?
इलाज बहुत अच्छा है, यहाँ के लोग बहुत सपोर्टिंग है, बहुत अच्छा इलाज कर रहे हैं सब।
All right, and absolutely, incredible occurrence in the midst of all this tragedy to have this miracle survival of one of the passengers. But Foreign Affairs Minister Jai Shankar has just posted on social media on how they're in touch with the UK Foreign Secretary and Foreign Minister of Portugal and Canada as well, because it's been various nationalities who were on that plane.
Yeah, 53 British nationals, 7 Portuguese, 1 Canadian, and more than 160 Indian nationals on board. Total 242, including the crew on board. 241 have perished in this crash. The government reaching out, and very significantly, there are investigators now from across the world coming in over here, from the United Kingdom, from the United States. Our DGCA is leading the probe. They are the primary go-to authority. The story that NDTV is looking at very closely, and we have been reporting for a while now, is whether the government or the regulator mulls grounding Air India's Dreamliner fleet for safety reasons. While that would be devastating for the airline and tens of thousands of passengers, if it's safety, then that's all that matters. But that would be to look at maintenance practices of the airline, if there was anything which was a glitch over there. So that's something that they would be looking at very, very closely indeed.
All right, Vishnu, well, we just heard that lone survivor, 40-year-old Vishwas Ramesh, there speaking from the hospital bed. He is an India-born British citizen. The Prime Minister met with him earlier. Now, let's just listen into this account of an eyewitness who actually watched Vishwas walk away from that air crash.
रमेश जी वो शख्स हैं जिन्होंने सबसे पहले जो विश्वास, जो कि 242 पैसेंजरों में जो एक शख्स बचे हैं, तो वो विश्वास कैसे बचे हैं ये आप जरा बताइए दर्शकों को।
सर, कैसा हुआ कि हमें भी ये यकीन नहीं था कि कोई बच के निकलेगा। जैसे वो हमें ऐसा लगा जब मैंने वो जो आधा जो प्लेन ब्रेक हुआ ना सर, तो जो ब्रेक होने का जो पॉइंट था उस पॉइंट पे शायद वो बंदा बैठा हुआ था। तो जैसे ही ब्लास्ट हुआ, ऐसे ब्रेक हुआ ना, तो उछल के वो नीचे, उस पे भी फ्यूल तो उड़ा, उसको आग तो लगी, पर वो जो दूसरे लोग जो जल गए, जैसे सीएम और भी जो पैसेंजर्स है जो बच ही नहीं पाए, जल गए, वो जैसे ब्लास्ट होके नीचे अथड़ा के नीचे गिरा।
आप बता सकते हैं अगर लोकेशन इस बिल्डिंग से कितनी दूर पर वो गिरे होंगे?
सर वो उस बिल्डिंग के जो करीब है, वहां से उछल के ये आगे की साइड, लेफ्ट साइड में आके वो गिरा अछड़ा के, और उसका पूरा शरीर जल रहा था। तो कुछ देर तो वो ऐसे करने लगा, ऐसे हिलने लगा, क्योंकि वो उसको मिटा रहा था, जो मिट्टी से उसको बुझा रहा था। फिर जैसे चल के वो खुद आया बंदा, और उसको पैर में उसको चोट लगी, क्योंकि ऊपर से वो सेकंड फ्लोर से नीचे गिरा, तो ऑब्वियसली उसके बोन्स में इंजरी हुई होगी। तो वो थोड़ा सा ऐसा लड़खड़ा रहा था, चल के आया, और आके वो आगे जाके तो लोगों को बोल रहा था कि बोले मैं गिरा हूँ, मैं फ्लाइट में ही था, पर किसी को यकीन नहीं हुआ। उसके बाद वो रोड तक चल के गया, जब 108 मतलब 108 वगैरह जो एम्बुलेंस आई, उनसे बात करने लगा, हम लोग देख रहे थे, तब हमें ये यकीन हुआ कि ये भी रियली उस प्लेन का पैसेंजर था। वरना कोई बिलीव नहीं कर रहा था, हमें ऐसा लग रहा था क्योंकि ऑर्डिनरी मतलब हॉस्पिटल का बंदा या वो जो मैस का बंदा होगा।
Vishwa, the lone survivor on AI-171, made it and is likely to be home soon in the UK, and what a relief for brother Nayan. But I'm so sorry to share that at the same time Nayan has great levels of uncertainty to know more about the other brother who was also on flight. So Nayan, you're 4 brothers. Firstly, thank you so much for talking to us.
Yeah, that's fine, yeah.
Are you 4 brothers?
Yeah, we were 4 brothers. 4 brothers.
When did you get to speak to Vishwa last?
Like 2 hours ago.
Okay.
Before the doctor denied him of speaking to anyone furthermore.
Is he fine? How is he?
Yeah, he looks fine.
Okay. And did he have anything to share about the other brother, about Ajay, who was on board? Does he have details? Is he scared?
Yeah, that's the only thing he was worried about. He wasn't even worried about himself or any injuries his body has. He was just worried about finding my other brother.
What made the 2 brothers travel to India?
Vacation.
And both Vishwa and Ajay are married.
Yes, they are.
I'm just so sorry. This is just such a mix of emotions, and I can see from the support and the love that you're receiving from neighbors, family members. I can tell that there's so much love in this family. How are your parents, Nayan?
My parents are really devastated and just in utter shock at the moment.
I'm sorry.
My mom's been crying all day.
I'm sorry. So I'm really very sorry. Are you likely to travel now to India? What next?
Yeah, we're going to travel to India tomorrow.
And what sort of support could you now ask for at this stage? Anything practical that can be offered by the UK, by communities, by the diaspora in India?
Honestly, I don't even know what kind of support we need. We just want to get to the hospital, meet my brother, and then see what happens from there.
Viewers, the Air India aircraft carried 242 passengers, slammed into a doctor's hostel of a medical college some distance away from the end of the runway. Rescuers have confirmed only 1 passenger survived. 5 people in the hostel were also killed. The Ahmedabad airport CCTV footage showed a very short flight of 32 seconds from the time the landing gears left the runway to the time of impact. And let's play out some of those videos that are coming in, ground reports as well of the survivors as well as also the victims of this tragedy.
आपने अभी डीएनए सैंपल दिया है, कौन था आपका फ्लाइट में?
मेरी डॉटर थी।
क्या नाम है उनका?
टीनल मिस्त्री।
क्या बताया जा रहा है और कहाँ जा रहे थे, कुछ अगर शेयर कर पाएंगे?
वो आनंद से लंदन जा रही है, अहमदाबाद से लंदन।
अच्छा, अहमदाबाद आनंद से आए थे आप आनंद से?
आनंद से।
अच्छा, क्या मकसद से जा रहे थे, कुछ बता पाएंगे?
वो उधर ही रहती थी, लंदन 1 साल से थी वो।
अच्छा।
वो वर्क परमिट में गई थी, उधर ही रहती थी, और उसका अगले साल एक्सीडेंट हो गया था इंडिया में ही। फिर उसका वर्क परमिट था, उसको जाना ही पड़ता था, तो उसका ट्रीटमेंट पूरा नहीं हुआ था, तो ये ट्रीटमेंट के लिए वापस आई थी। उसका 7 या 8 टीथ निकल गया था।
अच्छा।
तो इम्प्लांट करवाया, तो पूरा दांत उसका नया लगवाया था।
नहीं, क्या बता रहे हैं कुछ? अभी आपने सैंपल दिया है?
या 3 दिन लगेगा ऐसा बोले, 72 घंटा लगेगा।
तो खाली वो थे, मतलब मैरिड थी, किस तरीके का?
तो आप मैरिड की रजिस्टर करके गई थी। मैरिज तो उसका अगले साल करने का था, मैरिज नहीं हुआ था, मैरिज करने का था अगले साल।
ये फ़ोटो है रोशनी सौंदर्य की, जो एयर इंडिया की जो फ़्लाइट में हादसा हुआ उसमें कैबिन क्रू थी। हम इस वक्त सिविल हॉस्पिटल में मौजूद है और ये डोंबिवली की रहने वाली थी। उनके पिताजी राजेंद्र जो यहाँ पर अभी डीएनए सैंपल दे के आए, हमसे बात कर रहे हैं। क्या कुछ बताया गया और किस तरीके से सैंपलिंग ली और आपको कैसे पता चला इस हादसे के बारे में?
दोपहर को मालूम पड़ा, जब दुर्घटना घटी उस टाइम हम लोग घर में थे। तो पता चलने के बाद हम लोग बोले चलो देखते किसका क्या है। उसमें देखा तो मेरे लड़की का नाम। हाँ, हम लोग वहाँ से निकले और आ गए। बोला चलो फ्लाइट 7 बजे का फ्लाइट पकड़ा, डायरेक्ट इधर आए।
आखिरी बार कब बात हुई थी? क्योंकि एयर इंडिया में एयर होस्टेस थे, कैबिन क्रू थे, आना जाना।
11 तारीख को निकली, तभी मेरे से बात हुई उसकी। अचानक वो फ्लाइट लगी थी उसको, तो पहले के जैसे ही थे। तो बाद में ऐसा क्रैश का ये आया, उसका मम्मी बोला ऐसा ऐसा उसके फ्रेंड का फ़ोन आया है तो क्रैश हो गया है। तो मैं बोला रुको ज़रा देखते अपन, इसका नाम है, उसमें अपने लड़की का नाम है कि नहीं। लेकिन बाद में पता चला उसका नाम था उसमें, और पता चला कि बहुत बड़ा क्रैश हो गया, इसीलिए कोई बच नहीं पाया उसमें से। क्यों जहाँ क्रैश हुआ वो इंस्टीट्यूट का आजू बाजू का भी सब उसमें घायल हो गया।
जी, तकरीबन 12 कैबिन क्रू थे, उसमें से आपकी बेटी भी बताई जा रही है। और यहाँ पर आकर किस तरीके की व्यवस्था हुई, सैंपल लिया गया, अब आगे क्या बताया जा रहा है आपको कि कब तक जांच रिपोर्ट आएगी और कुछ सामने आ पाएगा?
अभी वो डीएनए लिए है, डीएनए लेके वो सब हो गया उसका। और बाद में बोले अभी 72 घंटा, यानी कि हम लोग को लाके इधर होटल में रुकाया ताकि और दूसरों के पेरेंट्स जो है वो आएंगे, मिलेंगे। फिर उनका एयर इंडिया का जो HR है वो लेके आएंगे बाद में सब।
All right, heart-rending scenes really from that civil hospital. Families who'd bid farewell to their loved ones now having to come there, give their blood so that DNA samples can be taken and matched with the charred bodies that were recovered from the crash site. Let's go across to Abhishek for more. And Gauri, also we've seen such a range of, the kind of passengers that were there from, an air hostess from Manipur, a nurse from Kerala, entire families, a doctor family from Udaipur.
Those going for their vacations, those going to meet some of their friends and family in London, those who were looking to relocate. There was this young family that came, Gargi.
That selfie, yes.
Yeah, that fatal selfie that really was heartbreaking.
Right. Abhishek joins us from the civil hospital. And Abhishek, it's really emotional, heartrending wait for those family members. We do know that around 5 bodies have been handed over to the families. Earlier we saw that the Home Minister, the Gujarat Home Minister and Health Minister both had arrived at the hospital. Tell us what's happening now.
Definitely, we are right present outside the center where DNA samples, you can say the blood samples for DNA matching are being collected. And every family which is reaching here, the relative, they have their own stories. As we are bringing out to you, we have the latest one of Keenal Mistry, and the last selfie says it all. A father and a mother who came to Ahmedabad airport to say goodbye to her daughter, and she didn't return is something. Now we have spoken to her father, and he's like, we were planning her marriage next year, and that was already registered a grand ceremony, which now we couldn't be able to do it. There are different stories, different memories of the relatives who are coming here. Some are ready to share, some are in very disturbed state of mind that we couldn't approach them also in that situation. This is what is going on in the civil hospital currently. And as we speak, as far as administration is concerned, or the hospital authority or the government, they have not come out with any official figures of death or like bodies being handed over or something like that. What we're coming to know is only from the sources, and the bodies which have been handed over, let me point out, because those are the bodies of the student who at least could have been identified by the friends and the relatives. But those of inside the flight and those passengers, definitely it has been made mandatory that without DNA report or matching, that couldn't be handed over to them. So it will take time. And what is more difficult in this situation is, after giving the blood for the sample, you will have to wait for next 72 hours. And necessary arrangements have been made by the administration, food packets, water. In fact, the accommodation will be provided to the relatives, and they are being asked to accommodate or live in the nearby area, circuit house and other accommodation made available for them. But that 72 hours is also something they will have to wait until the reports come and they identify the mortal remains, and then they are handed over, and then they can finally take it back. So, this is the situation here, and as far as the sampling is concerned, it is more than 200 to 220 samples have been collected. And remember, there were 241 passengers in the flight who have been presumed to be dead, as well as the flight crashed. There were certain students from there. So, the number will increase, and in fact, the most concern is about the international passengers, how their relative will come, when will they give their sample, and how they could claim their mortal remains is something that we are closely monitoring, and the number will increase over here.
And I think that's the process where the government has actually tried to streamline the process. No, but high commissions are ensuring that they are in touch with the victims' families, and this entire process of getting the DNA is expedited.
So that point that Abhishek made, Abhishek, when those 5 bodies were handed over, so you're telling us these are of the medical students. Remember, this plane crashed into the BJ Medical College just adjacent to the airport, and these 5 bodies have been handed over. Abhishek also telling us that the number could go up. Abhishek, there's no clarity right now on the number of dead. The rest of the passengers so far, the DNA testing has to be done, so that will take longer. So Abhishek, just if you could tell us more about the students. We do know that the people who are working in the kitchen are also said to be missing. Any more clarity, any official word on the number of people on the ground who may have been affected?
See, definitely, 2 case studies that I have already done is, how a senior citizen woman who used to prepare food in that canteen, I spoke to the son and the daughter of both the lady, and they have finally, by visiting across hospitals and mortuaries, they finally were told to go and give their sample. They spoke to us exclusively and said that, her mother used to cook food in the canteen, and the person whom we spoke to used to deliver the tiffins across the campus. And it is something very disturbing situation, because the senior citizen woman had a 2-year-old kid also. So, you can imagine the situation. Apart from those young doctors, in fact, the canteen staff has also suffered, and they are missing. And as far as the numbers are concerned, we cannot say that particular number, but definitely casualties have been of young doctors also. One of the Dr. Manav Bhadu, who have spoken with family with him last night. Yeah, so that's how things are going on, and process is there. People are turning up, relatives are turning up, and they are giving the samples, but they will have to wait for 72 hours. So as soon as early you reach, you might claim the mortal remains earliest.
But ordeal is going to last 72 hours for the families of the victims. Abhishek Awasthi joining us live from the civil hospital, where that DNA testing process is underway. And viewers, another heartbreaking story that's coming in from Kerala. One of those killed in the Air India crash is the nurse Ranjita Gopakumar, who had come on a quick visit to complete the formalities to renew her government job in Kerala. She was returning to the UK, hoping to then quickly return back and settle down in Kerala with her 2 young children. My colleague Sam Daniel, in fact, spoke with the family of the nurse. Listen in.
More heart-rending stories are emerging a day after the crash of the Air India London-bound flight in Ahmedabad. One of those killed is a nurse from Kerala, Ranjita Gopakumar, who was on her way back to the UK after a brief visit to her hometown Pathanamthitta in Kerala. She had come to quickly complete formalities to renew her government job at a hospital in Pathanamthitta. She was going back, hoping to return for good soon, so that she'll be able to settle back at Pathanamthitta with her 2 children and her mother. She was even building a house, hoping to move in there with her family. Now she leaves behind her mother and 2 children. There's a pile of gloom at Pathanamthitta at her home, with friends, families and many from the community gathering there, hearing about the tragedy. In Chennai, Sam Daniel, for NDTV.
All right, so just one of the many heart-wrenching tales that have emerged since this tragedy, since the plane crash took place just within seconds of taking off there from Ahmedabad. 241 passengers dead, also at least 5 medical students on the ground to have died after the plane crashed into their hostel.
All right, on that note, we slip into a quick break. We come back and continue our rolling coverage of one of the biggest air tragedies that India has ever faced.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
मैं नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि एनडीए सरकार में हम अगले 10 साल में विकसित भारत के सपने को साकार करके रहेंगे। अटल से तो विकसित भारत की तस्वीर है।
The last 1 month, if you see the share price.
Tragic air crash that took place in Ahmedabad after the Boeing Dreamliner crashed shortly after taking off, barely seconds after taking off, it crashed into a medical college. We've been bringing you reports of the passengers who've lost their lives, 241, an array of people, be it an air hostess from Manipur, a nurse from Kerala, a former chief minister as well, and those reports coming in as at the same time news coming in that the government may be even considering grounding the entire fleet, the Dreamliner fleet, as they conduct an inquiry into what took place, what caused this crash, whether it was even a maintenance issue.
Indeed, and that would be extremely significant given the fact that Air India does run over 30 Dreamliners. We are not going to jump the gun here. We're going to wait for the official probe and the official word as to what really happened. But meanwhile, I want to play out this important conversation that included with Akhilesh Chaube, a resident of the same building where Aparna Mahadik, who's a resident of Goregaon, who was there in that ill-fated aircraft. Listen in.
अपर्णा महादिक ये अहमदाबाद से लंदन जा रही जो फ़्लाइट क्रैश हुई कल अहमदाबाद में, उसमें क्रू मेंबर थी, मुंबई के गोरेगांव इलाके की रहने वाली थी और यहाँ पर जो उनके आसपास रहते हैं अखिलेश चौबे जी, वो हमारे साथ हैं। अक्सर दोनों वॉक पे मिला करते थे, एक साथ वॉक भी किया करते थे। उनसे बात करेंगे कि अपर्णा किस तरीके की व्यक्ति थी और क्या कुछ था। सर, बहुत दुखद घटना अहमदाबाद में सामने आई जहाँ पर तकरीबन 200 से ज़्यादा लोगों की मौत हो गई। उनमें से आप ही की सोसाइटी में रहने वाली एक क्रू मेंबर अपर्णा महादिक भी थी। किस तरीके से आप उनको जानते थे, क्या वो कैसे व्यक्तित्व था उनका?
नहीं, हमारी सोसाइटी में जो है एयर इंडिया के काफ़ी पायलट्स और क्रू मेंबर्स रहते हैं और हम लोग जो है नीचे वॉक करते समय या जो सोसाइटी के सार्वजनिक कार्यक्रम होते हैं उसमें एक दूसरे को मिलते थे, एक दूसरे को जानते थे। और कल फ़ोटो देखने के तुरंत बाद जैसे ये घटना घटी और उसके बाद जैसे ही अपर्णा का फ़ोटो आया, मुझे ऐसा लगा कि हमारे कोई जान पहचान वाले एक्सपायर हुए हैं। हमने फ़ोन करके फिर पता किया और पूरी सोसाइटी को ऐसा लग रहा है कि सोसाइटी का कोई अपना चला गया है। वैसे तो पूरे देश के लिए बहुत दुखद घटना है, बट हमारी सोसाइटी के लिए विशेष दुखद हो गया।
सर, किसी से बात हो पाई है, उनके परिवार से आपकी बात हो पाई है और उनका व्यक्तित्व कैसा था, वो किस तरीके की व्यक्ति थी? जब आप वॉक्स पे मिलते थे तो क्या कुछ था उनके बाद, थोड़ी जानकारी?
देखिए, फिटनेस फ्रीक थी, रूटीन वॉक करते थे, मॉर्निंग में दिखती थी और ऐसी घड़ी में घर से परिवार वालों से क्या बात करें वो समझ में नहीं आता है। तो सारे लोग दुख में हैं। अब जो है सोसाइटी में जब भी आगे उनकी डेड बॉडी वगैरह आएगी तो उसके बाद जो भी प्रोग्राम कार्यक्रम होगा।
Viewers, 12 people were from Rajasthan in that aircraft, and that included 5 from one family in Baswara district, a couple and 3 young children.
You can see that final selfie that they took in the plane.
And they were all relocating, in fact, Gargi. They were relocating to the UK. And you know, the husband was in the UK for the last 6 years. He had put the building block, so to say, in place.
And the wife had just quit her job and they were relocating with their twin boys and daughter. NDTV's Harsha sent us this report.
12 people from Rajasthan have lost their lives in that tragic accident in Ahmedabad. 5 of them from one family from Baswara. In fact, Dr. Prateek Joshi, who was a medical doctor and working in London, had just come back to take back with him his wife and his 3 children. He had been working in London for 3 years and he wanted his family to move with him permanently and start a new life. He took a very happy selfie with his wife and his 3 children. His wife, Dr. Komi Vyas, also a doctor, sitting next to him in the aircraft. She'd quit her job in Udaipur to move to London with her husband and her 3 children across the aisle, their 8-year-old daughter and their twin boys. There was also a young girl, Payal Khatik, who was going to London to pursue medicine. There was a young bride, Khushbu, from a small village in Rajasthan's Balotra area. She'd just been married a few months ago. She was traveling to London to be with her husband for the first time. Her last photograph too with her father at the airport. A slightly nervous, winsome smile as she leaves the family behind to go and meet her husband, who she's known perhaps for a very short time. She was recently married. There were also these cooks who were traveling on that flight. They used to regularly be in and out of London. They used to work in the house of an Ahmedabad-based businessman. And then 2 young children, about in their 20s, youngsters in their early 20s, Shubh and Shagun Modi, brother and sister, both of them successful MBA graduates who were working with their father, a marble-based trader in Udaipur. They were handling the family business. He lost both his children in that tragic air crash in one go. Brother and sister both have died. And there was also Abhinav Parihar, who leaves behind a young wife and a small child. He also had business in London. He was also on that flight. So 12 people from Rajasthan died in that air crash. Some of them posted pictures just minutes before the plane took off. They've left behind devastated families and perhaps forever those pictures which show their happy smiles trying to start a new life. But unfortunately, that was not to be.
All right, so many stories now emerging after the air crash took place yesterday. Just to bring you up to date on what's taking place right now, the Prime Minister is in Gujarat. He's in Ahmedabad. He visited the crash site, the civil hospital, and held a review meeting. Also, the black box, the search for it is continuing, and various probe teams are on the ground. The DGCA probe team, as well as international from UK as well as the US, are there. Boeing also offering to send a team. There may also be a review of the entire Dreamliner fleet. That is what NDTV has learned. So we'll continue to track all these developments and bring you all the news updates.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
India's biggest air tragedy in 3 decades. A fatal air crash to be probed by all investigating agencies going forward. Prime Minister Modi visits the crash site and examines all investigation and probes that are underway. Lone survivor narrates the ordeal, tells how he managed his miraculous escape. Human faces of the Air India tragedy numbs India. Multiple families shattered, 241 dead, multiple families in complete shock. News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
After 2 years of the India-Canada tensions, it's the big relationship reboot. Indian Prime Minister heads to the G7 summit. Indispensable India on the global stage. Modi's multilateral momentum. NDTV live from the G7 summit in Canada.
Air India plane crash in Ahmedabad, India's latest aviation disaster. India responds to the tragedy. Facts first, 100% ground reports.
Fuel that burnt this entire area.
Maximum reporters, maximum coverage on NDTV. If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, It matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
Why was there a hurry? Was it the government that was in a hurry?
I don't want to blame anyone.
Joining us today here in the NDTV newsroom.
Government cannot walk away from this responsibility.
Cricket is region of sort in this country.
Would you like to comment on what happened?
What is the condition of the injured at this point? How many people died?
What exactly happened? You have lost your daughter.
In the wake of Pahalgam, all eyes on the Amarnath Yatra. Amidst fear, faith and fortitude. India's biggest fight against terror. NDTV reports on the holy route, the Amarnath spirit.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The
Good afternoon, viewers. We continue tracking the Air India Dreamliner crash into Ahmedabad College hostel yesterday that has killed over 240 persons, making it India's worst aviation tragedy in at least 3 decades.
Right. Gauri, also the Prime Minister has visited the collapse site and he has met with people in the hospital, and there's only one thing that he has told all his officials, that the focus needs to be on rescue and outreach to all the families who have lost their loved ones in this accident. All that and more coming up, but first up, the headlines.
Government considering Dreamliner safety probe. Sources tell NDTV domestic 787 fleet could be grounded. Safety review of Boeing 787 fleet in India likely.
This is India's biggest air tragedy in 3 decades. Multi-agency probe is underway now. Search is on for the black boxes and why the key to Mayday call was made.
जैसे मेरा डोर टूटा ना सब, तो मैंने देखा ना जब सामने कि थोड़ा इधर पेश है, मैं ट्राई कर सकता हूँ निकलने के लिए, तो मैंने ट्राई किया निकलने के लिए, तो फिर मैं निकल गया उधर.
The lone survivor narrates his ordeal. Prime Minister Modi meets the lone survivor of the horrific AI 717 crash. The survivor says that the door broke on impact and he jumped out. He said he did not think that he would actually survive.
Prime Minister Modi is in his home state in Ahmedabad. He has visited the crash site. He has also visited civil hospital. He has met with people who are injured, who are recovering now.
India's most expensive aviation claim. The potential 2,400 crore demand likely. Claims for damage and loss of lives.
Meanwhile, Israel has launched preemptive strikes against Iran. Iran airspace is closed now. Multiple flights have been diverted. In fact, 16 Air India flights have also been diverted, or they are returning to their origins.
The Air India Ahmedabad London flight that crashed marks Boeing's 787 Dreamliner's first fatal crash since the aircraft's debut in 2011. What we understand now so far is that the government is mulling grounding this fleet and taking a call as to what should be the way forward.
Also, Gauri, this is a fleet that has been under scanner for some years now. In fact, Air India operates 33 Dreamliners across the world, and these are mostly international flights. Air India's statement is awaited. And before Thursday's crash, the Boeing 787 Dreamliner aircraft had an immaculate record with 1,000 planes delivered around 14 years. But Boeing's program for the 787 series fleet has also suffered several setbacks, including repeated and costly delivery suspensions and also some allegations with regard to faults and manufacturing quality issues. Let's go across to our colleague Sessa from NDTV Prophet, who has a report on this.
The Ministry of Civil Aviation is considering a safety review of the domestic fleet of Dreamliners following the devastating crash of an Air India Boeing 787 aircraft, which claimed lives of 241 out of the 242 people that were on board of the London-bound flight, which is seen as the deadliest air disaster globally in a decade. Sources say that as a precautionary measures, authorities are likely to look at the possibility of temporary grounding of all Boeing 787 aircraft, with initial safety inquiries underway. Several stakeholders, including Tata Group, Boeing India, the US National Transportation Safety Board, as well as the Federal Aviation Administration, are engaged in discussion. A final decision hinges on the investigation's final findings. Meanwhile, Air India, which operates 34 Dreamliners, the largest fleet among Indian carriers, is also likely to face scrutiny, especially regarding maintenance practices. The crash has prompted international attention, with the NTSB leading a team of investigators from the US alongside Boeing and engine manufacturer GE Aerospace. Meanwhile, the Indian Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau is also probing the incident, with a preliminary report expected in about a month's time. Now, this particular tragedy is, not only raises questions about the aircraft's safety, but may also lead to a global review of Dreamliner's safety protocols as authorities seek to prevent such disasters in the future. We will keep you updated as the investigation progresses.
All right, Vasudha, in fact, pilot error as well as engine failure are supposed to be one of the theories that are being bandied about. Only the recovery of the flight box, black box recorders are likely to provide the concrete answers, but this crash is also going to be a major setback to Boeing's reputation as well as the importance it gives to safety. The company said that also, that its thoughts are with the passengers, crew, as well as first responders and all that are affected. Went on to also say that it was working with Air India to gather as much information as it can about the air crash.
Absolutely, Gauri. This is a setback to Boeing's reputation, and Boeing is one of those international players apart from Airbus, and every international flight that you travel in is expected to be either a Boeing aircraft or Airbus. So clearly this is a setback. And of course, when stock markets closed in New York on Thursday, Boeing shares went down by nearly 5%. The company has faced serious questions over its safety practices. In April, the company had said that it had improved operational performance from the ongoing focus on safety. And yesterday, it released an official statement saying that it's ready to cooperate with DGCA and the regulator and everybody else, even Air India, to understand what really went wrong. But let's go across to our colleague Shiv, who has more details on this.
The important thing to look back on now as we report on the Ahmedabad crash is Boeing's track record over the last 5 years, which has been, to say the least, a very, very turbulent one. It has faced a probe over two very similar crashes that took place. This was of a different aircraft type. This was the 737 MAX, which, as you know, was globally grounded for a very long time, leading to one of the largest aviation investigations in history. The Lion Air flight and the Ethiopian Air flight, the crashes that took place in which 346 people had died, sparked one of the deepest and most damaging investigations into Boeing. The 737 MAX aircraft in 2024, after the investigation was complete and the aircraft were back in the air, lost a door panel mid-air. This was an Air Alaska flight. There were no lives lost in this particular accident, but this led to a huge amount of scrutiny as far as factory floor quality control, something that Boeing has always prided itself on, but that became a big talking point as well. Boeing's brand has been taking a beating for about 5 to 6 years now, with the 737 MAX especially now. The whistleblower aspect of Boeing's troubles has been something in the media highlights for a while very sharply, especially John Barnett, who raised many safety concerns, and gave the impression that it was an I told you so moment as far as many of these accidents was concerned. He's warned of unsafe manufacturing practices. He'd put out a great deal of information suggesting that he had raised the flag on some of these practices in the past as well. He said that Boeing had responded to Barnett saying that the issues raised by him don't directly affect aviation safety, but John Barnett was found dead in March 2024, adding a very insidious sort of color to this entire thing. Now, the 787 issue becomes personal because the CEO of Boeing, Kelly Ortberg, has had to deal with troubles with the 787 in the past, even though Flight 171's crash is the first accident involving the Boeing Dreamliner, which is otherwise a very well-regarded aircraft. It has had troubles, and Kelly Ortberg will now be challenged by the effort to restore that trust. It's already been facing what I just described to you with the Boeing 737 MAX and now the 787 as well. Like I said, the post-crash effect financially on Boeing has had a telling effect. Their shares have already tanked by about 5%. So that's a shareholder challenge that Boeing will have to look like. The 787 Dreamliner, which was introduced in 2011, carried its billionth passenger last month. It's a widely used, widely operated wide-body passenger jet. And a loss of $11.8 billion is one of the big financial crises that Boeing actually faces in 2024 and going into this year. Total losses since 2019 is a staggering $35 billion. This is an enormous old aviation giant, but this has actually started to hurt. So the financial issues, the suspense and questions over safety will continue, to haunt Boeing. Fatalities in this particular accident, 241, like we've been reporting here on NDTV, one sole survivor who just met the Prime Minister as well. But 241 makes this one of the biggest and most damaging accidents involving a Boeing aircraft. There was a 737 crash in 2024 of Jeju Airlines. 179 people died in that particular accident. Let's move on to the next one. There are other. This was a Boeing 737, once again, 21. This was the Air India Express in Kozhikode in Kerala, which had landed and broken apart after landing. 21 people had died in that particular crash. Benny had thankfully survived as well. The 737 MAX 8 air crash, this was the Lion Air crash that I was referring to at the beginning of this video. 189 people crashed in that. This is the genesis of what became that bigger investigation. And then you had the Ethiopian air crash as well, just a few months later, in which 157 people died. It all came down to something called the MCAS, or Maneuvering Characteristics Augmentation System, which became a buzzword, a piece of software that spawned an enormous investigation into Boeing. So over nearly 400 people dying in two aircraft accidents spawned perhaps the biggest dark period as far as Boeing's reputation is concerned. There was a Bihar crash in 2000 in which a Boeing 737-200 crashed. 60 people had died in that particular crash. So what we do know right now about the Dreamliners, and like I said, these are aircraft that are wide-body, twin-engine aircraft built for efficiency and speed. Boeing's, big answer to aircraft from its rival Airbus. This is the first crash involving the 787 Dreamliner type since its introduction in 2011.
All right, let's now get in our colleague Ankit Tyagi, who's standing by at the crash site where, of course, the wreckage is being picked up. Ankit, talk to us about what really is happening right now on ground.
Let me start by giving you the latest what is happening at this moment, Gauri and Vasudha. And we were reporting since morning, this area, the mess area, which was where the doctors were eating when the plane in fact crashed. Now, very important visuals, and I'll ask Sudhish to in fact zoom in. Since morning, there was a lot of activity. Now, this half of this building had already collapsed. The roof had already collapsed. Now there are workers right on top where the tail section is, and they are using, in fact, machines to drill and break the remaining section of the roof. I can show you at this moment. You will see people in the fluorescent vest, and also a few of them standing right at the top. And Sudhish will zoom in and probably be able to show you the drilling machine that they are using at this moment to break those sections of the terrace. Now, this could happen for two reasons. Number one, this entire structure on the roof over the mess is very, very precarious at this moment. It's unstable. So they are trying to, in fact, break this so that people don't walk over. Apart from that, earlier we saw that there were ropes brought in to secure this tail section. Now, this tail section becomes very, very important because what we have learned so far for the Boeing 787 Dreamliner, the black box is somewhere located in the tail section. Now, since yesterday, there have been one after another, many teams, those who have come here. But at this moment, we do not have any confirmation whether the black box have been recovered or not. At least last a couple of hours back, when Vishnu spoke to his sources in Air India, it was clear that the black box is yet to be recovered. And that becomes the most important factor as far as this entire investigation is concerned, because remember, the black box would also have the cockpit voice recorder. So it will have the last minute when the pilots were trying to take off, the conversation between the pilot and the co-pilot. It also has the data of any malfunctioning. It will distinguish between human error or mechanical malfunctioning that took place in this plane. And all those data then become very, very important for future step for air safety, not only for Boeing, but for other aircrafts as well. What I can tell you at this moment is that at 10:30, the final go-ahead was given to, in fact, clear the debris and the wreckage from this area. And what you are seeing at this moment is very, very significant, because this is the largest intact, part of the plane, of the wreckage of AI-171, which was en route to London, which is, actually at this moment, the biggest part that you can see intact. Apart from this, everything else from the cockpit to the entire body of the plane is absolutely charred beyond recognition. It is scattered around 400 to 500 meters, in fact 600 meters, because let me very quickly once again tell you, the roof at which you are seeing the workers working at this moment to try and break it is the roof of the hostel mess, and this is also the area where the kitchen was. Now, at least 5 doctors and 2 women, mother-daughter duo, those who were working in the kitchen mess, died at this moment, at this place. Apart from that, just under this building is the underbody of the plane, which carries, in fact, the luggage, and a lot of luggage has been strewn all across that area as well. Okay, there are certain teams that I can see at this moment on the ground as well. As I told you, there's a lot of movement here. The area of interest becomes this tail section. Right in front of the tail section, about 100 meters from there, is the tail fin. Tail in the area that you see of the wreckage, the red area with the Air India logo. It also had a tail fin which had fallen about 100 meters from here. The landing gear is also intact and hanging under this wreckage. But what we are seeing at this moment are, in fact, very significant visuals of how this entire debris is being cleared. The roof is being, in fact, broken. There are workers working right on top. Since morning, right after the Prime Minister's visit, there were about 8 to 10 people continuously moving around this roof itself. And this is where the action at this moment is taking place. Hopefully, they are either planning planning to break this and bring this entire section down so that they can safely try and see if the black box is in that area. You will see once again just near where this debris is, where this part is of the tail, the rear end of the aircraft. Two gentlemen, those who are in the fluorescent vest, also, in fact, surveying the area. It looks like they will start breaking this down, the walls as well. Both these gentlemen are in uniform, could be part of multiple air crash investigation teams, which are at this moment stationed all across this BK Medical College, junior doctors, mess, and of course, beyond that is the residential area, quarters. In the residential quarters, at least 5 of the buildings have been charred very, very badly. The engine, other parts of the plane are strewn all across that place. The fatalities on the ground could even go higher. More than 10 is what sources are telling us at this moment.
Well, Ankit, also what I understand is that while an expert team from DGCA and aircraft AAIB is already there, we also understand that there are institutions and organizations like NTSB and EASA, which will also be looking at sending teams, and some of them have already arrived. What is it that can be expected from these international experts? Because Boeing is an international player and there's a lot of scrutiny on the company, and more importantly, there'll be a lot of expert attention also on this episode.
And how soon are those experts likely to be there? Those foreign investigative probes, how soon are they likely to join these investigations?
See, it is going to be, Vasudha and Gauri, a multi-nation probe, because but India is going to have a lead on this. Beyond the scrutiny of Boeing, the important thing is to try and figure out what went wrong. And that would only happen once the black box is recovered. Remember, 737 Dreamliner, this is, one of the major aircraft on long-haul flights, not just being flown by Air India, but many other airlines as well. So they would be, in fact, also be waiting anxiously to exactly know what went wrong as far as this entire accident is concerned. On your question about the experts, so what we know is that from United Kingdom, there is a team which is coming to assist the investigation, which the Indian, in fact, aircraft accident bureau is doing. And apart from that, there is a team for Boeing as well, which will come and access. Now, very quickly, just about the black box, the data recorder, the black box that we are talking about, we've been telling our viewers simultaneously that though it is called the black box, but it is an orange, painted sort of a thing, which is very securely put at the tail end or the rear end of the aircraft, and it is designed to take substantial punishment. G-forces. It can also a high impact burning. If it goes underwater, then there are provisions that a transponder starts emitting a signal so that it can be in fact found. But since this was low altitude, I don't know whether that transponder mechanism works or not. But the fact is, if the black box is recovered and if it is undamaged, which we have seen in one of the major crashes as well, it is largely a plug and play game. They will put it in a system and they will start receiving the data immediately. So that becomes very important. Yesterday, Vasudha, teams, as you were saying, from the DGCA, Civil Aviation Ministry, along with the, aircraft accident investigation teams of India, the Bureau, had all come here. I was told about more than 36 people, 36 to 40 people had arrived yesterday in this multidisciplinary team. Apart from that, there are some teams from the Defense Forces as well, those who are helping them investigate the crash. As far as the international teams are concerned, we don't have a timeline to that. But Boeing already, have been told, has dispatched engineers and their teams to assist the investigation. Now, in this entire matter, 2-3 things become very, very important. Number one, they will come and assess how the plane disintegrated. So this entire area, which was photographed extensively by the teams which were investigating this last night, at around 11 o'clock, they reached here. They made 6 to 7 teams comprising of 5 to 8 people, which went to different areas to understand what happened, and also to take multiple pictures and visuals of this, so that can be put together to understand what happened at the point of impact, where all did the debris fall. And after that, I've been told that the SDRF and the NDRF have been given specific instructions that the debris which will be cleaned, because, it's difficult to explain to our viewers, those who are on television, the enormity of the debris, the entire, those buildings that you see which are charred black, the entire ground beneath them is just mangled remains of the aircraft, broken walls, things which have fallen from the buildings as well. So it will be a very, very difficult task to scoop everything up and clean this area. But they have been told that it has to be done section by section. It has to be marked and then put into baggages and then dispatched from here. It's not that all of this is going to be cleared and thrown to a side. They will be taken to facilities for investigation, where they will try and put a picture together of the last moments of this aircraft and what exactly happened when the impact in fact took place. Let me also very quickly tell you that as we speak, we are seeing more people, presumably from the investigation teams, coming in at this tail section of the aircraft.
Very important, Ankit, that you pointed out that more people are joining in the probe, and we're going to keep coming back to you for the latest in terms of what's really happening on the crash site. That was Ankit Tyagi reporting live from the crash site in Ahmedabad. Now, Vasudha, while on one end we've been talking about the probe, the black box recovery, the flight data and what really happened, but the larger point, the human face of this tragedy, the 241 people, their families that are completely devastated, waiting for a DNA sample to be completed so they can actually take the body of their loved ones. The families, their stories, each of them in fact had a story to tell, right? Whether it was one from Rajasthan or Kerala or Manipur, isn't it?
Yes, and incidentally, Gauri, all of them were, looking forward to beginning a new life. There was a story of a young bride. There was the story of a doctor who basically had resigned as a radiologist in a hospital in Banswara, and then she's looking forward to a fresh life with her husband, with her 3 children. Those smiling faces of those kids,
and that selfie that they put out on the social media. That was the last selfie that the family had, and there was a lot of work that went behind that journey, that ill-fated journey that never took off. And like that, there were so many other such cases. In fact, also the former Chief Minister of Gujarat, Vijay Rupani as well, the tragic details of each of those 241 passengers is essentially the human side of this tragedy. So while we've been talking about how do you identify what happened, but we can never lose sight of the faces who bore the brunt of India's worst air disaster.
Absolutely. And Vijay Rupani, former Chief Minister of Gujarat, dying in such a tragic way. And, Gauri, a lot of us actually used to call him the accidental Chief Minister. But, he was the first Chief Minister of Gujarat after Keshubhai Patel from Saurashtra. He represented something so important. Apart from him, all the young and old faces who were looking forward to something so promising, a future that had so much in store for them and for their family members. And their family members had not even left the airport when the crash news came in.
We saw it, all of it firsthand. And I'm going to play out some of those reactions, viewers, as we keep coming back to those, as I said, the human side of this devastating tragedy. But first, listen into some of those reactions.
अपर्णा महादिक, ये अहमदाबाद से लंदन जा रही जो फ्लाइट क्रैश हुई कल अहमदाबाद में, उसमें क्रू मेंबर थी। मुंबई के गोरेगांव इलाके की रहने वाली थी और यहाँ पर जो उनके आसपास रहते हैं अखिलेश चौबे जी, वो हमारे साथ हैं। अक्सर दोनों वॉक पे मिला करते थे, एक साथ वॉक भी किया करते थे। उनसे बात करेंगे कि अपर्णा किस तरीके की व्यक्ति थी और क्या कुछ था। सर, बहुत दुखद घटना अहमदाबाद में सामने आई जहाँ पर तकरीबन 200 से ज़्यादा लोगों की मौत हो गई। उनमें से आप ही की सोसाइटी में रहने वाली एक क्रू मेंबर अपर्णा महादिक भी थी। किस तरीके से आप उनको जानते थे, क्या वो कैसे व्यक्तित्व था उनका?
हमारी सोसाइटी में जो है एयर इंडिया के काफ़ी पायलट्स और क्रू मेंबर्स रहते हैं और हम लोग जो है नीचे वॉक करते समय या जो सोसाइटी के सार्वजनिक कार्यक्रम होते हैं उसमें एक दूसरे को मिलते थे, एक दूसरे को जानते थे। और कल फ़ोटो देखने के तुरंत बाद जैसे ये घटना घटी और उसके बाद जैसे अपर्णा का फ़ोटो आया, मुझे ऐसा लगा कि हमारे कोई जान पहचान वाले एक्सपायर हुए हैं। हमने फ़ोन करके पता किया और पूरी सोसाइटी को ऐसा लग रहा है कि सोसाइटी का कोई अपना चला गया है। वैसे तो पूरे देश के लिए बहुत दुखद घटना है, बट हमारी सोसाइटी के लिए विशेष दुखद हो गया।
सर, किसी से बात हो पाई है, उनके परिवार से आपकी बात हो पाई है और उनका व्यक्तित्व कैसा था, वो किस तरीके की व्यक्ति थी? जब आप वॉक्स पे मिलते थे तो क्या कुछ था उनके बाद, थोड़ी जानकारी?
देखिए, फिटनेस फ्रीक थी, रूटीन वॉक करते थे, मॉर्निंग में दिखती थी, और ऐसी घड़ी में घर से परिवार वालों से क्या बात करें वो समझ में नहीं आता है। तो सारे लोग दुख में हैं। अब जो है सोसाइटी में जब भी आगे उनकी डेड बॉडी वगैरह आएगी तो उसके बाद जो भी प्रोग्राम कार्यक्रम होगा।
आपने अभी डीएनए सैंपल दिया है, कौन था आपका फ्लाइट में?
मेरी डॉटर थी।
क्या नाम है उनका?
किनल मिस्त्री।
क्या बताया जा रहा है और कहाँ जा रहे थे, कुछ अगर शेयर कर पाएंगे?
वो आनंद से लंदन जा रही थी, अहमदाबाद से लंदन।
अच्छा, अहमदाबाद आनंद से आए थे आप आनंद से हैं?
आनंद से।
अच्छा, क्यों क्या मकसद से जा रहे थे, कुछ बता पाएंगे?
उधर ही रहती थी, लंदन 1 साल से थी वो।
अच्छा।
वो वर्क परमिट में गई थी, उधर ही रहती थी, और उसका अगले साल एक्सीडेंट हो गया था इंडिया में ही। फिर उसका वर्क परमिट था, उसको जाना ही पड़ता था, तो उसका ट्रीटमेंट पूरा नहीं हुआ था, तो ये ट्रीटमेंट के लिए वापस आई थी। उसका 7 या 8 टीथ निकल गया था।
अच्छा।
तो इम्प्लांट करवाया, तो पूरा दांत उसका नया लगवाया था।
क्या बता रहे हैं कुछ? अभी आपने सैंपल दिया है?
या 3 दिन लगेगा ऐसा बोले, 72 घंटा लगेगा।
तो खाली वो थे, मतलब मैरिड थी, किस तरीके का?
तो आप मैरिड की रजिस्टर करके गई थी। मैरिज तो उसका अगले साल करने का था, मैरिज नहीं हुआ था, मैरिज करने का था अगले साल।
अहमदाबाद हादसे में मारे गए लोगों के परिजनों का जो डीएनए परीक्षण है वो इस वक्त मेडिकल कॉलेज में चल रहा है। मेरे साथ में धैर्य हैं और इनके जो अंकल हैं वो इस हादसे में उनकी मौत हुई है। धैर्य, अपने अंकल के बारे में बताइए, कहाँ जा रहे थे, क्या कर रहे थे?
हाँ, वो यहाँ से लंदन की फ़्लाइट में जा रहे थे। उनको लंदन नहीं जाना था, उनके सन के पास, और वो वहाँ यहाँ बनासकांठा से आ रहे थे और वो प्लेन में थे।
और कुछ तो आपको कब पता चला कि
हमें जैसे ही न्यूज़ में आया तो पता चला। फिर हमें तो पता था कि उनकी 1 बजे की फ़्लाइट है और यही फ़्लाइट थी, वो पता था। फिर उनके सन से टिकट सब मंगवाए और फिर यहाँ पर आ गए कल दोपहर को।
अभी क्या हुआ है, डीएनए परीक्षण?
हाँ, डीएनए परीक्षण अंकल के लिए रिपोर्ट्स दे दिए हमने। मेरी आंटी भी थी, उनका बाकी है, तो अभी उनका सैम्पलिंग के लिए आए।
तो कब तक शव मिलने की उम्मीद है, क्या बताया गया?
हाँ, अभी आइडेंटिफिकेशन के लिए उन्होंने बोला है कि आपको बुलाएगी जल्दी से। मीन्स अभी आप सैंपल दे दो, 72 आवर्स वैसे बोले, लेकिन हो सकता है कि वो इतना जल्दी तो हम दे देंगे।
मतलब ये कहा गया है कि 3 दिन के भीतर?
हाँ, क्योंकि क्या है कि इतनी ज़्यादा मौतें हुई तो सबका सैम्पलिंग होना है तो टाइम लगेगा शायद, तो इसलिए अभी 72 आवर्स हमें बोले गए।
अच्छा, जो अंकल हैं, अंकल थे आपके, उनका क्या बेटा वहाँ लंदन में?
हाँ, वो वहाँ पर जॉब कर रहा है, तो वो वहाँ ही सेटल है, तो उसी के लिए जा रहे थे वो वहाँ पर।
ये फर्स्ट टाइम जा रहे थे कि?
नहीं, वो जाके आए एक बार तो। ठीक है।
ये फ़ोटो है रोशनी सोंदरे की, जो एयर इंडिया की जो फ़्लाइट में हादसा हुआ उसमें कैबिन क्रू थी। हम इस वक्त सिविल हॉस्पिटल में मौजूद है और ये डोंबिवली की रहने वाली थी। उनके पिताजी राजेंद्र, जो यहाँ पर अभी डीएनए सैंपल देके आए, हमसे बात कर रहे हैं। क्या कुछ बताया गया और किस तरीके से सैम्पलिंग ली और आपको कैसे पता चला इस हादसे के बारे में?
दोपहर को मालूम पड़ा, जब दुर्घटना घटी उस टाइम हम लोग घर में थे, तो पता चलने के बाद हम लोग बोले चलो देखते किसका क्या है। उसमें देखा तो मेरे लड़की का नाम। हाँ, वही हम लोग वहाँ से निकले और आ गए। बोला चलो फ्लाइट 7 बजे का फ्लाइट पकड़ा, डायरेक्ट इधर आए।
आखिरी बार कब बात हुई थी? क्योंकि एयर इंडिया में एयर होस्टेस थे, कैबिन क्रू थे, आना जाना।
11 तारीख को निकली, तभी मेरे से बात हुई उसकी। अचानक वो फ्लाइट लगी थी उसको, तो पहले के जैसे ही थे, तो बाद में ऐसा क्रैश का ये आया। उसका मम्मी बोला ऐसा ऐसा उसके फ्रेंड का फ़ोन आया तो क्रैश हो गया है। तो मैं बोला रुको ज़रा देखते अपन इसका नाम है, उसमें अपने लड़की का नाम है कि नहीं। लेकिन बाद में पता चला उसका नाम था उसमें, और पता चला कि बहुत बड़ा क्रैश हो गया, इसीलिए कोई बच नहीं पाया उसमें से। तो जहाँ क्रैश हुआ वो इंस्टीट्यूट का आजू बाजू का भी सब उसमें घायल हो गया।
जी, तकरीबन 12 कैबिन क्रू थे, उसमें से आपकी बेटी भी बताई जा रही है। और यहाँ पर आकर किस तरीके की व्यवस्था हुई, सैंपल लिया गया, अब आगे क्या बताया जा रहा है आपको कि कब तक जांच रिपोर्ट आएगी और कुछ सामने आ पाएगा?
अभी वो डीएनए लिए है, डीएनए लेके वो सब हो गया उसका, और बाद में बोले अभी 72 घंटा, यानी कि हम लोग को लाके इधर होटल में रुकाया ताकि और दूसरों के पेरेंट्स जो है वो आएंगे, मिलेंगे, फिर उनका एयर इंडिया का जो HR है वो लेके आएंगे आदमी सब।
12 people from Rajasthan have lost their lives in that tragic accident in Ahmedabad. 5 of them from one family from Baswara. In fact, Dr. Prateek Joshi, who was a medical doctor and working in London, had just come back to take back with him his wife and his 3 children. He had been working in London for 3 years and he wanted his family to move with him permanently and start a new life. He took a very happy selfie with his wife and his 3 children. His wife, Dr. Komi Vyas, also a doctor, sitting next to him in the aircraft. She'd quit her job in Udaipur to move to London with her husband and her 3 children across the aisle, their 8-year-old daughter and their twin boys. There was also a young girl, Payal Khatik, who was going to London to pursue medicine. There was a young bride, Khushbu, from a small village in Rajasthan's Balotra area. She'd just been married a few months ago. She was traveling to London to be with her husband for the first time. Her last photograph too with her father at the airport. A slightly nervous, winsome smile as she leaves the family behind to go and meet her husband, who she's known perhaps for a very short time. She was recently married. There were also these cooks who were traveling on that flight. They used to regularly be in and out of London. They used to work in the house of an Ahmedabad-based businessman. And then 2 young children, about in their 20s, youngsters in their early 20s, Shubh and Shagun Modi, brother and sister, both of them successful MBA graduates who were working with their father, a marble-based trader in Udaipur. They were handling the family business. He lost both his children in that tragic air crash in one go. Brother and sister both have died. And there was also Abhinav Parihar, who leaves behind a young wife and a small child. He also had business in London. He was also on that flight. So 12 people from Rajasthan died in that air crash. Some of them posted pictures just minutes before the plane took off. They've left behind devastated families and perhaps forever those pictures which show their happy smiles trying to start a new life. But unfortunately, that was not to be.
Heart-rending stories are emerging a day after the crash of the Air India London-bound flight in Ahmedabad. One of those killed is a nurse from Kerala, Ranjita Gopakumar, who was on her way back to the UK after a brief visit to her hometown Pathanamthitta in Kerala. She had come to quickly complete formalities to renew her government job at a hospital in Pathanamthitta. She was going back hoping to return for good soon so that she'll be able to settle back at Pathanamthitta with her 2 children and her mother. She was even building a house, hoping to move in there with her family. Now she leaves behind her mother and 2 children. There's a pile of gloom at Pathanamthitta at her home, with friends, families and many from the community gathering there, sharing about the tragedy. In Chennai, Sam Daniel, Find TV.
Well, a colossal human tragedy, and a day after the tragic Dreamliner crash in Ahmedabad in which 241 passengers died, Prime Minister Modi visited the Air India crash site in Ahmedabad today. He also went to the civil hospital to meet those people who are recovering now. He also met the lone survivor of the crash at the hospital, Indian origin British national Vishwas Kumar Ramesh at the hospital. Several students have died at the medical college. Several people have died at this medical college where the plane crash landed. And of course, the forensic team is in Ahmedabad to look at the preliminary evidence to find out what really happened.
Indeed, and the crash took place seconds after AI 171 took off for London Gatwick Airport from Ahmedabad Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel International Airport. And officials say that the flight lost altitude soon after taking off at around 1:30 p.m. before crashing into the residential quarters of Vijay Medical College. Doctors in that area, and on your screens, we've been getting visuals of all that has been unfolding since yesterday. It's been now 24 hours since that devastating air tragedy took place. And as Vasudha and I are bringing you up to speed, viewers who are tuning in right now, the latest that's unfolding, both in terms of rescue and relief operations on one end, and secondly, on the other end, what all the government is doing to ensure that investigations, the probe that needs to be done to find out what really happened, is also expedited at the very latest and at the very earliest. And in fact, all right, let's play out this ground report that's been filed by my colleague Aishwarya on this.
Yesterday, after the tragic Air India crash, it is the injured ones who have been brought to the trauma center here at the civil hospital, and it is also the lone survivor Vishwas Kumar, who has been admitted right here at the B7 ward, where we are reporting from the civil hospital. Amid of the heavy security, no one is being allowed to enter this particular location, but you can see the police officials, senior officials from the Gujarat government also right outside here. All the injured ones are being treated here at the trauma center. Prime Minister Narendra Modi just met the lone survivor over here, Vishwas Kumar, and he told about how the incident occurred yesterday. What was it? Of course, it's a part of the investigation that different officials are conducting, but these injured are being treated over here. Let me show you these list of the survivors over here as well at the trauma center, which has been placed 16 and 25 others. But Vishwas Kumar's name is right here. He's been admitted to B735. His condition is stable, and the relatives of other persons of the 171 Air India crash are requested to get the information from Casualty Bhavan. This is also a place which is being dedicated for the family members who can give their DNA samples as well, but it is a part of investigation, and the statements will be recorded from Vishwas Kumar as well. We've been told the family members will be soon leaving from UK because they have to give another DNA sample for the brother that died, but Vishwas Kumar currently admitted over here, and we are reporting exclusively from the trauma center. This is Aishwarya Jain in Ahmedabad.
That was my colleague Aishwarya Jain reporting from the civil hospital in Gujarat, where a lot of bodies are, and also people who have been injured in yesterday's incident, and also they are recovering. It is a day of colossal human tragedy that has erupted, and we'll have to wait and see how many more
details really come out there. And as all our team of reporters at NDTV get you every aspect of covering this horrific air tragedy, viewers, we slip into a very short break. We come back with more details, more updates, and more exclusive updates on that story. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Terry and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools, and lead with impact. Starts July 13th. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its
Now, viewers, in the aftermath of the tragic Air India crash in Ahmedabad, the Pallava Bagla speaks to Dr. Rakesh Mishra, who's the former director of Center for Cellular and Molecular Biology in Hyderabad, about DNA fingerprinting and how that can help in identifying victims, from charred remains to familial matching. Science is the one that is offering clarity as well as closure, and India is well equipped to respond with both precision and compassion. Listen in.
We share our sorrow and with the victims who have died in the Air India crash at Ahmedabad. But let us also try and understand what is DNA fingerprinting. And I have with me one of India's foremost experts on molecular biology, Dr. Rakesh Mishra, former director of the Center for Cellular and Molecular Biology. Thanks a lot, Dr. Mishra. Can you explain to us in simple terms what is DNA fingerprinting and how can it be deployed and used in a situation like an aircraft?
Thank you, Pallavji, for approaching me. DNA fingerprinting is a now very well established technique for identifying individuals. The way we do this is from any source of genetic material, whether it's part of the tissue or semen or blood, saliva, hair follicle, any part of the body from where we can extract nucleic acids. We can get very small amount is also okay. So from there we extract the DNA, and that DNA is then processed to look for specific regions of the genome. They are generally repeats which vary a lot in the population, and that's how every individual is unique. And we can then identify whether the samples that we are having are of the same individual or different individual, and to whom these people may be related. Let's say somebody claims that this is my son or daughter, then we can compare with the parents and tell that yes, this is the related person or not. And we can also, if all the tissues are various biological material is collected, we can then separately analyze and figure out how many people were involved in a particular event, or in this case, like some accident.
Is it very specific and accurate?
Oh, yes. So we will be able to tell from these samples whether this individual belongs to this lineage or family or not. And there is no confusion about it, because each person has a unique signature and everybody can be identified using this. Identified means that we will not be able to tell the name or anything else about the person, but relatedness of the person, whether somebody is a brother or sister, a genetic relationship will be able to distinguish. And also among two samples, we can say that these are two different individuals or same individuals.
Well, moving on, a day after 241 people were killed after a London-bound Air India plane crashed in Ahmedabad. Of course, the numbers are likely to go up. The official numbers are awaited now. Prayer meetings and interfaith vigils are being held across the United Kingdom, including at Hindu temples in northwest London and other places. The crash particularly impacted the Gujarati communities in London, many of whom were concentrated in Harrow and other districts.
In fact, there were 53 British nationals, Vasudha, on that aircraft yesterday. So you had a lot of reactions that's come in from the UK, given the large number of British nationals who've also lost their lives. So far, there's been only one lone survivor of that air crash. So 53 British nationals have indeed lost their lives. Let's listen in to some of those reactions coming in where these prayer meetings have taken place in the UK.
We are going to continue prayers on the Saturday as well. Afternoon, we are going to have interfaith prayer. So with interfaith prayers, we are going to invite many leaders from the different community. And it's about 2 o'clock, we are going to have their prayers for the community's strength, also for the departure soul.
Viewers, as India mourns, critical questions are now emerging on Boeing's troubled Dreamliner and the silence around repeated red flags. What caused the crash? Preliminary reports indicate that a mayday call was made, indicating that the crew was aware of some sort of a critical issue, Vasudha.
Absolutely, Gauri. But now there are questions regarding if it was a mechanical fault, it was a human error, or basically a systems malfunction, or was the aircraft even airworthy? Because the Dreamliner was 11 years old. It's also considered amongst the safest aircrafts. But what was its maintenance history? Were there any prior issues that were flagged with this specific aircraft? And why did it lose altitude so rapidly, and what does this mean for Boeing and Air India?
Indeed, let's play out this report that's been filed by my colleague Parmeshwar Baba, putting all these questions at the forefront, something that is impacting policymakers, companies and also flyers. For them, these questions are very important, and Parmeshwar Baba puts them all and connects the dots for us.
Why did the Boeing 787 fail to climb? Did the flight lift off too early? Was the aircraft in the takeoff configuration? Basically, why did a wide-body jet designed for long-haul international flights fail to climb after takeoff? Did the aircraft lift off too early? Was it in proper takeoff configuration? Also, did the pilots get the cockpit warnings? The pilots, as we know, have sent out a mayday distress call, but did they receive enough warning to act? Or were they flying blind in those final moments? Which also leads us to the other big question that everyone's asking: was it a technical malfunction or was it pilot related? Many are questioning whether it was a malfunction as far as the technicals were concerned, whether it was a pilot related error. The probe, of course, is underway. This brings us to the next crucial line of inquiry. Was there a failure in the engine or in the aircraft's flight control system? Also, how long will the crash probe take? And will it look into not just this crash, but also the full history of repeated glitches as far as the Dreamliner series is concerned? And now that so many serious incidents involving the Boeing 787 have come to light, is it time to ask, should the Dreamliner be grounded at least until a full probe is complete? Many unanswered questions at this point. Is there any precedent for a full-scale safety audit across Indian fleets after such an incident? Should we be expecting a national review of emergency protocols and pilot training? And when civilian infrastructure like hostels is built close to active airports, should the DGCA or local planners be held accountable? For India, for every passenger who steps on board, this isn't just about one crash, it's about trust, about safety, about accountability.
Those are very important questions, something that the world is seeking answers for. Meanwhile, NDTV has obtained an expert analysis of the crash by Dr. Aditya Paranjpe, who's an associate professor of aerospace engineering at Monash University. He has detailed his forensic view and assessment on what really happened.
Let's listen into what he said, because this is an expert who knows to just decode these theories that have been floated, seen as responsible for the crash. Now, multiple theories are being talked about. What really happened with the engines? How did they fail? And most importantly, was it a mechanical fault? Was there some hydraulic problems? Or if there was a technical fault, how did it not manage to get rectified?
It's still early days. We don't have a lot of data yet. We certainly need data from the flight data recorder and the cockpit voice recorder to make a more conclusive assessment. But we do have some early evidence in the form of a video of the last moments and some early data from the site flight radar. If we consider the video of the last moments, we notice first that the airplane isn't falling, which means it isn't stalled and it's producing enough lift. The airplane almost appears to be gliding down, and critically, its wings level with the rudder almost set to neutral. What that implies is that not only is there not enough thrust, it's most likely a case of dual engine out or dual engine idling. It's difficult to say which of the two it is at the moment. I should add here that airplanes are configured to climb out with just one engine operational. It's a standard maneuver known as a one engine out climb. That maneuver additionally requires that the rudder be deflected in the direction of the working engine to balance out the differential yawing moment, which we don't see here. So, in summary, there is enough lift, there isn't enough power, and the loss of power is identical on both sides of the airplane. If we now look at data from the site flight radar, it shows the airplane climbing up to 650 feet. The flight speed goes up to 170 knots, and the climb rate recorded at 650 feet is approximately 800 feet per minute. Now that tells us immediately that at the time of liftoff, the airplane was configured correctly. The flaps were okay, otherwise the plane would not get off the ground. The initial thrust was also okay because the plane accelerated after having lifted off around maybe 155 to 160 knots, which is the standard liftoff speed. So the plane's accelerating, it has a positive climb rate, which means the initial thrust was okay. May not have been as much as we would like to see, but the engines had not failed at that point. So something probably went wrong thereafter, which the pilots realized, and that also explains why the landing gear was down. They either did not retract it, or they started the retraction and then reversed that process when they sensed the possibility of a hard landing. So, in summary, what we see from flight radar is that the airplane's configuration initially was most likely okay. The engine was most likely functioning properly. Both engines were functioning properly, at least for a good part of the takeoff. And whatever went wrong after the airplane had lifted off the ground. And thereafter, we see from the videos of the last moment that most likely we had a dual engine out situation.
Well, Gujarat ATS has recovered the digital video recorder, a crucial piece of evidence from the debris of Air India plane that crashed yesterday in Meghaninagar in Ahmedabad. Gauri, this is an extremely important piece of evidence that will help us understand.
It is, and let's listen into what the Gujarat ATS is saying there. We come back and then tell you, viewers, why this is going to be extremely important. But first up, let's listen in.
सर ये क्या है हाथ में?
ये डीवीआर है,
डीवीआर अंदर का मैक्स का
नहीं, वो देखना पड़ेगा कि कौन सा है। मलबे में से निकला है।
मलबे में से निकला है। सर और क्या क्या निकला है? सामान है वो क्या है?
डीवीआर है, ये डीवीआर है।
मलबे में से निकला है?
नहीं, वो मलबे में से निकला है। प्लीज ये काम नहीं है, मेरा काम नहीं है, ये दूसरा काम
जो
सर अभी आप लोग फिर से जाएंगे
नहीं, एफएसएल की आएगी।
आप लोग ने अंदर क्या क्या किया सर? एनएसजी की टीम ने क्या किया?
नहीं, मैं एनएसजी से नहीं हूँ।
पुलिस, गुजरात पुलिस।
नहीं, मैं एटीएस से हूँ।
एटीएस से?
यस।
All right, viewers, if you're tuning in right now, this is an extremely important bit of breaking news coming in. That is, the digital video recorder has been found in the debris of Air India plane's wreckage. Now, this is essentially going to capture, it would have captured the video recordings of the entire flight. So, it is something that's going to provide very crucial pieces of evidence as far as the entire investigation is concerned, isn't it, Vasudha?
Absolutely, Gauri. And this discovery will also help us reconstruct. In fact, it will help experts reconstruct what really went wrong. And what I understand that this is a crucial piece of evidence that's part of the cockpit video recording equipment, and which is very important to understand what really happened. My colleague Vishnu joins us with more details on this. Vishnu, help us understand the importance of the DVR that has now been recovered.
Well, according to information we are now getting, is that the Gujarat ATS recovered a digital video recorder. In short, that investigators are able to unearth what went wrong in this crash. This has been recovered from the debris of the Air India plane that crashed yesterday in Ahmedabad. According to this official, it's a DVR which we have recovered from the debris, and the forensic sciences laboratory team will come here soon. Now, when we talk about a black box, there are two components of a black box. One of the components is the DFDR, the digital flight data recorder, that appears to have been recovered, and another component in this is the cockpit voice recorder, which records the audio of what the pilots were saying inside the cockpit. Together, these form what is called the black box. It's actually orange in color, so that it's much more visible. So, be that as it may, what we now need to find out is whether the digital flight data recorder, which has been recovered, is in a good condition, or so that it can be used and immediately used to get data out of it to find out what went wrong in this crash.
There, Vishnu, thank you so much for joining us with that quick and important update. Viewers, as we wrap this show, if you're tuning in right now, the digital video recorder has been found. The black box, which is going to provide some of the technical aspect of that flight, is still awaited. Together, they complement the probe. So, efforts are being made to recover that part. But this is an extremely important update as far as the probe is concerned. On that note, we wrap things up here.
Absolutely, and we'll keep continuing to bring you all the latest updates from the ground as this human tragedy unfolds, this massive human tragedy that's unfolding in Gujarat. With that, it's time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
मैं नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि निकला तो मैंने देखा कि आवाज जोर से आवाज आया विंग्स का, फिर पूरा धुआं भर गया।
मेरे खुद को भी बिलीव नहीं होता कि मैं कैसे उसमें से जिंदा बाहर निकला।
Good afternoon, everyone. We continue tracking the Air India Dreamliner crash into Ahmedabad College Hostel yesterday that killed over 240 persons. This is India's worst aviation tragedy in recent times. Prime Minister Modi has visited the collapse site. He has also met with people in the hospital. We'll get you all that and more. But first up, the headlines. Government considering Dreamliner safety probe. Sources say that domestic 787 fleet could be grounded. Safety review of Boeing 787 fleet in India. India's biggest air tragedy in 3 decades. Multi-agency probe is underway. Search is on for the black box and also key to Mayday call.
कि थोड़ा इधर पेश है, मैं ट्राई कर सकता हूँ निकलने के लिए, तो मैंने ट्राई किया निकलने के लिए, तो फिर मैं निकल।
Lone survivor of this tragedy narrates his ordeal. In fact, Prime Minister Modi has also met him. This is a survivor who who was from Britain, and he's an Indian by origins. He says that he did not think that he would survive. Prime Minister Modi is in Ahmedabad today. He has visited the crash site. He's also visited hospitals. In fact, he's also held crucial review meetings with top-ranking officials and also ministers. This is also India's most expensive aviation claim. This is the potential 2,400 crore demand, claims for damage and loss of lives. Meanwhile, Israel has launched preemptive strikes against Iran. Iran airspace has been closed now. Multiple flights have been diverted. 16 Air India flights diverted or returning to origins. Well, the Air India Ahmedabad London flight that crashed marks Boeing 787 Dreamliner's first fatal crash since the aircraft's debut in 2011. In fact, what we understand is that the government is mulling grounding this fleet, and this call is being taken basis the probe that has already been expedited. 787 fleet is under scanner now. Air India operates 33 Dreamliners across the world. Air India's statement is awaited. Before Thursday's crash, the Boeing 787 Dreamliner fleet had an immaculate record of 1,000 planes delivered around the world in 14 years since it was launched. But Boeing's program for 787 has suffered several setbacks in the last few years, including repeated and costly delivery suspensions between 2021 and also 2023, and this was mainly due to assembly faults and manufacturing quality issues. My colleague Sessa from NDTV Profit has the details.
The Ministry of Civil Aviation is considering a safety review of the domestic fleet of Dreamliners following the devastating crash of an Air India Boeing 787 aircraft, which claimed lives of 241 out of the 242 people that were on board of the London-bound flight, which is seen as the deadliest air disaster globally in a decade. Sources say that as a precautionary measures, authorities are likely to look at the possibility of temporary grounding of all Boeing 787 aircraft, with initial safety inquiries underway. Several stakeholders, including Tata Group, Boeing India, the US National Transportation Safety Board, as well as the Federal Aviation Administration, are engaged in discussion. A final decision hinges on the investigation's final findings. Meanwhile, Air India, which operates 34 Dreamliners, the largest fleet among Indian carriers, is also likely to face scrutiny, especially regarding maintenance practices. The crash has prompted international attention, with the NTSB leading a team of investigators from the US alongside Boeing and engine manufacturer GE Aerospace. Meanwhile, the Indian Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau is also probing the incident, with a preliminary report expected in about a month's time. Now, this particular tragedy is, not only raises questions about the aircraft's safety, but may also lead to a global review of Dreamliner's safety protocols as authorities seek to prevent such disasters in the future. We will keep you updated as the investigation progresses.
Colossal human tragedy is being witnessed by the people of the country today. This is the worst aviation tragedy that India has seen in the last many years. And at the front of this are lives, precious lives that have been lost. And one of them was of Khushbu Rajpurohit, a young bride, somebody who got married just 5 months ago. And she was all set to travel to London to meet her husband and live with him for the first time. And that's a selfie with her father. She tragically lost her life yesterday. Joining us now is her brother, her cousin, Than Singh Rajput. Thank you, Than Singh जी, हमसे बात करने के लिए. मैं समझती हूँ कि आपके लिए, आपके परिवार के लिए ये बहुत ही ज़्यादा सैड टाइम है. ये बताइए कि आपके मन में क्या चल रहा है सर, क्योंकि ये बहुत बड़ी घटना हुई है, आपने अपनी बहन को खोया है. आपके मन में अभी क्या चल रहा है?
देखिए, हमारे मन में तो क्या चलना है, हमारे परिवार का सदस्य था, वो हमसे छीन लिया गया। अब हमारे पास चलने के लिए क्या था? मन में ये चल रहा था कि बहन बाहर जाएगी, लंदन अपने सपनों की उड़ान उड़ेगी, और अब क्या रहा।
थान सिंह जी, थोड़ा अपनी बहन के बारे में बताइए कि हमने उनके फोटोज देखे थे और वो बहुत खुश लग रही थी। उनके क्या एक्सपेक्टेशंस थे, थोड़ा उनके बारे में बताइए, कैसी थी वो, और उनके बारे में सबसे अच्छी बात क्या थी?
देखिए, वो हमारा जो पारिवारिक कल्चर है उस हिसाब से वो हमेशा हमारे साथ में रही, और प्रथम बार वो बाहर की यात्रा कर रही थी। कभी इंडिया में भी बाहर कहीं नहीं गई वो, यहीं पढ़ाई की, यहीं परिवार के बीच में रही, दादाजी के साथ, फिर बाद में शादी हुई और अब जा रही थी बाहर। लेकिन दुख की बात यह है कि 72 घंटे का हमें समय दिया गया, इस समय को हम गुजारे कैसे यहाँ अहमदाबाद में बैठे बैठे। सबसे बड़ी दुख की बात यह है, 72 भारत आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव मना रहा है, और आज आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव में हमारे सामने ये विपदा खड़ी है कि 72 घंटे लगेंगे हमारी पारिवारिक सदस्य की बॉडी को पहचानने में। ये बड़ा दुख का विषय है। कहाँ है भारत का सिस्टम? कोई हमें बता सकता है क्या ये आपकी बहन है, ये आपकी बेटी है? कोई है हमारे सामने ऐसा महान पुरुष जो आके बोले कि ये आपकी बेटी है और आप ले जाइए इसका शव और अंतिम संस्कार कीजिए? हमारे सामने दिक्कत अब दूसरी खड़ी हो गई है।
सर, इसके बारे में थोड़ा बताइए, क्योंकि बॉडीज बहुत ही ज़्यादा चार्ड हैं और बताया जा रहा है कि डीएनए टेस्टिंग हो रही है, लेकिन मैं समझती हूँ कि बहुत ही दुख का समय है, और जिस तरह ये हादसा हुआ है उससे भी काफ़ी चैलेंजेस बढ़ गए हैं। अभी आपकी फैमिली को किस तरह की दिक्कतों का सामना करना पड़ रहा है?
मैडम, आज हम हिंदू धर्म में रहने वाले लोग हैं। हमारे में दाह संस्कार, अग्नि संस्कार, ये जो होता है कितना बड़ा होता है। अगर आज 72 घंटे बाद, 72 घंटे तक हमें समय दिया गया है कि 72 घंटे बाद बॉडी मिलेगी, क्या भारत की ट्रेनों पे, भारत के बड़े बड़े हर जगह पे होर्डिंग लगाकर आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव इसलिए मनाया जा रहा था कि किसी परिवार में कोई घटना हो जाए और उस घटना के बाद उनको ले जाने के लिए 72 घंटे, 80 घंटे, 5 दिन वेट करना पड़े? क्या यही भारत का आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव है? मैं भारत सरकार से सवाल कर रहा हूँ, आज मेरे परिवार की पीड़ा के नाते सवाल कर रहा हूँ। मैं अहमदाबाद में बैठा हूँ कल रात से।
राइट। थान सिंह जी, मेरा आखिरी सवाल आपको इस क्रैश के बारे में,
मुझे इस सवाल का जवाब देगा कोई? है भारत में ऐसा आदमी?
जी नहीं, हम समझते हैं कि बहुत ही ज़्यादा एक इम्पॉर्टेंट क्वेश्चन भी है आपके लिए। ये थोड़ा सा बता दीजिए कि आपको इस क्रैश के बारे में पता कैसे चला था सर, और इमीडिएटली आप लोगों ने क्या किया था, और आपको बताया किसने इसके बारे में?
जैसे ही हमें पता चला, हम राजस्थान में थे, इसके पिताजी यहाँ आए हुए थे। इसके पिताजी यहाँ आए हुए थे, जैसे पता चला हम लोग तुरंत वहां से जो बालोतरा से यहाँ अहमदाबाद के लिए निकल गए हम लोग।
राइट। थैंक यू थान सिंह जी हमसे बात करने के लिए। हमारे प्रेयर्स आपके साथ हैं। थैंक यू सो मच फॉर स्पीकिंग टू अस। मूविंग ऑन टू अदर स्टोरीज नाउ. Pilot errors or engine failures are amongst the theories that are being bandied about, but what we know so far that this is a colossal human tragedy that's unfolding in Ahmedabad, and we're getting you details about this with utmost sensitivity. But the recovery of flight Air India 171's black box is something that would help experts understand, give us some concrete answers as to how and why this crash happened. But this is also a setback to Boeing's reputation and the importance that it gives to safety. What we understand is that the company has already come out with its official statement yesterday saying that its thoughts are with passengers, crew and first responders and all those who have been affected by this tragedy. It has said that it is working with Air India to gather more information on the crash. But when stock markets closed in New York yesterday, Boeing shares were around 5%. They were down by nearly 5%. Boeing in the last few months has also faced serious questions over its safety practices. In April, the company had said that it had improved operational performance from ongoing focus on safety and quality.
The important thing to look back on now as we report on the Ahmedabad crash is Boeing's track record over the last 5 years, which has been, to say the least, a very, very turbulent one. It has faced a probe over 2 very similar crashes that took place. This was of a different aircraft type, This was the 737 MAX, which, as you know, was globally grounded for a very long time, leading to one of the largest aviation investigations in history. The Lion Air flight and the Ethiopian Air flight, the crashes that took place in which 346 people had died, sparked one of the deepest and most damaging investigations into Boeing. The 737 MAX aircraft in 2024, after the investigation was complete and the aircraft were back in the air, lost a door panel mid-air. This was an Air Alaska flight. There were no lives lost in this particular accident, but this led to a huge amount of scrutiny as far as factory floor quality control, something that Boeing has always prided itself on, but that became a big talking point as well. Boeing's brand has been taking a beating for about 5 to 6 years now, with the 737 MAX especially now. The whistleblower aspect of Boeing's troubles has been something in the media highlights for a while very sharply, especially John Barnett, who raised many safety concerns, and gave the impression that it was an I told you so moment as far as many of these accidents was concerned. He's warned of unsafe manufacturing practices. He'd put out a great deal of information suggesting that he had raised the flag on some of these practices in the past as well. He said that Boeing had responded to Barnett saying that the issues raised by him don't directly affect aviation safety, but John Barnett was found dead in March 2024, adding a very insidious sort of color to this entire thing. Now, the 787 issue becomes personal because the CEO of Boeing, Kelly Ortberg, has had to deal with troubles with the 787 in the past, even though Flight 171's crash is the first accident involving the Boeing Dreamliner, which is otherwise a very well-regarded aircraft. It has had troubles, and Kelly Ortberg will now be challenged by the effort to restore that trust. It's already been facing what I just described to you with the Boeing 737 MAX and now the 787 as well. Like I said, the post-crash effect financially on Boeing has had a telling effect. Their shares have already tanked by about 5%. So that's a shareholder challenge that Boeing will have to look like. The 787 Dreamliner, which was introduced in 2011, carried its billionth passenger last month. It's a widely used, widely operated wide-body passenger jet. At a loss of $11.8 billion is one of the big financial crises that Boeing actually faces in 2024 and going into this year. Total losses since 2019 is a staggering $35 billion. This is an enormous old aviation giant, but this has actually started to hurt. So the financial issues, the suspense and questions over safety will continue to haunt Boeing. Fatalities in this particular accident, 241, like we've been reporting here on NDTV, one sole survivor who just met the Prime Minister as well. But 241 makes this one of the biggest and most damaging accidents involving a Boeing aircraft. There was a 737 crash in 2024 of Jeju Airlines. 179 people died in that particular accident. Let's move on to the next one. There are other. This was a Boeing 737, once again, 21. This was the Air India Express in Kozhikode in Kerala, which had landed and broken apart after landing. 21 people had died in that particular crash. Benny had thankfully survived as well. The 737 MAX 8 air crash, this was the Lion Air crash that I was referring to at the beginning of this video. 189 people crashed in that. This is the genesis of what became that bigger investigation. And then you had the Ethiopian air crash as well, just a few months later, in which 157 people died. It all came down to something called the MCAS, or Maneuvering Characteristics Augmentation System, which became a buzzword, a piece of software that spawned an enormous investigation into Boeing. So over nearly 400 people dying in two aircraft accidents spawned perhaps the biggest dark period as far as Boeing's reputation is concerned. There was a Bihar crash in 2000 in which a Boeing 737-200 crashed. 60 people had died in that particular crash. So what we do know right now about the Dreamliners, and like I said, these are aircraft that are wide-body, twin-engine aircraft built for efficiency and speed. Boeing's, big answer to aircraft from its rival Airbus. This is the first crash involving the 787 Dreamliner type since its introduction in 2011.
Well, the terrace of the college mess, where the tail section of the aircraft was located where it crashed, is now being broken, and this is to recover crucial pieces of evidence that will help experts piece together, in fact, reconstruct what really happened, what went wrong. When an aviation accident occurs, what we understand is that a meticulous process is set in motion, starting with retrieving and analyzing flight data captured on various recorders, including the flight data recorder and also something called the cockpit voice recorder. And these are all part of the black boxes. Aircraft black boxes are painted bright orange, and they are built to withstand all kinds of forces and impact, including fire, water pressure, and extreme temperatures. Every commercial aircraft has 2 black boxes. What we understand is that there is a search for that black box, which will help experts reconstruct what went wrong and to also find out the reasons what led to this crash. My colleague Ankit has details from the ground on this.
India is going to have a lead on this. Beyond the scrutiny of Boeing, the important thing is to try and figure out what went wrong. And that would only happen once the black box is recovered. Remember, 737 Dreamliner, this is one of the major aircraft on long-haul flights, not just being flown by Air India, but many other airlines as well. So they would be, in fact, also be waiting anxiously to exactly know what went wrong as far as this entire accident is concerned. On your question about the experts, so what we know is that from United Kingdom, there is a team which is coming to assist the investigation, which the Indian, in fact, aircraft accident bureau is doing. And apart from that, there is a team for Boeing as well, which will come and access. Now, very quickly, just about the black box, the data recorder, the black box that we are talking about, we've been telling our viewers simultaneously that though it is called the black box, but it is an orange painted sort of a thing which is very securely put at the tail end or the rear end of the aircraft, and it is designed to take substantial punishment, G-forces. It can also a high impact burning. If it goes underwater, then there are provisions that a transponder starts emitting a signal so that it can be in fact found. But since this was low altitude, I don't know whether the transponder mechanism works or not. But the fact is, if the black box is recovered and if it is undamaged, which we have seen in one of the major crashes as well, it is largely a plug and play game. They will put it in a system and they will start receiving the data immediately. So that becomes very important. Yesterday, teams, as you were saying, from the DGCA, Civil Aviation Ministry, along with the aircraft accident investigation teams of India, the Bureau, had all come here. I was told about more than 36 people, 36 to 40 people had arrived yesterday in this multidisciplinary team. Apart from that, there are some teams from the defense forces as well, those who are helping them investigate the crash. Now, as far as the international teams are concerned, we don't have a timeline to that. But Boeing already, have been told, has dispatched engineers and their teams to assist the investigation. Now, in this entire matter, 2-3 things become very, very important. Number one, they will come and assess how the plane disintegrated. So this entire area, which was photographed extensively by the teams which were investigating this last night, at around 11 o'clock, they reached here. They made 6 to 7 teams comprising of 5 to 8 people, which went to different areas to understand what happened and also to take multiple pictures and visuals of this so that can be put together to understand what happened at the point of impact, where all did the debris fall.
Well, moving on, a day after the tragic Dreamliner crash in Ahmedabad, in which 241 passengers died and several others in that college where it crashed, Prime Minister Modi visited the Air India crash site in Ahmedabad today. He also met the lone survivor of the crash at the civil hospital. In fact, this was an Indian origin British national called Vishwas Kumar Ramesh, and he met him at the hospital. At least several students, in fact, have also died at the Vijay Medical College, which is where the plane had crashed. In fact, a forensic team is in Ahmedabad, and it is looking at all possible evidence that will lead us to reasons for this. The crash took place seconds after AI-171 took off for London from Ahmedabad's Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel International Airport. Officials say that the flight lost altitude soon after taking off at around 1:30 p.m. before crashing into the residential quarters of Vijay Medical College. doctors Meghani Nagar area in Ahmedabad, and it went up in flames soon after, and it sent plumes of thick smoke spiraling in the air across the city. The Prime Minister today, in fact, met this miracle survivor today, Kumar Vishwas Ramesh, and in fact, this is also the face of human tragedy that's something that the country is witnessing now. And the Prime Minister has told top-ranking officials today that the priority is to ensure that families of victims are given their bodies without much hassle. In fact, the DNA testing is already underway in several hospitals in Ahmedabad. Let's also look at some visuals of the Prime Minister meeting the lone survivor of this tragedy.
अहमदाबाद से लंदन के लिए जो फ्लाइट जा रही थी, उस फ्लाइट में 242 लोग सवार थे और उनमें 2 पायलट थे और इसके अलावा 10 क्रू मेंबर थे और 230 जो आम लोग थे जिसमें विदेशी भी शामिल थे। विश्वास कुमार इस समय हमारे साथ हैं। आपको बता दें कि विश्वास कुमार इकलौते ऐसे शख्स हैं जो उस हादसे में जिंदा बचे, और ये एक तरीके से चमत्कार है क्योंकि ऐसे चमत्कार बहुत ही कम देखने को मिलते हैं। प्रधानमंत्री यहाँ पर पहुंचे, विश्वास कुमार से उन्होंने बातचीत की, उनका हालचाल जाना।
सर ने पूछा कि कैसे हुआ, तो मैंने उसके बारे में बताया और सब हालचाल पूछा सब।
विश्वास, अगर हम जानना चाहें कि आप थोड़ा सा बता पाएं कि ये हादसा कैसे हुआ था, क्योंकि ये एक बड़ा चमत्कार है जिस तरीके से आप वहाँ से इकलौते ऐसे शख्स हैं जो जिंदा बचे।
और मेरे नज़रों के सब सामने हुआ था। मेरे खुद को भी बिलीव नहीं होता कि मैं कैसे उसमें से जिंदा बाहर निकला, क्योंकि थोड़ा टाइम लेके तो मेरे को लगा था कि मैं भी मरने वाला हूँ, लेकिन जब मेरी आँख खुल के मैं देखा ना तो मुझे लगा मैं जिंदा हूँ। तो मैंने ट्राई किया, जब मेरी सीट थे वो मेरी बेल्ट निकाला, मैंने वो ट्राई किया जहाँ से निकल सकता वहाँ से, तो मैं निकल गया वहाँ से। मेरे नज़रों के सामने एयर होस्टल और दूसरे आंटी अंकल सभी उसमें मिस हो गए थे सभी।
अच्छा, थोड़ा सा बता पाएं, जब जैसे ही टेक ऑफ हुई फ्लाइट क्या हुआ था और अचानक से कैसे हादसा हुआ?
टेक ऑफ के बाद 1 मिनट के अंदर ही जब टेक ऑफ हुआ ना तो सडनली 5-10 सेकंड कैसे लगा जैसे स्टक हो गया वो। बाद में से मेरे को लगा कि कुछ हुआ। बाद में प्लेन में लाइट ऑन हो गई, ग्रीन और वाइट। बाद में वो पता नहीं वो प्लेन टेक ऑफ ज़्यादा करने के लिए वो रेस बोलते हैं क्या, रेस दिया होगा ऐसा कुछ, और सीधा स्पीड में ही घुस गया जहाँ वो क्या था वो
हॉस्टल था, एक हॉस्पिटल का।
हाँ, हॉस्टल में, और सब सामने सब हुआ।
ये जब फ्लाइट क्रैश हुई उस समय हॉस्टल पे लैंड की थी, उसी समय आप बाहर निकले थे?
नहीं, क्योंकि आई थिंक मेरे को जब मैं जो साइड पे था ना, वो साइड हॉस्टल पे नहीं लैंड हुई थी। हॉस्टल के जो ग्राउंड फ्लोर है ना, जैसे नीचे, वहाँ लैंड हुई थी। तो मुझे दूसरे के बारे में मेरे को पता नहीं, लेकिन मैं जहाँ लैंड हुआ था ना वो नीचे की साइड थी। तो जब वहाँ थोड़ा पेस भी था प्लेन के जब बाहर, तो जब जैसे मेरा डोर टूटा ना सब, तो मैंने देखा ना जब सामने कि थोड़ा इधर पेस है, मैं ट्राई कर सकता हूँ निकलने के लिए। तो मैंने ट्राई किया निकलने के लिए, तो फिर मैं निकल गया उधर, क्योंकि अपोजिट साइड पे था ना वो बिल्डिंग का वो था ना दीवार, तो उधर से कोई शायद नहीं निकल सका होगा, क्योंकि उधर पूरा उधर ही क्रैश हुआ था। मैं जो जहाँ था वहाँ ही थोड़ा पेस था। फिर भी मेरे पता नहीं मैं कैसे बचा हूँ, क्योंकि मेरे नज़र के सामने ही सब 2 एयर होस्टल वो अंकल आंटी सब उधर ही सब।
आप पैदल चल के आए वहाँ से निकल के?
हाँ, और थोड़ा जब आग लगी ना मेरा लेफ्ट हैंड भी जल गया थोड़ा। फिर एम्बुलेंस मेरे को उठा लेके इधर आया हॉस्पिटल में।
अभी इलाज वगैरह कैसा हो रहा है? अभी कैसा फील कर रहे हैं आप?
इलाज बहुत अच्छा है, यहाँ के लोग बहुत सपोर्टिंग है, बहुत अच्छा इलाज कर रहे हैं सब।
It's time for a short break. We'll be back in just a bit.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have 2 credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Jaggi brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
After 2 years of the India-Canada tensions, it's the big relationship reboot. Indian Prime Minister heads to the G7 summit. Indispensable India on the global stage. Modi's multilateral momentum. NDTV live from the G7 summit in Canada.
Air India plane crash in Ahmedabad, India's latest aviation disaster. India responds to the tragedy. Facts first, 100% ground reports.
Fuel that burnt this entire area.
Maximum reporters, maximum coverage on NDTV.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
Why was there a hurry? Was it the government that was in a hurry?
I don't want to blame anyone.
Joining us today here in the NDTV newsroom.
Government cannot walk away from this responsibility.
Cricket is region of sort in this country.
Would you like to comment on what happened?
What is the condition of the injured at this point? How many people died?
What exactly happened? You have lost your daughter.
In the wake of Pahalgam, all eyes on the Amarnath Yatra. Amidst fear, faith and fortitude. India's biggest fight against terror. NDTV reports on the holy route, the Amarnath spirit.
Welcome back. The Air India aircraft carrying 242 passengers slammed into a doctor's hostel of a medical college yesterday, and this was some distance away from the end of the runway. Rescuers have confirmed only one passenger survived this tragedy. 5 people in the hostel were also killed. In fact, the numbers are also expected to go up. Official numbers are awaited though. The Ahmedabad airport CCTV footage showed a very short flight of 32 seconds from the time the landing gears left the runway to the time of the impact. Aviation experts have said that the final moments of the flight showed that the aircraft either struggled to generate thrust or lift. The exact cause behind the crash would be known after a few months following a detailed probe that has already been expedited. But what it surely was a massive human tragedy, a colossal human tragedy that's unfolding in Ahmedabad today. Stories of families that are still waiting at hospitals, at airports, and they're all in visibly shaken state, unable to believe what really happened to their loved ones. The tragedy has sent shockwaves through the global aviation community as well. It has also raised urgent questions on safety, oversight and accountability. But what we want to get you is also voices from family members of those who have lost their loved ones in this tragedy.
आपने अभी डीएनए सैंपल दिया है, कौन था आपका फ्लाइट में?
मेरी डॉटर थी।
क्या नाम है उनका?
टीनल मिस्त्री।
क्या बताया जा रहा है और कहाँ जा रहे थे, कुछ अगर शेयर कर पाएंगे?
वो आनंद से लंदन जा रही थी, अहमदाबाद से लंदन।
अच्छा, अहमदाबाद आनंद से आए थे आप आनंद से?
आनंद से।
अच्छा, क्यों क्या मकसद से जा रहे थे, कुछ बता पाएंगे?
उधर ही रहती थी, लंदन 1 साल से थी वो।
अच्छा।
वो वर्क परमिट में गई थी, उधर ही रहती थी और उसका अगले साल एक्सीडेंट हो गया था इंडिया में ही। फिर उसका वर्क परमिट था, उसको जाना ही पड़ता था, तो उसका ट्रीटमेंट पूरा नहीं हुआ था, तो ये ट्रीटमेंट के लिए वापस आई थी। उसका 7 या 8 टीथ निकल गया था।
अच्छा।
तो इम्प्लांट करवाया, तो पूरा दांत उसका नया लगवाया था।
क्या बता रहे हैं कुछ? अभी आपने सैंपल दिया है?
या 3 दिन लगेगा ऐसा बोल रहे, 72 घंटा लगेगा।
तो खाली वो थे, मतलब मैरिड थी, किस तरीके का?
तो आप मैरिड की रजिस्टर करके गई थी। मैरिज तो उसका अगले साल करने का था, मैरिज नहीं हुआ था, मैरिज करने का था अगले साल।
Well, the victim from Maharashtra also spoke. The family member of a victim from Maharashtra also spoke to NDTV, and this is what they said.
ये फ़ोटो है रोशनी सोंदरे की, जो एयर इंडिया की जो फ़्लाइट में हादसा हुआ उसमें कैबिन क्रू थी। हम इस वक्त सिविल हॉस्पिटल में मौजूद है और ये डोंबिवली की रहने वाली थी। उनके पिताजी राजेंद्र जो यहाँ पर अभी डीएनए सैंपल देके आए, हमसे बात कर रहे हैं। क्या कुछ बताया गया और किस तरीके से सैंपलिंग ली और आपको कैसे पता चला इस हादसे के बारे में?
दोपहर को मालूम पड़ा, जब दुर्घटना घटी उस टाइम हम लोग घर में थे, तो पता चलने के बाद हम लोग बोले चलो देखते किसका क्या है। उसमें देखा तो मेरे लड़की का नाम था। हम लोग वहाँ से निकले और आ गए, बोला चलो फ्लाइट 7 बजे का फ्लाइट पकड़ा, डायरेक्ट इधर आए।
आखिरी बार कब बात हुई थी? क्योंकि एयर इंडिया में एयर होस्टेस थे, कैबिन क्रू थे, आना जाना।
11 तारीख को निकली, तभी मेरे से बात हुई उसकी। अचानक वो फ्लाइट लगी थी उसको, तो पहले के जैसे ही थे। तो बाद में ऐसा क्रैश का ये आया, उसका मम्मी बोला ऐसा ऐसा उसके फ्रेंड का फ़ोन आया तो क्रैश हो गया है। तो मैं बोला रुको ज़रा देखते अपन इसका नाम है, उसमें अपने लड़की का नाम है कि नहीं। लेकिन बाद में पता चला उसका नाम था उसमें, और पता चला कि बहुत बड़ा क्रैश हो गया, इसीलिए कोई बच नहीं पाया उसमें से। तो जहाँ क्रैश हुआ वो इंस्टीट्यूट का आजू बाजू का भी सब उसमें घायल हो गया।
तकरीबन 12 कैबिन क्रू थे, उसमें से आपकी बेटी भी बताई जा रही है। और यहाँ पर आकर किस तरीके की व्यवस्था हुई, सैंपल लिया गया, अब आगे क्या बताया जा रहा है आपको कि कब तक जांच रिपोर्ट आएगी और कुछ सामने आ पाएगा?
अभी वो डीएनए लिए है, डीएनए लेके वो सब हो गया उसका, और बाद में बोले अभी 72 घंटा, यानी कि हम लोग को लाके इधर होटल में रुकाया ताकि और दूसरों के पेरेंट जो है वो आएंगे, मिलेंगे, फिर उनका एयर इंडिया का जो HR है वो लेके आएंगे बाद में सब।
12 people from Rajasthan have lost their lives in that tragic accident in Ahmedabad. 5 of them from one family from Baswara. In fact, Dr. Pratik Joshi, who was a medical doctor and working in London, had just come back to take back with him his wife and his 3 children. He had been working in London for 3 years and he wanted his family to move with him permanently and start a new life. He took a very happy selfie with his wife and his 3 children. His wife, Dr. Komi Vyas, also a doctor, sitting next to him in the aircraft. She'd quit her job in Udaipur to move to London with her husband and her 3 children across the aisle, their 8-year-old daughter and their twin boys. There was also a young girl, Payal Khatik, who was going to London to pursue medicine. There was a young bride, Khushbu, from a small village in Rajasthan's Balotra area. She'd just been married a few months ago. She was traveling to London to be with her husband for the first time. Her last photograph too with her father at the airport. A slightly nervous, winsome smile as she leaves her family behind to go and meet her husband, who she's known perhaps for a very short time. She was recently married. There were also these cooks who were traveling on that flight. They used to regularly be in and out of London. They used to work in the house of an Ahmedabad-based businessman. And then 2 young children, about in their 20s, youngsters in their early 20s, Shubh and Shagun Modi, brother and sister, both of them successful MBA graduates who were working with their father, a marble-based trader in Udaipur. They were handling the family business. He lost both his children in that tragic air crash in one go. Brother and sister both have died. And there was also Abhinav Parihar, who leaves behind a young wife and a small child. He also had business in London. He was also on that flight. So 12 people from Rajasthan died in that air crash. Some of them posted pictures just minutes before the plane took off. They've left behind devastated families and perhaps forever those pictures which show their happy smiles trying to start a new life. But unfortunately, that was not to be.
Well, the Middle East is once again on the edge as Israel has carried out strikes on Iran's nuclear program early on Friday, with blasts that have been heard in Tehran, Iran's capital city. Iran has also now retaliated to the attack, and it has fired 100 drones towards Israel. Israel has declared a state of emergency, saying that the country expected retaliation. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has said that these strikes are part of Operation Rising Lion, and he also said that Iran was a threat to Israel's very existence.
Moments ago, Israel launched Operation Rising Lion, a targeted military operation to roll back the Iranian threat to Israel's very survival. This operation will continue for as many days as it takes to remove this threat. For decades, the tyrants of Tehran have brazenly, openly called for Israel's destruction. They've backed up their genocidal rhetoric with a program to develop nuclear weapons.
The Middle East is once again on the edge as Israel has carried out strikes on Iran's nuclear program, and this happened early on Friday. Blasts have been heard in the capital city of Iran, Tehran. Iran has retaliated to the attack, and it has fired 100 drones towards Israel. My colleague Vishal joins us with more details on this. Vishal, we've often heard of this proxy conflict between Iran and Israel. Even in 2024, we saw that getting escalated. But today there are reports of Israel striking not just the missile factories of Iran, but also nuclear establishments. Tell us what is going on.
The latest is that Iran has also retaliated and fired about 100 drones in the direction of Israel. Those drones have reached Israeli skies, but they have almost all been obliterated, all been intercepted by the Iron Dome missile system of Israel, the most sophisticated missile system in the world. So it remains to be seen what Israel does now, because the damage has mostly been done by Israel already. So far, there are no reports as to how many people have died on Iranian soil, but the damage is extensive. As you mentioned, nuclear facilities have been attacked. Top scientists have been killed, some top generals have been killed, and also reports of women and children being killed are also there, which need to be verified, but it seems that there has been an extensive damage. Iran has vowed that there will be big price to pay from Israeli side. It remains to be seen what happens on that front. And also in this mix is the US. What US does now will also be seen closely, because US has a lot of bases in the Middle East which are also at the risk of being attacked from Iran. So that will also have to be seen.
Right, Vishal, also help us quickly understand what does this mean for Benjamin Netanyahu, because we have seen even Iran's foreign minister in the past in some ways ridicule Mr. Netanyahu, saying that, it's only a few times that you can cry wolf, but clearly Mr. Netanyahu has done something that he has been waiting for several years.
Yeah, so these strikes were, expected to happen because in the last 48 hours or so, there were many reports, especially in the US media, pointing to the fact that Israel is almost ready to attack Iran. But nobody had an idea this would be such a big attack, so that remains to be seen how Iran responds to that. But this is a big escalation in the Middle East. Whether or not this spirals into a big all-out war, that remains to be seen. So far, US has said that it is not involved in this operation, but Iran has said that that won't be possible because without the support of US, such a big scale attack wouldn't have been possible.
Right. Thank you, Vishal, for joining us with those very important details. We'll keep coming back to you as and when there are developments in the story. Meanwhile, a day after 241 people were killed after a London-bound Air India plane crashed in Ahmedabad, prayer meetings and interfaith vigils are taking place across the United Kingdom, including at Hindu temples in northwest London and other cities of UK. The crash particularly impacted the Gujarati communities that live in London, many of whom were concentrated in Harrow and several parts of the city. Spiritual leaders have also spoken about this. Let's listen into some of those reactions.
We are going to continue prayers on the Saturday as well. Afternoon, we are going to have interfaith prayer. So with interfaith prayers, we are going to invite the many leaders from the different community. And it's about 2 o'clock we are going to have their prayers for the community strength, also for the departure soul.
Also, NDTV has obtained an expert analysis of the crash by Dr. Aditya Paranjpe, who is an associate professor of aerospace engineering at Monash University. He has detailed his forensic view and assessment of what really could have happened during the crash. Let's listen into what he said.
It's still early days. We don't have a lot of data yet. We certainly need data from the flight data recorder and the cockpit voice recorder to make a more conclusive assessment. But we do have some early evidence in the form of a video of the last moments and some early data from the site flight radar. If we consider the video of the last moments, we notice first that the airplane isn't falling, which means it isn't stalled and it's producing enough lift. The airplane almost appears to be gliding down, and critically, its wings level with the rudder almost set to neutral. What that implies is that not only is there not enough thrust, it's most likely a case of dual engine out or dual engine idling. It's difficult to say which of the two it is at the moment. I should add here that airplanes are configured to climb out with just one engine operational. It's a standard maneuver known as a one engine out climb. That maneuver additionally requires that the rudder be deflected in the direction of the working engine to balance out the differential yawing moment, which we don't see here. So, in summary, there is enough lift, there isn't enough power, and the loss of power is identical on both sides of the airplane. If we now look at data from the site flight radar, it shows the airplane climbing up to 650 feet. The flight speed goes up to 170 knots, and the climb rate recorded at 650 feet is approximately 800 feet per minute. Now that tells us immediately that at the time of liftoff, the airplane was configured correctly. The flaps were okay, otherwise the plane would not get off the ground. The initial thrust was also okay because the plane accelerated after having lifted off around maybe 155 to 160 knots, which is the standard liftoff speed. So the plane's accelerating, it has a positive climb rate, which means the initial thrust was okay. May not have been as much as we would like to see, but the engines had not failed at that point. So something probably went wrong thereafter, which the pilots realized, and that also explains why the landing gear was down. They either did not retract it, or they started the retraction and then reversed that process when they sensed the possibility of a hard landing. So, in summary, what we see from flight radar is that the airplane's configuration initially was most likely okay. The engine was most likely functioning properly. Both engines were functioning properly, at least for a good part of the takeoff. And whatever went wrong.
Well, what we understand is that the Prime Minister Narendra Modi today also met Anjali Rupani, the wife of Vijay Rupani. Vijay Rupani, former Chief Minister of Gujarat, unfortunately died in that tragic incident that took place yesterday in that plane crash. He was travelling to London, and Vijay Rupani was the Chief Minister of Gujarat from 2016 to 2021. Those visuals there of the Prime Minister meeting Vijay Rupani's family today morning. Also, let's go across to my colleague Shiv Arur, who has an expert with him to help us understand what really could have gone wrong yesterday.
Thanks very much. That's right. Here on NDTV, as we continue to report on the aftermath of this terrible aviation tragedy, it's very important for us to get the perspective of experts, those who've been in cockpits, those who've investigated crashes, to actually talk to our viewers in India and across the world about what may have really happened, because we do not wish to speculate. Welcoming Captain Khalid, Ehsan Khalid, onto our coverage here on NDTV. Captain Khalid, these are the two videos that we have right now of the crash itself. And I want to take this one by one very, very slowly. This is a 36-second video that's been taken from somebody's window. You can see the aircraft, descending into the neighborhood there. And this is a 59-second video which captures the entire sequence from takeoff to landing. I want your opening comments. You've seen both these videos. What do they tell you?
All right. So it does tell me, only thing conclusive that I can see is that landing gear has been down throughout.
Yeah.
And landing gear is something that should have been taken up in almost all kind of scenarios that a pilot gets in the aircraft, except when there is a wind shear and the aircraft is committed to continue to descend. So we keep the landing gear down consciously to minimize the...
But we counted the time taken, Captain Khalid, from the time the aircraft lifts off till the time it impacts the ground. It's just 32 seconds.
Right. So that is the amount of time it will take to rotate the aircraft to go up. 825 is a wrong height, 625 is a wrong height. It would not have gone higher than 200 to 250, 30 feet. So the aircraft, when it is taking off, it gets airborne, selects the landing gear up, keeps the flaps are lift augmentation device that allows the aircraft to continue climbing at lower speeds while it is accelerating.
Yes.
So the aircraft gets out of the ground effect. Ground effect meaning, there is a cushion of air between the wing and the ground. It adds to my lift, reduces my drag. So even if the aircraft speed is low, power is low, it will be able to get out to something like 100, 150 feet out of the ground effect. Now the aircraft does not have the ground effect. There is a loss of power, there is speed low. So it is at this place that it has gone out of the ground effect. And now the actual performance of the aircraft, because of its current airspeed, will start to come in.
Right. So at this point of time, you can see the aircraft, instead of it continuing to ascend, it seems to level out and then it starts to descend.
Right. So one thing that can be ruled out is that there was no control jam. Control jam means the aircraft pilot moves the control, it cannot move. It can happen.
Yeah.
It does not happen in this case because one of your videos, you will see the aircraft continuing to pitch up.
Yeah. Okay. The nose is up.
Right. So, and that is one of the indication that the aircraft was actively being flown by the pilot. Okay. Now, why the landing gear will not go up? If you have loss of power, then landing gear will not.
Now I want to talk about the flaps. The flaps is another point that has come, up for a lot of debate, and we've got some still images where we're going to zoom into the aircraft. This is Flight 171, Captain Khalid, just before it takes off, and we've got another still image. First, let's just talk for a moment about this image, and now this one. It's a very grainy image, and there are many experts who say you cannot tell one way or the other about the takeoff configuration. Does this look like a takeoff configuration to you? Is it something you can tell?
No way. I have also tried to zoom it. I have also tried.
You cannot tell, right?
You cannot say, because all the videos and the still images are
let's
from a
move
distance.
to the next image. No, continue, sir.
So you cannot make out that the aircraft is having a configuration problem here, but the aircraft automatic system, if the pilot has lined up, and let's assume that the flap is not to the right place, the system has so much of automation, it will shout at you.
Yeah.
Flap
It will not let you take off in a wrong configuration,
Right,
basically.
it is like, somebody shouting at you, wrong configuration, wrong configuration, you can't take off. Okay, so that thing is ruled out. Aircraft has gone up, the flaps, let's assume, not assume, I'm pretty certain that the flap is to the configuration.
Yeah, let's move to the other video.
And the flap right now is not up. It can happen. This aircraft and many modern aircraft, in fact, all modern aircraft have got flap auto retraction mechanism. And that gets signal from airspeed, it gets signal from electrical system and sensors.
So then I want to ask you the final question then, Captain Khalid, which is, what do you think happened? What do you think happened? These are early hours, I understand that, but what is your best guess as to what may have happened?
I will tell you the most probable thing. Looking at the airfield like Ahmedabad, okay, there were a lot of birds that would cause distraction. Bird hit will cause loss of power, loss of indication system, loss of airspeed system. That will now create situation which is totally out of the book for the pilot. So what pilot did at that point of time is not in the book. Okay. So and it will also preclude landing gear going up. It can also cause, without any interference from the pilot, flaps going up.
Right.
Though, let me tell you that Boeing 787 aircraft, having flown 30 million hours, has not had any of this wrong flap retraction.
Correct.
So, in the field of speculation, we can speculate a lot, but certainly the pilot was actively trying to control the aircraft and they gave a mayday call. That means they were seeing something which is visually telling them that things are not right.
And we'll know about that once the black box is analyzed.
That is right.
Guessing. Okay, we've got, on the flaps issue, and this is an evolving story, so it's interesting. And we've got an image showing you this image that we put together yesterday. This is a generic file image of a 787 taking off, Captain Khalid, where you can see the flaps retracted. This one yesterday,
this flap is to the takeoff position.
Yeah, the takeoff
deflected.
position. Extended, I mean, not retracted. I beg your pardon. And in this one, there was speculation yesterday about whether this image confirms that the flaps are retracted. But you're saying now that this does not confirm that. This is too unclear an image to say that the flaps are retracted.
There is no way that you could tell from this where it was. Because this aircraft, once it goes, it is at this angle. Once it goes a little more front, this white thing will become absolutely, even in this one you can't make out.
Yeah. No, it's incredible. So there is no way of telling from just this crash video or these still images whether the flaps played some kind of a role. That's what you're saying?
It's absolutely, from here you can't conclude.
Yeah, you can't conclude.
But the fact remains that the aircraft did not do a successful flight.
Yeah.
There was a loss of lift. Loss of lift can happen because of loss of airspeed.
Yeah, let's put that video back because we'll conclude with that video of the actual crash itself. This is 32 seconds, Captain Khalid.
Yeah.
Okay, if you start counting from this position when the aircraft actually rotates and lifts off, up until the point of impact where you see the
right now, I don't see anything wrong. Okay. The aircraft is pitched up nicely. There is no yaw. There is
seems like a normal takeoff.
It seems like a normal takeoff for a heavy aircraft in hot temperature.
Yeah.
Okay. And thereafter, what happens is totally abnormal.
Right.
Okay.
Here's where the abnormal starts because it seems to level out. It's going down at an angle like this. It seems to be, like you rightly said, the nose is being, pitched
actively
up.
Flown.
The yoke is being pulled back by the pilots, and then it just goes down, belly down in that kind of angled up position. So, final comment then.
Final comment is like this: that the aircraft has gone down because there was not sufficient lift.
Yeah.
It can happen because of two reasons. Airspeed was not sufficient. Power was not sufficient. Power not being sufficient can happen because of technical error or bird hit or both.
Correct.
Airspeed not being sufficient for that phase of flight, that means for the flap that it was not sufficient. Or there could be some weather phenomena with wind shear, which we don't see here.
Okay. So the investigation is on right now. The black box is going to be retrieved any moment. Other equipment is also being recovered from the debris site, and hopefully we will have clarity very soon as to how flight AI 171 went down. Thank you very much, Captain Khalid, for being with me. Back to the studio.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Shiv, for those voices. Aviation expert Ehsan Khalid explaining very clearly that there was no problem with the takeoff, but of course things started going wrong soon after the takeoff. And he's also talking about how the aircraft doesn't seem to have enough lift, and that could be because of insufficient power. But remember that detailed probe that's already underway and expedited will help us know what really went wrong, if it was a technical fault or if it was a mechanical problem. We'll get to know all of that in about a few days from now, and we'll keep getting you details from the ground as well. But now it's time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Terry and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools, and lead with impact. Starts July 13th. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond, from geopolitics and diplomacy.
भारत निकला तो मैंने देखा कि आवाज, जोर से आवाज आया विंग्स का, फिर पूरा धुआं भर गया।
मेरे खुद को भी बिलीव नहीं होता कि मैं कैसे उसमें से जिंदा बाहर निकला.
How did the Air India flight even crash? What possibly could be the reasons? Remember, it's a full-blown investigation that is underway. Even on the other side, you have the Prime Minister who was at the crash site earlier. We get you highlights of that and much more. And NDTV's team right now is on ground zero, piecing together everything that you need to know. First up, as always, the headlines. The government could be considering the Dreamliner safety probe. Sources say domestic 787 fleet could be grounded. The safety review of the Boeing 787-8 fleet in India. The Prime Minister is in Ahmedabad. He visited the crash site earlier. He also was at the civil hospital. He's also met with the former Gujarat Chief Minister Vijay Rupani's family.
जैसे मेरा डोर टूटा ना सब, तो मैंने देखा ना जब सामने कि थोड़ा इधर पेश है, मैं ट्राई कर सकता हूँ निकलने के लिए, तो मैंने ट्राई किया निकलने के लिए, तो फिर मैं निकल गया उधर.
That is the lone survivor narrating the ordeal. The Prime Minister also meets with him a little earlier. The survivor says the door broke on the impact and I jumped out. He said, I did not even think that I would survive this crash. In international news, Israel has launched preemptive strike against Iran. The Iranian airspace has been closed. Multiple flights are diverted. Air India says about 16 flights are diverted or returning to their origin places. So do remember, in case of any investigation, particularly when you have a crash like this, everything hinges on the black box. But till now, we do not know whether that black box has been recovered or not. But why is this so significant? It is important because it helps you unravel the disaster. It records the moment of the last few minutes, as you had seen the pilot making the mayday call, but then what was the communication? What did he say? The efforts are on right now to retrieve the black box. The plane's tail, remember, landed on the college roof, working on to right now bring down the tail, and those are images again up on your screens. Our colleague Ankit has been on ground zero and he tells us more about where is the investigation headed right now and what is going on at the crash site.
India is going to have a lead on this. Beyond the scrutiny of Boeing, the important thing is to try and figure out what went wrong, and that would only happen once the black box is recovered. Remember, 737 Dreamliner, this is one of the major aircraft on long-haul flights, not just being flown by Air India, but many other airlines as well. So they would be, in fact, also be waiting anxiously to exactly know what went wrong as far as this entire accident is concerned. On your question about the experts, so what we know is that from United Kingdom there is a team which is coming to assist the investigation, which the Indian, in fact, aircraft accident bureau is doing. And apart from that, there is a team for Boeing as well, which will come and access. Now, very quickly, just about the black box, the data recorder, the black box that we are talking about. We've been telling our viewers simultaneously that though it is called the black box, but it is an orange painted sort of a thing which is very securely put at the tail end or the rear end of the aircraft, and it is designed to take substantial punishment, G-forces. It can also a high impact burning. If it goes underwater, then there are provisions that a transponder starts emitting a signal so that it can be in fact found. But since this was low altitude, I don't know whether the transponder mechanism works or not. But the fact is, if the black box is recovered and if it is undamaged, which we have seen in one of the major crashes as well, it is largely a plug and play game. They will put it in a system and they will start receiving the data immediately. So that becomes very important. Yesterday, our teams, as you were saying, from the DGCA, Civil Aviation Ministry, along with the aircraft accident investigation teams of India, the Bureau, had all come here. I was told about more than 3 dozen people, 36 to 40 people had arrived yesterday in this multidisciplinary team. Apart from that, there are some teams from the defense forces as well, those who are helping them investigate the crash. As far as the international teams are concerned, we don't have a timeline to that. But Boeing already have been told has dispatched engineers and their teams to assist the investigation. Now, in this entire matter, 2-3 things become very, very important. Number one, they will come and assess how the plane disintegrated. So this entire area, which was photographed extensively by the teams which were investigating this last night, at around 11 o'clock, they reached here. They made 6 to 7 teams comprising of 5 to 8 people, which went to different areas to understand what happened, and also to take multiple pictures and visuals of this, so that can be put together to understand what happened at the point of impact, where all did the debris fall.
All right, Ankit, they're getting us the very latest as far as what's happening on ground zero. But do remember, just a day after you've seen this tragic story coming out of the Dreamliner crash in Ahmedabad, 241 people on board are dead. The Prime Minister earlier was at the site. He took a larger sense. He understood what possibly has happened. And he's also met the lone survivor of the crash at the hospital. Now, who is he? Let's talk a little bit more about him. We'll also get his pictures on your screens. He's the Indian origin British national Vishwas Kumar Ramesh. He's right now at the hospital. And if you just look at him, you realize that possibly he's still stuck in those moments. There are still fresh bruises. He's still recuperating at the hospital. And this is where at least 5 more students at the medical college were killed in that accident. The forensic teams have also been on the spot. And we also do know that there are multiple investigative agencies right now trying to ensure that they pick up the right clues to be able to connect the dots and answer the most important question. What happened? What went wrong? Who's responsible? Let's also get in our colleague Aishwarya, who's adding more to what we know on the investigations and the probe so far. All right, we'll just get Aishwarya up with us in a while to tell you more about this. But on the other side, when you talk of the probe, it is the question of the safety when it comes to Dreamliners. Are they safe? What really went wrong? The government possibly could be mulling grounding the 7878 fleet. And there is this call right now that there must be a thorough probe. Could this entail grounding of this entire fleet? At this point, remember, the Air India is operating about 33 Dreamliners. There is a statement from airlines that is awaited. Now, the Air India Ahmedabad London flight that crashed has marked the Dreamliner's first fatal crash since the aircraft even made its debut in 2011. What we now understand is that there could be some action. Could this amount to grounding the entire fleet? We still do not know, but that is a likely scenario. And this is a call that could be taken basis of the probe that already has been right now put in a fresh gear. Now, like I said earlier, the Air India is operating about 33 Dreamliners. We'll have a statement also from the airlines very, very shortly. What went wrong, helping us understand that when you look at the robustness of the aircraft, it's a twin-engine aircraft, but it has never suffered a setback like this. What happened? Let's get you more details.
Ministry of Civil Aviation is considering a safety review of the domestic fleet of Dreamliners following the devastating crash of an Air India Boeing 787 aircraft, which claimed lives of 241 out of the 242 people that were on board of the London-bound flight, which is seen as the deadliest air disaster globally in a decade. Sources say that as a precautionary measures, authorities are likely to look at the possibility of temporary grounding of all Boeing 787 aircraft, with initial safety inquiries underway. Several stakeholders, including Tata Group, Boeing India, the US National Transportation Safety Board, as well as the Federal Aviation Administration, are engaged in discussion. A final decision hinges on the investigation's final findings. meanwhile, Air India, which operates 34 Dreamliners, the largest fleet among Indian carriers, is also likely to face scrutiny, especially regarding maintenance practices. The crash has prompted international attention, with the NTSB leading a team of investigators from the US alongside Boeing and engine manufacturer GE Aerospace. Meanwhile, the Indian Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau is also probing the incident, with a preliminary report expected in about a month's time. Now, this particular tragedy is, not only raises questions about the aircraft's safety, but may also lead to a global review of Dreamliner's safety protocols as authorities seek to prevent such disasters in the future. We will keep you updated as the investigation progresses.
Let's switch our gears back to what has been happening. There is a story of people who've lost their loved ones, but then there is this powerful story of that lone survivor who's in fact earlier at the hospital, and we've seen images of the Prime Minister interacting with him and asking him how he is doing. And clearly one would want to know what really went behind all that, because in spite of this very tragic incident, you have this little glimmer of hope coming in. Aishwarya has been outside that very hospital getting us the latest.
Yesterday, after the tragic Air India crash, it is the injured ones who have been brought to the trauma center here at the civil hospital, and it is also the lone survivor, Vishwas Kumar, who has been admitted right here at the B7 ward, where we are reporting from the civil hospital. Amid of the heavy security, no one is being allowed to enter this particular location, but you can see the police officials, senior officials from the Gujarat government also right outside here. All the injured ones are being treated here at the trauma center. Prime Minister Narendra Modi just met the lone survivor over here, Vishwas Kumar, and he told about how the incident occurred yesterday. What was it? Of course, it's a part of the investigation that different officials are conducting, but these injured are being treated over here. Let me show you these list of the survivors over here as well at the trauma center, which has been placed 16 and 25 others. But Vishwas Kumar's name is right here. He's been admitted to B735. His condition is stable, and the relatives of other persons of the 171 Air India crash are requested to get the information from Casualty Bhavan. This is also a place which is being dedicated for the family members who can give their DNA samples as well, but it is a part of investigation, and the statements will be recorded from Vishwas Kumar as well. We've been told the family members will be soon leaving from UK because they have to give another DNA sample for the brother that died, but Vishwas Kumar currently admitted over here, and we are reporting exclusively from the trauma center. Vijay in Ahmedabad.
Let's also now move on to bring you another facet of this entire tragedy. The Prime Minister earlier met with the former Chief Minister Rupani's family, and then he also took to the social media as he put out this picture. He says, met with the family of Shri Vijay Bhai Rupani ji. It's an unimaginable thing that Vijay Bhai is not in our midst. He says, I've known him for decades. We worked together shoulder to shoulder, including during some of the most challenging times. He goes on to say that Vijay Bhai was humble and hardworking, firmly committed to the party's ideology. Rising up the ranks, he held various responsibilities in the organization and went on to serve diligently as the Gujarat's Chief Minister, unquote. Let's also now move on to put our focus on a lot more faces to this tragedy. The biggest one that you have seen in the last many years. 241 lives are lost. One of that was of Khushbu's. Who really was Khushbu? From where did she hail? What more do we know about her? This is NDTV speaking to her family.
मैं समझती हूँ कि आपके लिए, आपके परिवार के लिए ये बहुत ही ज़्यादा सैड टाइम है। ये बताइए कि आपके मन में क्या चल रहा है सर? ये बहुत बड़ी घटना हुई है, आपने अपनी बहन को खोया है, आपके मन में अभी क्या चल रहा है?
देखिए, हमारे मन में तो क्या चलना है, हमारे परिवार का सदस्य था, वो हमसे छीन लिया गया। अब हमारे पास चलने के लिए क्या था? मन में ये चल रहा था कि बहन बाहर जाएगी, लंदन अपने सपनों की उड़ान उड़ेगी, और अब क्या रहा।
थान सिंह जी, थोड़ा अपनी बहन के बारे में बताइए कि हमने उनके फ़ोटोज़ देखे थे और वो बहुत खुश लग रही थी। उनके क्या एक्सपेक्टेशंस थे, थोड़ा उनके बारे में बताइए, कैसी थी वो और उनके बारे में सबसे अच्छी बात क्या थी?
देखिए, वो हमारा जो पारिवारिक कल्चर है उस हिसाब से वो हमेशा हमारे साथ में रही और प्रथम बार वो बाहर की यात्रा कर रही थी। कभी इंडिया में भी बाहर कहीं नहीं गई। वो यहीं पढ़ाई की, यहीं परिवार के बीच में रही, दादाजी के साथ, फिर बाद में शादी हुई और अब जा रही थी बाहर। लेकिन दुख की बात यह है कि 72 घंटे का हमें समय दिया गया। इस समय को हम गुजारे कैसे यहाँ अहमदाबाद में बैठे बैठे। सबसे बड़ी दुख की बात यह है, 72 भारत आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव मना रहा है और आज आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव में हमारे सामने ये विपदा खड़ी है कि 72 घंटे लगेंगे हमारी पारिवारिक सदस्य की बॉडी को पहचानने में। ये बड़ा दुख का विषय है। कहाँ है भारत का सिस्टम? कोई हमें बता सकता है क्या ये आपकी बहन है, ये आपकी बेटी है? कोई है हमारे सामने ऐसा महान पुरुष जो आके बोले कि ये आपकी बेटी है और आप ले जाइए इसका शव और अंतिम संस्कार कीजिए? हमारे सामने दिक्कत अब दूसरी खड़ी हो गई है।
सर, इसके बारे में थोड़ा बताइए, क्योंकि बॉडीज बहुत ही ज़्यादा चार्ड हैं और बताया जा रहा है कि डीएनए टेस्टिंग हो रही है, लेकिन मैं समझती हूँ कि बहुत ही दुख का समय है और जिस तरह ये हादसा हुआ है उससे भी काफ़ी चैलेंजेस बढ़ गए हैं। अभी आपकी फैमिली को किस तरह की दिक्कतों का सामना करना पड़ रहा है?
मैडम, आज हम हिंदू धर्म में रहने वाले लोग हैं। हमारे में दाह संस्कार, अग्नि संस्कार ये जो होता है कितना बड़ा होता है। अगर आज 72 घंटे बाद 72 घंटे तक हमें समय दिया गया है कि 72 घंटे बाद बॉडी मिलेगी, क्या भारत की ट्रेनों पे, भारत के बड़े बड़े हर जगह पे होर्डिंग लगाकर आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव इसलिए मनाया जा रहा था कि किसी परिवार में कोई घटना हो जाए और उस घटना के बाद उनको ले जाने के लिए 72 घंटे, 80 घंटे, 5 दिन वेट करना पड़े? क्या यही भारत का आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव है? मैं भारत सरकार से सवाल कर रहा हूँ, आज मेरे परिवार की पीड़ा के नाते सवाल कर रहा हूँ। मैं अहमदाबाद में बैठा हूँ कल रात से।
राइट।
So our thoughts and prayers right now with all these families grieving. On the other side of this very quick break, we'll take up a forensic analysis of the crash. What could be the possible reasons? More when we come back.
Air India plane crash in Ahmedabad, India's latest aviation disaster. India responds to the tragedy. Facts first, 100% ground reports.
Under this is the tail,
Here, and this is just one of the buildings that will give you an idea of the quantum of loss.
24 to 48 hours is the deadline that has been given for the DNA testing.
Maximum reporters, maximum coverage on NDTV.
मैं नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि एनडीए सरकार में हम अगले 10 साल में विकसित भारत के सपने को साकार करके रहेंगे। अकल से तो विकसित भारत की तस्वीर है। प्रेरणा और प्रगति जब एक साथ जुड़ते हैं तो एक नए युग की नींव पड़ती है। भारत माता की
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have 2 credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat, in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
After 2 years of the India-Canada tensions, it's the big relationship reboot. Indian Prime Minister heads to the G7 summit. Indispensable India on the global stage. Modi's multilateral momentum. NDTV live from the G7 summit in Canada.
Air India plane crash in Ahmedabad, India's latest aviation disaster. India responds to the tragedy. Facts first, 100% ground reports.
Under this is the tail, here, and this is just one of the buildings that will give you an idea of the quantum of loss.
24 to 48 hours is the deadline that has been given for the DNA testing.
Maximum reporters, maximum coverage on NDTV.
Now remember, what we are reporting now is important because this could also be India's most expensive aviation claim. Potentially about 2,400 crore demand is what we are learning. This claim could happen under the fleet insurance policy, and these are claims essentially for damage and loss of life. What more do we know about this? Our colleague Harsh is joining us live right now. Harsh, take it away and break down what you can tell us on this.
Let me first start off with what could be India's largest expense in terms of aviation insurance claim. It's going to be likely 1,000 crore plus affair in terms of potential liabilities. It's also in terms of scale and complexity, it's extremely large and very, very complex to understand all of the factors which will go into the insurance claim. Let me first start off with Air India, what they've done in terms of insuring their fleet. They've spent around 234 crore rupees in FY24 on insurance costs. This is as per their financial statements, and they have insured their fleet through a group company which is Tata AIG as well as other insurers. Now, as per protocol, you can't go beyond a certain threshold or a benchmark in insurance within aviation with a single insurer. So they've gone through multiple insurers, and those insurers have in turn also undertaken reinsurance both domestically through a New India, a GIC RE, as well as globally through AIG. So there's a consortium led by AIG which has reinsured the entire insurance of Air India. There's no single insurer to bear risk, which means that the risk is spread. So how much of that risk materializes in India? Around 5 to 10% of the claims get materialized in India. So if you assume a 1,000 to 1,200 crore insurance claim, and I'll come to the numbers, around 100 to 120 odd crore or maybe 150 odd crore could be the exposure. The exposure, therefore, is not large in relative terms. There's extensive reinsurance as well, which will likely protect insurers, and the balance claims are likely to be covered by global reinsurers. Let's talk about aircraft and damage, and therefore the largest part of this insurance is going to be the hull damage to the aircraft, which is likely to get covered up to 700 odd crore rupees, or 75 to 80 million US dollars. Let me also now talk about the more important and difficult part of this, which is insurance of passengers. This is covered under the Montreal Convention. The compensation is calculated through special drawing rights, and the approximate value of the special drawing rights will be around 170,000 US dollars, which translates to approximately 1.5 crore rupees per passenger. There's obviously a lot of third-party damage which has been done in this situation. Unfortunately, the collateral damage will also likely be insured, and all of that is obviously yet to fully be understood and translated. So the value as well as what kind of calculation actually goes in this third-party insurance claim that might come is yet to be fully ascertained.
Now let's help you understand the complete anatomy of the crash. What happened, what could be the possibilities, what really went wrong? Our colleague Shivarur tells us more.
As we speak, the cockpit voice recorder, the flight data recorder, the black box of flight AI-171 is in the process of being retrieved from the crash site, and that will hold the key to what happened to this ill-fated Boeing 787 of Air India. But in the meantime, all we can really do is look at the pictures, look at the images, look at the videos that have come forward, especially the two crash videos, to try and deduce from it what we can. And obviously we aren't going to do that ourselves. We will do that with experts. Joining us this evening on NDTV, over 24 hours after Flight 171 went down, I have with me Dr. Sumit Susilan, also known as Aviation Guru, someone who has written books and authored many articles as far as flight safety and accident investigations are concerned. Dr. Sumit, welcome to NDTV. I want to start by drawing your attention to these two videos. Dr. Sumit, you have seen these videos.
Yes,
they have been hugely shared since yesterday, shocking people across the world because they are looking at an actual crash taking place. But for an expert, what do these images tell you? Many people have said many things, that you can see the flaps, you can see the, something to do with the engines, the landing gear. What do you see in these pictures?
With the picture, I can see things while takeoff, everything was normal. But there was a different angle which no one had observed. There is something called load and trim. The aircrafts are balanced before the takeoff. And the ground team gives the aircraft balance, how much cargo they have put it in the front hold and the rear hold. And if the aircrafts are balanced, then only it will be able to smoothly take off. But over here, we can see they are not able to take off after the certain height. So there might be an angle of that also, that the rear cargo had fell down and had taken the aircraft down, because the landing gear has not retracted back. So they have hardly got time.
But it seems to be that the pilot is pulling back on the stick and pointing the nose up. How do you explain that?
I was listening to the person who got survived from 11 Alpha. So according to him also, that he was listening to the thrust, they were trying hard for that thing. So it is the possibility, because these are the GE engines, which is one of the best engines worldwide. We are known for this thing.
Thousands of aircraft run on these engines.
Definitely. And normally we always have, if any engine failure also, rarely, so it will, one engine can go down. But both the engine going down simultaneously is something like unimaginable for us.
Many things have been said, Dr. Sumit, about the flaps. Now, I'll go to some of those still images. We've zoomed in on some of these images. This is just before the aircraft actually rotated and took off. Then we've got another image after it has taken off, just a few seconds before it impacts. These are, very low resolution CCTV images. Many people have said flaps are retracted, they should be extended during takeoff. But there are others who say in these pictures you cannot confirm whether this is the case or not.
Yes, we definitely can't, because the procedure was correctly done by the captain. So there was no error we can find it from here, because we know the captains are the most experienced captain, because I have personally flown with Captain Sumit, because I was a part of Air India. So I know how much experience they have. So there is checks which they follow, the first officer and the captain throughout, because there is something called sterile cockpit time, where after the takeoff until they reach the cruise level, so no one disturb each other. So I think everything was followed exactly how they had to be followed.
And if there was something
something wrong, the cockpit would have warned them also. There would have been some kind of warning as well.
Yep.
Now,
yes, that's true.
Let's play out that video once again, because there are two crash videos. This is the second one, which is the complete crash sequence as captured by CCTV camera. From this point until the actual impact, Dr. Sumit, is 32 seconds.
Yes.
32 seconds is half a minute. From the time the aircraft leaves the ground till the time it hits the ground is just 32 seconds.
Yes.
Did the pilots, probably somewhere around this point when the aircraft stops climbing and starts to fall is when the Mayday call may have been issued to the air traffic control. What would the pilots have been doing at that last point? They would have been struggling to the aircraft seemed to be in control. The aircraft was not out of control, but they seemed to be wanting to try and get to climb.
Definitely, because when I see that the aircraft was trying to climb, it was climbing up, and suddenly from a certain point, then it started coming down. It was some failure happened immediately when they had called the Mayday. And immediately, I think within 2 seconds, the ATC responded. Until the time, there was no response from their side. And normally, these aircrafts are pressurized in the cabin pressure of around 6,000 psi, which is the most comfortable psi. Whereas, if compared to Airbus 320 and all, that is pressurized in that 8,000 psi. So the cabin pressures are quite good. But there have been some rumors, or there was some news by the Boeing ex-employee itself that this cabin pressure, where there are some problems in engineering department as well.
Okay. We've got some final images showing you the different angles of it. This is the other video that came out first before the full crash video. This was taken from a residential neighborhood. And this also shows you a slightly closer look. And we'll look this video.
Tails going down. You can see the tails going down. It's like nose was still up.
Yeah.
But tail, so that's why I was saying the load and trim.
So it would have hit tail first.
Yes.
In this way. Yeah. In this angle, you can see that the tail is down, the nose is up.
Yes.
But even in this, you cannot tell about the flaps.
No.
Even in this, it's not clear.
No, it's not clear. But I can say because mostly this is a case of where the balancing, they are not able to balance it also. The tail was going down. If the nose is up and still the tail is going down, it means there might be a problem in the load and trim sheet. We have to take out the load and trim sheet, which can be with the ground engineering department. Normally they do the engineering where they balance it. They take it the signature of the captain before the takeoff. So now suppose they had given a certain numbers that they had kept a baggage of, this much a ton in the back and in the hold one they had given this. They approve it, they balance, they approve it. But if the number is not matching up, that will not come to know.
Two images comparing flaps, in a high resolution image of a Boeing 787 taking off where you can clearly see the flaps. But, this image has caused a lot of debate, Dr. Sumit, where people have said, in this one, you can see that the flaps are not extended. They are in retracted position, which is wrong for takeoff. But it is not, we cannot conclude that in this image.
I don't think that we have to compare
that can only come out during the investigation.
Normally, during the air shows and all, they use the full power and they go for an inclined takeoff also. So these engines can do that thing because
even with the flaps retracted.
Definitely, they do it. They show the capability of the aircraft.
Yeah.
And I have personally seen the capability of this aircraft because recently happened like a couple of years back, we had a Vigils India event where they had taken this aircraft for the demonstration and we have seen the power of this aircraft. After that only they had got back-to-back orders for these aircrafts in India.
Okay. Dr. Sumit, thank you very much for helping us understand this complex issue. But like I always say, at the end of the day, the black box will hold all the keys.
Definitely.
The site mapping of the debris site will hopefully provide even more clues. And remember, it was one particular aircraft that went down yesterday, but it is an aircraft that has been in service with Air India for the last 11 years. So now I want to show you for just a moment the journey that's been taken by this aircraft, the last 10 flights that have been taken by this particular aircraft. Its registration number is VTANB. On the 7th of June, I just want to show you the last 10 flights. 7th of June, it flew a very normal flight from Delhi to France. The very next day, this aircraft, in fact, the same day, the aircraft flew right back. And this was all completely normal. I'm talking about the exact same aircraft, airframe that has crashed. Then there was a flight from Delhi to Melbourne on the 8th of June, and then Melbourne straight back to Delhi on the 8th of June, the same day. Then you had Delhi to Tokyo on the 9th of June, and then Tokyo back to Delhi on the 10th of June. These are the last 10 flights. I just want to give you a sense of how many how busy this aircraft has been, and it's difficult to imagine that it is no longer there. Delhi to France on the 11th of June, and then France straight back to Delhi on the same day. So this was a busy aircraft that was conducting all manner of flights. Delhi to Ahmedabad on the 12th of June was the flight towards Ahmedabad, and from Ahmedabad the next day, of course, is the ill-fated flight that never made it, and it crashed in Ahmedabad. So 10 different flights. This is what the journey of VT A and B actually looks like. It was a busy aircraft, one of many 787 Dreamliners in service with Air India, and the first crash of this aircraft type, that's the dotted black line that you see there, was supposed to be its last flight, but it never really made it. Now, a third aspect that we are tracking right now is seat 11A. This is the sole survivor of Flight 171, and his name is Vishwas Kumar Ramesh, British Indian national, the only man who survived the tragedy. 241 people died, but this man survived with minor injuries. As you can see, he's not in bad shape at all, just some superficial injuries, and he's being treated in hospital. And his survival has not only shocked and astonished people everywhere, but has also made people wonder whether there is something called a safe seat. Now, we are not experts, and we can't actually talk about that. But let's show you what a seating configuration on an aircraft actually looks like. This is the seating configuration on a 787. It's a wide body, as you can see, 333 configuration. And 11A is that blinking dot that you see right down there. 11A is just forward off the wing, just 2 rows in front of the of the wing structure. Now, we can't speculate just yet where the aircraft fractured, where it broke open, where Vishwas Kumar Ramesh was ejected from the aircraft from, and in what circumstances. All we do know is that every other seat in this aircraft that was occupied, the person in that seat did not make it. There were children, there were women, there were men. None of them made it, but 11A's occupant Vishwas Kumar Ramesh actually did. This has triggered a huge debate online and offline over whether there is any such thing as a safe seat in an aircraft. When an aircraft is crashing, it is difficult to talk about anything called a safe seat, but there's this huge buzz and curiosity about whether it has anything to do with the location of this particular seat, and we will continue to highlight what experts think about this.
All right, I'm thanking Shiv and the guest also for joining us, to helping us understand and decode some parts of this very, very important story. Right now on the other side, this is a non-stop rolling coverage that continues.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
Why was there a hurry? Was it the government that was in a hurry?
I don't want to blame anyone.
Joining us today here in the NDTV newsroom.
Government cannot walk away from this responsibility.
Cricket is a region of sort in this country.
Would you like to comment on what happened?
What is the condition of the injured at this point? How many people died?
What exactly happened? You have lost your daughter.
In the wake of Pahalgam, all eyes on the Amarnath Yatra. Amidst fear, faith and fortitude.
India's biggest fight against terror. NDTV reports on the holy route, the Amarnath spirit.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I
or
hold
buy time
ICICI
to invest?
CDSL for the long term? Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Terry and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools, and lead with impact. Starts July 13th. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered. Where every
In the aftermath of the tragic Air India crash in Ahmedabad, Pallav Bagla has spoken to Dr. Rakesh Mishra, who is the former director of the Center for Cellular and Molecular Biology, Hyderabad. This, remember, is about how you can have DNA fingerprinting that can actually help identify victims. Because right now, what we are looking at is charred remains of their loved ones. To familial matching, science is something that offers clarity and closure for such families at this very difficult hour. India is equipped to respond with precision and compassion, and this is how the procedure moves on.
We share our sorrow and with the victims who have died in the Air India crash at Ahmedabad. But let us also try and understand what is DNA fingerprinting. And I have with me one of India's foremost experts on molecular biology, Dr. Rakesh Mishra, former director of the Center for Cellular and Molecular Biology. Thanks a lot, Dr. Mishra. Can you explain to us in simple terms what is DNA fingerprinting and how can it be deployed and used in a situation like an aircraft?
Thank you, Pallavji, for approaching me. DNA fingerprinting is a now very well established technique for identifying individuals. The way we do this is from any source of genetic material, whether it's part of the tissue or semen or blood, saliva, hair follicle, any part of the body from where we can extract nucleic acids. We can get very small amount is also okay. So from there we extract the DNA, and the DNA is then processed to look for specific regions of the genome. They are generally repeats which vary a lot in the population, and that's how every individual is unique. And we can then identify whether the samples that we are having are of the same individual or different individual, and to whom these people may be related. Let's say somebody claims that this is my son or daughter, then we can compare with the parents and tell that yes, this is the related person or not. And we can also, if all the tissues are various biological material is collected, we can then separately analyze and figure out how many people were involved in a particular event, or in this case, like some accident where
is it very specific and accurate?
Oh yes, yes. So we will be able to tell from these samples whether this individual belongs to this lineage or family or not. And there is no confusion about it, because each person has a unique signature and everybody can be identified using this. Identified means that we will not be able to tell the name or anything else about the person, but relatedness of the person, whether somebody is a brother or sister, a genetic relationship will be able to distinguish. And also among two samples, we can say that these are two different individuals or same individuals.
And a day after, you have 241 people who were on board that flight who are killed now after that crash. There have been prayer meets and interfaith vigils that were held across the UK, including at the Hindu temples in northwest London and Leicester. Now, the crash particularly impacted the Gujarati communities in London, many of whom were actually concentrated in particular belts of Harrow and Brent. Listen in also to what the spiritual leaders there had to say.
We are going to continue prayers on the Saturday as well. Afternoon, we are going to have interfaith prayer. So with interfaith prayers, we are going to invite many leaders from the different community. And it's about 2 o'clock, we are going to have their prayers for the community strength, also for the departure soul.
Now, the Air India aircraft carrying 242 passengers slams into a doctor's hostel of a medical college some distance just away from the end of the runway. The rescuers have been able to confirm that only one passenger survived. 5 people in the hostel have also lost their lives. Now, the Ahmedabad airport CCTV footage, which you see on your screens, does show a very short flight of just 32 seconds from the time the landing gears leave the runway to the time of the impact. The aviation experts have said that the final moments of the flight showed the aircraft either literally struggling to generate thrust or lift. The exact cause, remember, behind the crash would be known only after you have a thorough investigation. But what is surely now coming very, very clear that this is a massive human tragedy. There are stories of families waiting at the airports in a shaken state, unable to even believe what has struck them. The tragedy has sent shockwaves through the global aviation community too, and raised urgent questions about safety, oversight and accountability.
अपर्णा महादिक, ये अहमदाबाद से लंदन जा रही जो फ्लाइट क्रैश हुई कल अहमदाबाद में, उसमें क्रू मेंबर थी। मुंबई के गोरेगांव इलाके की रहने वाली थी और यहाँ पर जो उनके आसपास रहते हैं अखिलेश चौबे जी, वो हमारे साथ हैं। अक्सर दोनों वॉक पे मिला करते थे, एक साथ वॉक भी किया करते थे। उनसे बात करेंगे कि अपर्णा किस तरीके की व्यक्ति थी और क्या कुछ था। सर, बहुत दुखद घटना अहमदाबाद में सामने आई जहां पर तकरीबन 200 से ज़्यादा लोगों की मौत हो गई। उनमें से आप ही की सोसाइटी में रहने वाली एक क्रू मेंबर अपर्णा महादिक भी थी। किस तरीके से आप उनको जानते थे, क्या वो कैसे व्यक्तित्व था उनका?
नहीं, हमारी सोसाइटी में जो है एयर इंडिया के काफ़ी पायलट्स और क्रू मेंबर्स रहते हैं और हम लोग जो है नीचे वॉक करते समय या जो सोसाइटी के सार्वजनिक कार्यक्रम होते हैं उसमें एक दूसरे को मिलते थे, एक दूसरे को जानते थे। और कल फ़ोटो देखने के तुरंत बाद जैसे ये घटना घटी और उसके बाद जैसे अपर्णा का फ़ोटो आया, मुझे ऐसा लगा कि हमारे कोई जान पहचान वाले एक्सपायर हुए हैं। हमने फ़ोन करके फिर पता किया और पूरी सोसाइटी को ऐसा लग रहा है कि सोसाइटी का कोई अपना चला गया है। वैसे तो पूरे देश के लिए बहुत दुखद घटना है, बट हमारी सोसाइटी के लिए विशेष दुखद हो गया।
सर, किसी से बात हो पाई है, उनके परिवार से आपकी बात हो पाई है और उनका व्यक्तित्व कैसा था? वो किस तरीके की व्यक्ति थी? जब आप वॉक्स पे मिलते थे तो क्या कुछ था उनके बाद, थोड़ी जानकारी?
देखिए, फिटनेस फ्रीक थी, रूटीन वॉक करते थे, मॉर्निंग में दिखती थी और ऐसी घड़ी में घर से परिवार वालों से क्या बात करें वो समझ में नहीं आता है। तो सारे लोग दुख में हैं। अब जो है सोसाइटी में जब भी आगे उनकी डेड बॉडी वगैरह आएगी तो उसके बाद जो भी प्रोग्राम कार्यक्रम होगा।
आपने अभी डीएनए सैंपल दिया है, कौन था आपका फ्लाइट में?
मेरी डॉटर थी।
क्या नाम है उनका?
कीनल मिस्त्री।
क्या बताया जा रहा है और कहाँ जा रहे थे, कुछ अगर शेयर कर पाएंगे?
वो आनंद से लंदन जा रही है, अहमदाबाद से लंदन।
अच्छा, अहमदाबाद आनंद से आए थे आप आनंद से हैं?
आनंद से।
अच्छा, क्यों क्या मकसद से जा रहे थे, कुछ बता पाएंगे?
उधर ही रहती थी, लंदन 1 साल से थी वो।
अच्छा।
वो वर्क परमिट में गई थी, उधर ही रहती थी, और उसका अगले साल एक्सीडेंट हो गया था इंडिया में ही। फिर उसका वर्क परमिट था, उसको जाना ही पड़ता था, तो उसका ट्रीटमेंट पूरा नहीं हुआ था, तो ये ट्रीटमेंट के लिए वापस आई थी। उसका 7 या 8 टीथ निकल गया था।
अच्छा।
तो इम्प्लांट करवाया, तो पूरा दांत उसका नया लगवाया था।
क्या बता रहे हैं, कुछ अभी आपने सैंपल दिया है?
या 3 दिन लगेगा ऐसा बोले, 72 घंटा लगेगा।
तो खाली वो थे, मतलब मैरिड थी, किस तरीके का?
वो आप मैरिड की रजिस्टर करके गई थी। मैरिज तो उसका अगले साल करने का था, मैरिज नहीं हुआ था, मैरिज करने का था अगले साल।
Continue to track that story and keep getting you more updates. And now to the other top international story, and this is also what we are keeping our eyes focused on this afternoon. Do remember, the entire Middle East region right now is on the edge. Wondering why? Because Israel has carried out strikes on Iran's nuclear program early on Friday, with you have huge blasts that have been heard in Tehran. Iran has also retaliated to the attack and has fired at least 100 drones towards Israel. Israel has declared a state of emergency. It says the country expected retaliation. The Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has said that strikes were a part of the Operation Rising Lion. He's also said that Iran was a threat to Israel's very survival. First up, we listen into what we've heard from him, followed by a reportage with our colleague Trent from Tel Aviv.
Moments ago, Israel launched Operation Rising Lion, a targeted military operation to roll back the Iranian threat to Israel's very survival. This operation will continue for as many days as it takes to remove this threat. For decades, the tyrants of Tehran have brazenly, openly called for Israel's destruction. They've backed up their genocidal rhetoric with a program to develop nuclear weapons.
A state of emergency has now been declared across Israel after the IDF confirmed it has launched waves of airstrikes across Iran, targeting both military leadership as well as nuclear enrichment facilities. All mobile phones here in Israel received an emergency alert at just after 3 in the morning local time, advising them that this state of emergency had been declared. It was followed up by another alert telling people to remain close to their shelters throughout the day. We are hearing that here in Tel Aviv, the underground light rail system has opened up all of its stations in order for people to use as public shelters. We are also being told that several major hospitals have begun clearing their underground car parks in order to be able to operate underground in anticipation of what the Iranian response will be to all of this. Now, we know that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, addressing the nation, has confirmed that this is an operation that could take several days. It is a major blow for the Iranians. We are hearing that ballistic missile areas were targeted, military bases, as well as those key underground nuclear facilities. Interestingly, though, the United States is saying that Israel has acted unilaterally here. In other words, the Americans did not take part in this combat operation. The big question, though, becomes now what the response will be. Certainly the message from Tehran is that it will be a significant response. It could include hundreds of ballistic missiles being fired at Israel. We've certainly seen that before in similar attacks. The question then becomes whether the Americans will jump in to help Israel and its Iron Dome defense system be able to try and intercept some of those missiles. But certainly the message right now from Israel is that the country is now on a war footing and is preparing for that Iranian response. Trent Murray, NDTV in Tel Aviv.
So we'll continue to track that story. Also keep getting you more live reportage right now coming in from Ahmedabad, also on the other side of this quick break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
The government could be considering the Dreamliner safety probe. Sources say domestic 7878 fleet could be grounded. A safety review is also possible. The Prime Minister earlier was in Ahmedabad. He visited the crash site and also the civil hospital, and he's also met with the former Gujarat Chief Minister Vijay Rupani's family. This is India's biggest air tragedy in the last 3 decades. It's a multi-agency probe that is underway. Search is still on for the black box. Israel has launched preemptive strikes against Iran. The Iranian airspace is closed. Multiple flights have been diverted.
Air India plane crash in Ahmedabad. India's latest aviation disaster. India responds to the tragedy. Facts first, 100% ground reports.
Under this is the tail, here, and this is just one of the buildings that will give you an idea of the quantum of loss.
24 to 48 hours is the deadline that has been given for the DNA testing.
Maximum reporters, maximum coverage on NDTV.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
मैं नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि एनडीए सरकार में हम अगले 10 साल में विकसित भारत के सपने को साकार करके रहेंगे। अटल से तो विकसित भारत की तस्वीर है। प्रेरणा और प्रगति जब एक साथ जुड़ते हैं तो एक नए युग की नींव पड़ती है। भारत माता की
In the last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have 2 credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the
What happened? What led to the crash? What is the theory about the black box? Have we been able to find it? And What do we know about the investigation so far? I think those are multiple questions that continue to dominate the biggest story. As we are reporting on the biggest tragedy in the skies that we have seen in a long, long time, and NDTV's team of reporters is on ground zero, letting you a lot of that live coverage in just a moment. But first up, as always, a quick check of the headlines. A day after the crash, the focus is on locating the black box. The black box is the key to unraveling the disaster. The efforts are underway to retrieve it. The safety review of the Boeing 787 fleet will also be taking place. The Prime Minister is in Ahmedabad. He earlier visited the crash site. He also visited the civil hospital. And he also met with the former Gujarat Chief Minister Vijay Rupani's family.
जैसे मेरा डोर टूटा ना सब, तो मैंने देखा ना जब सामने कि थोड़ा इधर पेश है, तो मैं ट्राई कर सकता हूँ निकलने के लिए, तो मैंने ट्राई किया निकलने के लिए, तो फिर मैं निकल गया उधर.
That is a lone survivor narrating his ordeal. The Prime Minister has met with him earlier at the hospital. The survivor says the door broke on the impact. I jumped out. I never thought I would survive this crash. Our top international story at this hour: Israel has struck Iranian nuclear military targets. Iran has launched over 100 drones towards Israel. Trump has warned Iran to agree to a nuclear deal or face even more brutal attacks, he says. So this is a tragedy of a humongous proportion. You have multiple lives lost, but a lot of questions still. And let me quickly take it across to our colleague Ankit, who's joining us from ground zero. He's been there for the last many hours. Ankit, what is it that you can tell us?
Well, Deepthi, like you said, it's a tragedy of the magnitude that people, at least in Ahmedabad, for many years are not going to forget. Of course, not even taking a moment away from those who have lost their families, how their lives have been turned completely upside down. It's just over 24 hours. It was around 1:40 yesterday at this very moment when this entire area behind me was an absolute inferno. At 1:40, the remnants of that aircraft, AI-171, that crashed into that doctor's mess where junior doctors were having their lunch at that point of time. When I'd gone inside there, last night, there were still plates with food, and it would tell you that how their day was going at that point of time till the time this impact took place on their mess. And post that, for at least next 3 to 4 hours, the temperatures here, while Ahmedabad recorded about 39 degrees Celsius, the temperatures around 600 meters of this entire area, in fact, a few kilometers, especially in the hostel area, was experts saying could have touched about 1,000 degrees Celsius because of that explosion that took place on the plane's impact as it crashed into that building. And since then, it's been, about 26 hours, and still people are wrapping their head around to what has happened. And like you mentioned, there have been questions and many questions and more questions that now need to be answered. One key to that question is going to be the mystery of the black box. Sources in Air India still telling us that the efforts are on to retrieve the black box. So at this moment, the black box has not been retrieved. Now, try and understand how important that black box is and where is that black box located. Usually in a flight like 787, Boeing 787 Dreamliner, which was used as far as Air India is concerned on this service. And remember, this aircraft, unblemished record of this aircraft since 2011 when it was made commercially available, that now in fact stands shattered. And apart from that, there are questions being raised because this aircraft is used commercially by not just Air India but many long-haul flights across the world. So the black box would be very important, and that is why the importance of this tail section that you are seeing in our screens at this moment. This tail section is usually the rear end of the aircraft where the black box is typically put in a 787. It could vary, as per the adjustments of the airline, but it's largely in the rear end section of the aircraft where the black box is put. It's orange in color, shiny, which so that in case of an eventuality like this, it can be easily recovered. Now, what does the black box do? The black box records the conversation from the cockpit. So whatever the pilot, the co-pilot, the conversations between them and also the ATC, the air traffic control, all that is recorded in the black box. Apart from that, the black box also records and takes a lot of data, mechanical data, which would eventually tell what went wrong in this flight, which took off, from the Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel International Airport on its way to London, and it was, in less than a minute, could not even reach the altitude. It seems that it could not generate power. There was zero thrust, and hence the aircraft first went and crashed into this tree and went across to the hostel, where you see a large part of that tail end which is hanging in there. That's where the entire search around the black box is taking place. But remember, the black box is a very sturdy thing. It's manufactured to take a lot of punishment, G-force. It is supposed to, in fact, also withstand these kind of impact on the ground, and it also is supposed to, go into absolute, crazy temperatures, both in terms of infernos or extreme cold as well. Now,